Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a special Thursday edition of High on Politics. Oh, man, this is a different starting time for me. Going at 5 p.m. Central here. Grabbing by the pep talks. Yeah, how you like that? Yeah, I hope you guys are you always enjoy the opening. I know that, you know what? It still hasn't gotten old at all. Every time that I hit play, I always get a little chuckle, so it's a great way to start the show. Computronium Man, what's up, man? Welcome to stream. Appreciate you being here. Etch, how you doing? Bloodstone, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hermit, how you doing? Yeah. All right. So today, I know I talked a little bit about this on Tuesday, that we were going to try something a little new. Well, a little new because we kind of had to do this by default on Monday. Yeah, we're going to just do the vertical stream over on YouTube for today and horizontal over on Twitch. I'm testing something. This is just kind of, I'm playing with the algorithm and seeing how it works, what it produces, and just, yeah, we'll go from there. I am the guinea pig. I will just say, Jake from What You Can Do actually said that I am I'm doing the hard work here, so I appreciate that, Jake. By the way, if you see this, shout out, Jake. You guys can catch What You Can Do over on this space. What's up, Dix? How's it going, Dixon? Let's call you Dixon. Actually, I hate to say this. I know that you're probably going to take this one and think that you did a little too well, but it's a good name. PBR F the world. You know what? This is a Godzilla hoodie. This is actually, yeah, this is the, I got this as the crossover. PBR, if I had to be completely real with y'all, it's not my favorite by any means. It's good. Like, I will totally drink it over a Miller or something else like that, but yeah. Hey, Rebecca, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Rebecca, actually, it was kind of funny. I was chatting with somebody, and I had mentioned that I had a lesbian witch who watches my my stream, and they were just like, wow, that's cool. And then I was just like, yeah, but when you mentioned something about like a Trump voodoo doll, and I was just like, don't get on her bad side. But it's good to see you. Good to see you. It's actually kind of funny how like witchcraft still like really fucks with people. I know like when I was in school, and if you guys do not know, I went to a pretty hardcore evangelical Christian school. Yeah, any type of witchcraft was genuinely like we always viewed it as being legitimate. I was at one of the schools that had the full ban on Harry Potter, which you're a Trump enemy. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for what? So did you just do the equivalent of marking me for ICE and the Department of Justice? So when it comes time to go lock up all the people who are anti-Trump, anti-capitalism, and all the antis that they labeled as domestic terrorists or domestic terrorism, that they can come for me, you know, that's the most fucked up part. Is that you guys think like that. And this is where I'm getting a little, it's getting easier for me to just ignore you because I think that your reading comprehension is that of maybe a kindergartner. So it's getting just very, very easy to ignore. But let's go. I made someone scared. Yeah, you actually made someone scared in chat at one point. I remember that you really bothered them with that. But yeah. Hey, Bloodstone, I just realized that my chat is doing the freezy thing. Here, let's reset. Well, I'm going to go. See you later. My girlfriend has a birthday date planned. Rebecca, well, I'm glad that you got to stop by, and I got to tell you that, because, yeah, you know what? I thought that was pretty funny. I thought it was kind of cool. I spoke in tongues. I bought a Honda. Should have bought a Kia. You think like that. Do you guys ever have anything better than the elementary equivalent of I know you are, but what am I? Learn how to debate better before you come into any political chat at this point. Because I know you guys aren't used to this, where you see a stream that is covering politics. Most of these people don't even look at your comment. I'm going to be real with you. Like, that's why it's so much easier for some of these guys, like with the rolling chat. It's so easy just to ignore you fuckers. And that's where I have to say, do better, you know? You're automatically coming in here trying to piss me off or divide us even further. You don't want to have a conversation. So I'm also just I am going to ask, like, what's with that? What is it about the need to think that I'm already, like, to have the preconceived notion of who I am the second that you step into it, like my chat, and then you do not want to, like, get to know me. You don't want to watch my content to get to know me. You just want to have that preconceived notion. You want to spew it, or you need to spew it. I don't get it. What's my alternative? For what? For what? What's my alternative? You could specify a little bit. Like I said, third grade reading, or, well, now I'm getting a little nicer. Third grade reading comprehension for you. Pinkerbell, what's up? How's it going? I'm just calling out some MAGA in chat right now because I have to be real, man. Have you ever thought about, nuh-uh, good debating, bro? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Josh, I'm glad that you could see it for what it is. But, yeah, Selena, you want to sit here thinking that I'm already a Trump enemy, which you might not be entirely wrong. Enemy's a pretty strong word. I still have to call the fuckface my president. I didn't vote for him. Okay. What's my alternative for Trump? Having somebody a little bit farther left. I know. I was a Bernie guy. I dare say I was a Bernie bro, you know, the way that they label everything. But realistically, I'm also not one of those people that was just like, oh, Bernie got burned, so I'm not gonna vote for the Democrats. Bleh. Is weed addictive? No. I mean, in its current state, and the fact that most people don't start like the healthiest way, yeah, I could see it. But in its legal form, you don't have to worry about kids getting it, so there you go. And if your kids get it, then that means you failed as a parent. I'm just gonna say this. I am so sick of the people that want teachers to do their jobs. I am sick of people that want society to do their jobs of, you know, keeping everything from their kids. Instead, you do it. You're the fucking parent. You're the ones who wanted to fucking spit out crotch goblins. Parent. Seriously. Don't put it on the fucking planet. And don't be surprised when everybody looks at your little crotch goblins. It doesn't give a shit. You do know that, like, when you guys go to, like, your kids' events and shit, and I'm sure you all experience this, how many of you actually, like, genuinely care about the conversations that you're having with other parents? Like, do you know anything? When they brag about their kid, do you actually listen and go like, wow? And then the next time you see him, it's just like, hey, Tina, how's little Timmy? You know, he's got a really good batting average. Like, the way that I've always seen it, like even when I was growing up, my dad, he would always just, like, he'd get into the car and then he would talk mad shit about all the other parents there. And this is anecdotal to me, because maybe my dad was just not exactly the most social person, but why do I care? Or why does he care? I don't know. Crooked Finger is, wait. Are you not on Twitch? Damn it. I thought that we had a long time listener and contributor to the program popping back on. If you guys remember where we over on Twitch had somebody that was trying to repentant man. He was trying to save my soul and told me that the devil's lettuce was totally, the reason that I think the way I do, and it's corrupting your spirit, blah, 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 blah. And don't smoke, then put it down and don't smoke. I can fidget with anything I fucking want to. If you're bothered, leave. Don't ever try to tell me what to do on my stream, man. I'll continue to tell you what you should do as a parent. I was on Twitch, but that wasn't me. Oh. Are you sure? Are you sure? I smoke herb because it's easier to control the dosage than edibles. Yeah. Oh, I love curating, like, my buzz now. Like, there's nothing cooler than being able to, like, figure out what percentage works best with you. So, like, obviously, I'll just say, like, what I use. During the day, I like to use a sativa that's right around 25%. And even a little bit lower. I know. I don't like the super strong stuff because I don't want to get couch locked by accident. Then when I go to bed, if I'm doing an indie, like it has to be an over 30%er. Like it has to be. Now, again, I'm using indie to relax and go to bed. So there's that whole thing. But yes, I also like to curate with a little bit of eddies. I like to do some CBD. Add that to it. Now, I will say this. One thing that's been bothering me is the way that they've been kind of tweaking the genetics of these strains. It kind of sucks because what they're doing is they're limiting the amount of CBD as opposed to the THC or the THCA. I hate that I have to say it so weird, but here we are. But yeah, I've been noticing that, like, if you take that CBD out, it has a totally different buzz. And yeah, sometimes, like, it almost gives me, like, a headache. You know what I mean? And I was talking to somebody that, my buddy, I think I've talked about him on stream. He works for a company in California. He's a geneticist. And he was telling me how that is that's a real thing, where if you get rid of the CBD, it's going to make, like, it's going to impact you differently because the way that our actual natural receptors, which I'm not sure if you know this, but we have natural receptors for the THC and the CBD. But when you take the CBD out, then it fucks with your receptors and essentially makes it to where you're going to get, like, very intoxicated, which that's not necessarily always the goal. Like, I know it is for some people, but yeah, just a little side lesson there. Cannabinoids are in your thyroid hormones. Yes. Thank you for the clarification, Mouse's Houses. Also, welcome to the show. By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, if you can do me this solid and hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you have not already, really appreciate it. Also, oh man, we have a lot to get to. We have so much to get to with Prince Andrew, that's probably going to be only about 20 minutes of the show today because it's pretty, open shut. But I will say it's nice to see that something is happening to somebody from the Epstein files. Whether or not it's in our own country, that's a whole different story. Get this shit, though. All right, so I'm a little story time. So yesterday, I was not able to be on stream when if you guys do not know, I'm usually on Wednesdays. I usually start a little earlier, do a 2 o'clock show, usually go to about 7. So yesterday was a bit different because we had a medical appointment that it was not an emergency medical appointment, but what ended up happening is we had this scheduled for a day off, and they told us that this particular surgeon was going to be in surgery at the time that we had our original appointment. So per the rescheduling, yesterday happened to be the day. But now here's the thing. It was awesome. Now, if you guys do not know and you're just joining us, number one, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the show. Also, my wife is in the middle of battling colorectal cancer, which I will be talking about a little bit more later in the program too, just colorectal cancer in general, because Hank Green did a he did a solid, man, as far as looking at what happened to James Vanderbeek and then going and pulling up the correlation of colorectal cancer in younger people, because apparently this is because it's hit epidemic proportions, which again, the mainstream media ain't saying shit about it. Kind of odd how that works. And the problem is doctors cannot pinpoint where the fuck this is coming from. They know that there's a massive influx in people that are around the age of 35 to 50. And the thing about this is because we don't do preventative care the way that, you know, most people 50 and above do, you know, literally getting the finger up the waz. Unfortunately, it's getting caught a lot less. So, or a lot later than it would if they were older. So that's actually what happened to James Vanderbeek. And that's what also almost happened with my wife. Like, we got lucky in, and I use the term lucky very loosely here. We got lucky that hers was also kind of coupled with diverticula. So she started having a massive flare-up of diverticulitis, and that's when we ended up going to the hospital. And after 2 hospital visits and 2 CT scans and 1 MRI, they finally found that she had a tumor. Which I'm just going to say, when you get that news in general, like with a friend or a family member, it's already hard enough. But when it's your partner, you can't prepare for it. You just can't. But here's where things are a little bit better. So, like I mentioned, we had to go to this appointment yesterday, and the appointment was to get her radiation mapping. Now, we weren't aware that when you get the radiation mapping, you also get the detailed MRI back. So, when we got that back, they gave us the best news that we've had throughout this entire process. And that is that my wife's tumor is shrinking significantly, that the chemotherapy is doing its job, and that we get to go into the radiation phase of things. I think they said a full month before they were even thinking about doing so. So that's awesome. And just in general, she's doing a lot better. She's actually gained weight, which is pretty much unheard of when you're on chemotherapy. I'm not sure if you guys know that. Avoid over-processed food and eat enough fiber. Sure, that's what it is. That's what it is. You know what's kind of fucked up? She doesn't eat a lot. Like, she didn't eat a lot of processed foods, and she definitely got, you know, she liked her fiber. I say liked her fiber because she hasn't been able to eat fiber since October. Like, she has to have a super low fiber diet, which sucks, but yeah. Edge of South, if you have the answers for this stuff, you need to go and study, I'm gonna just be completely honest. I have zero patience for anybody that has advice on cancer if you either did not go through it yourself or you're not a doctor. If you're not an oncologist, I don't give a fuck what your advice is. I genuinely don't. Because I have seen so much fucking bad advice. God, these crystal fucking worshiping idiots coming into my fucking chat telling me how we just need to go get her a tarot reading and get her some fucking, the right type of salt. Get fucked. Seriously. God, I was told by our doctors to avoid that entirely, and I mentioned what I do, and they were just like, oh, you're probably going to see an influx of this because there's definitely a bunch of keyboard people out there that think that they know, like that genuinely think that they have the answer to the cure for cancer. Also, where all these doctors and scientists have said, we don't know what's causing this. And we ask, is it the super processed foods? They don't know. But here you are making the assumption. So you might as well just think you have the fucking answers, right? Dingus. I'm so glad. 100% cheers to Pep's wife for doing better. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm so glad the treatment is working and you guys followed the advice. I don't know anyone who avoided the medical advice that is still living. Oh, really? That's hilarious because my dad was given his first prognosis was that he had 4 months to live with stage 4 mouth cancer. He got a second opinion, got put on an experimental treatment, and he's been alive for 15 years in remission. So, yeah, I'm going to take your anecdote and really run with that one. You're going bald. I don't give a shit. You're gay for looking at me that way and trying to pinpoint what my insecurity would be. Seriously. What's broken in you, Jay? Like, what's broken? What happened to you? Did you hit your head real hard? Did your mom not give you enough love when you were growing up? What is it? It's not a cure or a guarantee. I was just trying to help. Well, you're not. You're actually not. You're not. No, what you're trying to do is you're trying to feel better about yourself. You're trying to feel like a superiority complex. This is what conspiracy theorists do. They will never look at just the evidence in front of them and then reevaluate the conspiracies. They always dive deeper, and that's what happens with people that think they know everything about medicine. Best advice: get your colonoscopy early for the best detection. Yeah, that is true. I'll just say it. I've already gone through that. I got my first colonoscopy 2 years ago. And this was before, her cancer situation. This was just something that, I had. They thought I had diverticulitis, so. Turns out I don't. I also don't have anything going on, which is kind of nice. They even have that at-home test. Yeah, so the at-home test is the best one, especially when you're young. I was told that by the doctor, so that Mouse's House, I will say, yes, is a good place to start. Also, it's apparently cheap as fuck, even if you don't have insurance, so definitely look into it. Hey, Wheeling. Hey, long time no see, man. How's it going? It's Switzerland, right? How you been? So happy the algo showed me that title. Hey, cool. Well, yeah, we do have the, I do have to say, the Epstein Ranch stuff is crazy, but I'm gonna get to that later. Right now, I am covering what happened yesterday, so. It's either their health recommendation or why you should pray better, these people. Yeah. No, oh, yeah, I've had people tell me that because I abandoned my faith, that's what caused my wife's cancer. Not even in this chat, believe it or not. I had that one said to me in real life. Now, ain't that a bitch when you can't react like you do online? Like, I can't just go telling, my worst aunt that, she's going to die alone. And that's the reason that she needs God so much is because it's her only friend, which it's true. But I'm not that type of person. I'll tell you guys that. We got colon cancer in my family. I'm the only one in my family without removals on that side of the family. There's 45 of us. Well, statistically, remember, you are the mix of two genetic, structures. So it depends on what side of the family it is. Actually, I do know a little bit about this because of the way that, we had to do a genetic test on my wife. And it came back. Get this. How would you feel about this? So they made her do a genetic test, right? To see if it was her genes that led to her getting the colorectal cancer. Then, when they're doing the or when they give us the final results, the guy just kind of does this smirk where he's just like, "Well, I can say that your genes are good." And me and my wife, this was right around the time of the Good Genes ad with Sydney Sweeney, so we kind of laughed at that. But then the laugh faded because he just goes, "I really hate to say this, but you're just very unlucky." And she was like, "What?" He's like, "Okay, so the way that we have been experiencing these influxes, there's usually a marker that we can determine that was going, eventually this was going to lead to them getting this type of cancer." They said they did not find that marker and that she just happened to have very bad luck. Which, Yeah, she took it really well, but it also was like, you know, the doctor thought she was a little nuts because she did start laughing. She was like, ha, of course. Why not? Why not? And then she looks at me and she's just like, this better not be your fault. I was like, oh my God. If you guys don't know, I have pretty bad luck. So, wow, damn, I hope she's doing okay. She's doing great, actually. She's doing really, really good. Like I said, she's doing way better than the doctors were ever thought. She is actually like feeling like herself. She has, as I said, gained weight. And with all this, because of the good news yesterday, actually, I should probably get to the crux of all this. Is this the same aunt who went on TV? Aunt that went on TV? Mouse's Houses, I think you're confused. My mom was on TV. My mom was on, she went viral for petting a buffalo, and then we watched a video that it happened to be a sovereign citizen that was my friend's mom. That was hilarious. I have to post that clip because that was crazy. Even as a short, I can't believe that happened. We're watching a sovereign citizen video, and I'm like, that woman looks very familiar. I'm like, God, if they say that this is in Illinois, and then sure as shit they said it in Illinois, I was like, no way. And then I texted my buddy. I was just like, hey, dude, did your mom get arrested? And he's like, yeah. I was like, oh no. And then I sent him the video. He's like, oh God, that's her. That was funny. Did they have you guys do the testing in case for family planning? I've heard of a lot of my peers pre-40 that were counseled to get testing of all kinds of cancer if they were put on. Oh, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah. When she got diagnosed, that's when they were just like, hey, there's nothing to lose here. And honestly, because she has, family, they were just like, yeah, you should probably look into that. But I will just say that it was pretty cool, though, where after we left, she was in such good spirits that, and this has not been a thing since she got diagnosed. She just said, I want to go celebrate. And I didn't even have to think. I was just like, oh my God, let's go celebrate. What are we doing? Obviously, she cannot drink. That's just, something you can't do when you are on these medications. So she was just like, I want Korean barbecue. And I was just like, yes. So we got some awesome Korean barbecue yesterday. And then we went to a fucking mall. Yeah. Like there was a mall, like not only open, but yeah, like it was also like, it was a proper mall. Now, I'm going to say this. It was depressing to walk around this, because what is it, middle of a Wednesday? Back in the day, you could go any random day and there would always be a bunch of, moms with kids, older people doing their little walks, all this shit. Man, I was lucky if we ran into anybody in the like the main concourse area. That was crazy. Yeah, it was actually sad. Like, I'm gonna just say it was sad because it was a reminder of, I think we really were the last mall generation, and I'm pretty sure that they're just gonna go the way of the dinosaur. Because I know Mall of America is also in danger of failing, and they might have to close it. Which I'm not sure if you know this. That's a huge chunk of the tourism in Minneapolis. Which maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people just aren't going there anymore. Well, I don't know. What are people do? Well, okay. Maybe the wrong question to ask. What are they doing in Minneapolis right now? Well, we kind of know. All right, you beautiful people and the rest of you bastards. Share, subscribe, or else I'll pillow fight you on Lower Wacker Drive. That's a nightmare and a half. Malls are sad now, except the giant ones like Stonebriar in Plano. See, this one was pretty big. I was shocked that there weren't many empty stores as far as the not the outlets, but what the fuck are they called? Just the units. There we go. The mall units. Yeah, there weren't a bunch of empty units, which we had this one but when I was growing up, there was this mall called Stratford Square, right? And me and my buddy, we used to go there all the time. And I think it closed maybe about 10 years ago. But right before it closed, it was it was a shell of itself, because what they ended up doing is they put all the stores around the main concourse where like the food court was, because that's how it should be. But there were only like 6 stores out of like this entire mall. There was like a GameStop, and then there was obviously there was a Native American art store, which for some reason there is always a Native American art store in a shopping mall. Don't get it. Do those do well? I would like to know. But yeah, it was kind of funny. Like as we're just walking around, which again, that was the main reason I think that she wanted to go, was because she wanted to walk, but she didn't want to walk outside. And then we just kind of, like, we were in this area anyway for her medical tests. And she just said, she's like, hey, you know what? I haven't been to a mall in a long time. So, but I found an awesome place called the Pepper Palace, which, did I get some hot sauces? Yes. They had a taste test station and everything. And, yeah, it was pretty cool. I'll admit. Also, I was wearing my pepper hat, so that may have gotten me a few, kudos and a decent discount. I'm not even kidding. He gave me a buy one, get one free, which they only had on certain things in the store, but like every time that I choose something from a buy one, get one free, it was the one that was just like, oh, that's not actually covered. Ooh, what did I get at the Pepper Palace? I got a honey habanero sauce that, yeah, I'm not sure what to use it on, but I was like, I don't have any honey habanero. And then I got something called Vampire's Delight. Super, super garlicky. So I think that it was supposed to be, a little nudge, nudge. But yeah, it was pretty fun. It was pretty fucking cool. And then, let's see, did I get the white? Anything special? I mean, I hate to admit this. Yes, I did. Don't make fun of her. I swear to God, anyone makes fun of her in chat for this, then you're gone. But she wanted it's a Coca-Cola Labubu. So I got her a Coca-Cola Labubu. You know what? She likes what she likes. Just, yeah. And I got some cards. I found a pack of Gundam cards. A pack. Where I was just like, yay! Gundam! But, yeah, for me, I know you guys don't even care, but I pulled exactly what I wanted to out of that pack. So it was it was a god pack for me. Wings with that sauce sounds really good. Ooh. I didn't think about that. I usually do dry rubs on wings, so I was actually thinking eggs, like when I bought it, but you know what? It doesn't need a designation. We can just enjoy it on anything. But yeah, then we got some Korean barbecue. But overall, it was fucking awesome just to have a good day where she was herself, man. Like I could not stop smiling at just her walking around. Like, I don't know, man. It was so cool because she went into the Lego store and she was just exuding this fucking energy that she hasn't had since the cancer diagnosis. Like I keep saying, it's just, man, it's awesome. So yeah, good news, guys. Good news. I know that I kind of was going a little long there, but I'm trying to order rings right now. It's not going well. Oh, why do I? Sounds like a great memory. It was. It really was, man. She needed this too. God damn. Cause yeah, man. Chemo does something to you that it's not fair. Like to see somebody just kind of wither away into a shell of themselves, and I am also counting my blessings, and I know before anybody religious gets here, oh well, we prayed, blah 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 blah. Yeah, well, I have somebody that also prays to Krishna that said the same thing. So does that count? Not trying to be a dick, guys, but man, I have had that's why I got on the whole crystal healing thing. That's why I am not taking any of the Oh, well, so you followed the doctor's advice and she's still alive? Like, I'm gonna be honest, that fucking comment really pissed me off. This Goofy MF. Hey, dude, I don't know how I missed that name, but I love the name, this Goofy MF. Sounds like you're talking about me. I cast a spell for her. There, see? And I appreciate that. Yeah, we got buses, Josh. One reason I didn't go to Virginia with my mom, no car, and no... Ooh, yeah. Hell nah. Yeah, I'll be honest. There's been a few trips that I just, like, bailed on, or, like, I just didn't want to go on because I was like, can we smoke there? They're like, no. I'm like, then I'm not going. I would just rather not go, because I know I'll be miserable the entire fucking time. Especially, okay, who the fuck, like, tries to plan, like, a sober camping trip, by the way? Like, I had a buddy that was going through his recovery, which, again, I'm happy for him. And we already expected him not to do anything, but when he made it where he's like, no, this is a sober trip, I was just like, then I'm not going. I'm not going camping without any fucking herb, are you kidding me? I hate camping in general. So, if I have nothing to chill me out, then I'll just freak out. Sober camping is just homeless practice. Alright, that was fucking funny. Sober camping is just homeless practice. Oh, man. Josh the Heretic. That was a good one. Sober camping is just... It is sus. I don't know. Like, he's one of those guys, though. Like, that's his... Like, when he was quitting, he hiked all the time. He got really big into golf. Like, he just became Mr. Outdoorsman. Which I get. I totally get it. Like, as somebody who has done his fair share of, you know, working out, not lately, but you feel good. You know, I used to do, like, my daily bike rides, all that shit. Now I'm, like, really old. Now I go for my daily walks. And sometimes, I'm not even kidding about this, sometimes I see, like, the same old guys walking. We give the wave, and I'm just like, oh, no, I'm one of them. Oh, no. Ever see Fubar? No. No, I have not. Oh, man. Alrighty, but just to wrap up real quick, guys. I really appreciate all the positive vibes. I appreciate all the support. It's gone a long way. I'm also going to address this. The Cancer Fund, we're going to actually have to change some of it, because... we have had some issues. Yeah. We had a little bit of a problem getting... I could just say it. So we had a bill, and this is not one of the other ones I've talked about. This is another one that I thought we had for sure covered. It turns out that they want to fight us on this. So... dude, we're in so much medical debt, it's not even fucking funny. So, I'm panicking a little bit, but I'm also going to try and keep the positive vibes going and hope that nothing bad comes from this. So, either way, let's talk about some politics so I can not think about that side of things. But we could also just acknowledge that, yeah, things are great for uni. She was in chat on Friday. I hope you guys or Friday. God, felt like I went through a weekend. On Tuesday. And yeah, I have to also say, she was really, really happy to be here. And thank you, everybody, for giving her the warm welcome. And Pinkerbell, real quick, special little update for you. She got her gifts, and she fucking loved them. Yeah, her little cake box, she already put some stuff in there. Like, that was, I gotta say, you nailed that one. You really nailed that one. Although, you got her such a, like a nice pipe that she's like, I don't know if I want to smoke this. It's art. So, that was pretty funny. Yeah, so it has not been christened yet. but we'll see. I think that I can maybe convince her. I don't know, because she did bring up a point where she's just like, I don't want to get this dirty. I'm like, I get it. If you guys ever had that, like if you guys smoke, obviously, you know, a little 420. Have you ever had that where you bought a piece that was just like so pretty, or like it looks so good clean that you were like, I don't want to sully this? I have a bubbler that's like that. It looks like a you know how like when you're looking at like the water, like a crystal clear water effect, like in a pool or something, it's got like that, like when the light shines off it, it has that. It looks so cool. If it's perfectly clean, it can be art out in the house. We thought about that. This is the nice part about not having kids. I could totally use a binger as a face if I wanted to. Now, is that a little too on brand for me? Yeah, could be. But just take before and after pictures of the glass. All right. God damn it, that's probably the best advice that I've gotten for that specific problem. All right, guys, let's start getting into the news of the day, because I have so much to cover. Because I missed a, you like jazz? Yes, I like jazz. I was actually just listening to a live SF jazz concert last night. Dumpsta, fuck, what was it? I think it was called Dumpsta Jazz. It was good. Yeah, if you guys are into like jazz music, they have live SF jazz concerts. I think it's every Friday, because I watched the recording from last Friday. It's good stuff. Now, do I sit there and actually watch it? No, I usually just listen. All right, so we got some ground news, which, you know what? I'm also going to cover this. So, I used to be sponsored by Ground News, and I say used to because this was a me thing. I was not too jazzed about seeing the direction that Ground News was going in, specifically when they started allowing opinions from podcasts to be in their news feeds, and that's what affects this shit, this left, right, center bullshit. It started making it almost impossible to actually trust any of it anymore, as far as like when you look at the aggregates. Which, that's why this site was awesome, is that it took all of it without it favoring one side, and then just said, hey, you guys figure it out. Which they still claim to be doing, but go to any of these stories and tell me that they're actually trying to be fair. And this is not just my feed, by the way. I turned off my my account on it just to see like what it would look like just with a random feed. It's almost unusable. Although I thought this was funny. This is the only reason I have it up. I didn't even click on this yet. So here we go. Researchers develop smart underwear to track a wearer's farts. We get to the important news here, folks. So, University of Maryland researchers created smart underwear with sensors to track and measure intestinal gas production, which, okay, so we can laugh at this, but we just went through this long conversation about colorectal cancer. So, this could actually have some benefits. The researchers found that healthy adults produce intestinal gas on an average of 30 times a day, with variations from 4 to 59 times. 59? Let's see. How much do I rip ass in a given day? Let's see. Obviously, after a meal, it kind of hits a little bit. I'd say that 32 times seems pretty on. Like between 30 and 50. Depending on what I ate. When you want to spend $2,000 on a pair of dungaroos. Dungaroos. Oh, man. Yeah, you can only imagine. Because, like, let's see. Does it say how much this might cost at some point? Like, Most flatulent people let rip 15 times as often as those with sleepy rears. What? That's I fucking love science. Man, I literally unfollowed I fucking love science years ago because it's an awful site. It's literally just it's an ad farm. Huh. How the hell did they get on there? How about them bears? Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I should probably just give my opinion on this one. All right, so if you guys didn't hear, the fucking Bears, they just announced today that they're going forward with the plan to move to Hammond, Indiana, because they got a better sweetheart deal there, which, if you guys don't know the saga, they were about to move to Arlington Heights, which is a suburb of Chicago that actually Charlie Kirk is from. Ugh. Then they had another proposal that was going to expand the campus that they're already on, which was my favorite one. I wanted them to just build out the arena. Like, it's not that hard. Seriously, like, you only need the front face of the arena, and then you could get to, push it out a little bit, and then, make it into one of those fucking domes or whatever the fuck they do, but nope. It looks like it's going to be the Hammond, Indiana Bears. Yeah. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Technically, Hammond is still Chicago. It's kind of the way that, like, the New York Giants are in New Jersey, but technically they're still the New York Giants. It would be along those lines, but you would also see a massive decline as far as, like, interest in the product if that were to happen. I can guarantee it. Because part of being, the Chicago Bears is being in Chicago. Not Chicago adjacent. I was a San Diego Chargers fan. We get over it. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, I think that... Actually, I almost said some bullshit there, because I was about to say, we'll get over it. No, we're salty little bitches here in Chicago. We really are. Because you have to think that with the way that they're toying with this, they're also toying with getting rid of the White Sox and moving the White Sox to, like, fucking, Nashville or some shit like that. Oh, shit. I just... Well, I just got a text from Uni. She's mad that the vertical stream is the only one we have right now. She misses her chat box. Oh, man. All right, you know what I will say? I will sacrifice my place in the algorithm if it makes it so my wife is happy to be in chat. Had I known that that was going to be an issue, I would not have just gone with the single stream today. Crap. Here. Don't do that if it's a problem. Oh, there you are. Everybody say hello to Unimoogle. I don't think it's a problem. I'm testing a theory. That's kind of the big thing right now. So we'd rather hear from you. Hey! I see how it is. Well, Uni, did you see that researchers are developing smart underwear to track a wearer's farts? Oh, God. All right. Well, this will be fixed. As I said, this isn't going to be permanent by any means. I'm just kind of testing a theory here. I figured you'd see the fart tracking undies. Well, Is it really that on brand for me? Jeez. Damn. Let's see. What should I go into first? What's the most important thing that we should cover? What do you guys want? I'm gonna give chat the choice on this one. Here, you know what? Screw it. I'll just start a Here, let's start a poll. What to cover first? Prince Andrew. Corpse. Left B. Lib. Drama. There we go. You guys are going to participate a little bit today. I don't, by the way, this is not something I usually do. I have a lot lined up right now, so if I start off with the drama, I have a feeling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could probably get through that in about an hour here. Expose the Prince Andrew. All right. Oh, look at that. All right, Prince Andrew it is. We'll do the drama later. Oh, might help if I had this unmuted.
Conduct and Britain's former Prince Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, he was taken into custody in Norfolk just a short while ago. He is accused of allegedly sharing confidential information with the late sex offender.
Why? Why the Mountbatten?
Jeffrey.
Why can't we just call him Andrew Windsor? What the fuck is why with this fucking pomp and circumstance bullshit do we placate to these inbred fucks?
Epstein. Mountbatten Windsor has
I'm so sick of it.
previously denied any wrongdoing over his ties to
Fuck
Epstein.
the Royals. God
Charles
damn
had
it.
stripped his brother of his titles back in October and has since evicted him from Windsor. Let's get back down to CNN's Salma Abdulaziz, who joins us live in London. Salma, what's the latest that you're hearing?
I want to start by asking maybe questions of what we don't know and what we do know so far. So we do know that he's been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, but there's a lot of details.
He's literally loyalty, but we can't even investigate our own oligarchy. Yep.
That are still missing here, of course, Rahel. We don't know the specifics of the
It was Prince Philip's title. It was for his dad, and Windsor was for the Queen Elizabeth.
allegations of this investigation by the
Oh,
police.
I
We're
got
talking
it
about
now.
a period of time between 2001 to 2011 when he was representing the UK as a trade envoy. But what are the specific allegations, the specific accusations of misconduct? We don't yet know that. What information actually prompted Thames Valley Police to make this arrest? That's the key question here, because we understand that they have been assessing this claim for some time now, I would say a period of days. That latest trove of emails where we see...
I don't know. Kyle Kalinske said this best, where we used to think that like the whole eating babies and adrenochrome and all that stuff was just so out there. But man...
These allegations come to light.
Actually, I'm not going to ruin it because there's a Josh Johnson bit, but we'll watch that at the end of the show.
Has been out for a few weeks now. So what was the trigger? What was the switch? What was it that the police held on to that said, okay, now is the time when we need to take this very extraordinary action, of course, in this country? We also don't know where Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is currently being held. We don't know where he is being held. We simply know that he's been arrested, but we don't know any details beyond that or what
Scotland Yard?
the status of
I thought everybody just went to Scotland Yard. Isn't that how it works in Britain?
that is in terms of his arrest. And we still don't know if he's been interviewed under caution. That's what it's described as in this country. So essentially, has he been asked questions? Has he sat down with a police officer and been asked questions as of yet? And where has he been asked these questions? What location has he been taken to? What do we actually know right now? Well, what we do know is Mr. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, former Prince Andrew, who only earlier this month was forced out of the royal residence, pushed into his brother's residence, the Sandringham estate, which is currently being searched by police, has now
Oh, what a punishment.
faced a watershed moment, really, not just for himself, but for the royal family and really for this country at large, being arrested. Now, again,
He should literally die on fucking London's equivalent of Skid Row, ashamed, embarrassed, with zero money.
being arrested does not mean being guilty. We do not know the specifics here of why
I mean, if this was like the old times, he'd be in a stockade and we'd be throwing lettuce at his face.
the police have taken this extraordinary action of arrest. That is the detail we need. But you can imagine that the royal family
Stinky cabbage.
is reeling. King Charles has been trying to get ahead of this time and time again. Last year, he stripped his brother of all his royal titles. I said he's pushed him out of the royal residence. He even took this really extraordinary step of preempting the possibility of this happening right now by saying he was willing to support the police in any inquiry that they had. So there's going to be a sense in this country, first of all, that this has caught up with Prince Andrew. He has been long under question, long under suspicion for his relationship
Don't you just love watching them yuck it up while they're doing this too?
with Jeffrey Epstein, a relationship that he appears to have lied about in the past, saying that he ended his relationship with Mr. Epstein once he was a convicted
You know, when I listen to Kendrick Lamar, They Ain't Like Us,
sex offender. So
and it's not because they're better.
around 2008.
No. Think about it. Think about how empty their lives are. Like, this is the reason that, like, when you reach $1 billion, you become a fucking a degenerate in general.
In these latest email troves, that does not appear to be the case, and it is now clear that he did continue that relationship after Epstein was convicted, and it is that information
But once they do, that's when they ain't like us.
that led King Charles to strip him of his royal titles, to take these extraordinary steps to try to get ahead of what's happening here. But again, it has caught up with them. There is going to be also a bit of empathy, I imagine, in this country for his family, the York family, as they are known here. He has two
Why?
young daughters.
Why?
They're in their
Why?
30s. They have their own family.
Yeah, they were also implicated in the fucking list.
Their faces
They went to the island with him.
have been splashed all over the media
Oh, guffaw, oh.
for the last few days. So many questions here swirling around.
Be still, my
What is, first
aching
of all,
heart.
a family that
Fucking
represents
Christ.
this country, the monarchy as an institution, and how
Yeah, they shouldn't be a thing. Why? God, could you imagine if we had a monarchy, or like if Trump, like when Trump leaves, theoretically, if he tried to pull this shit where he's just like, I'm still, you know what, the taxpayers are gonna love me. I'm still gonna you have to pay for me. You gotta pay for the Trumpingham Palace.
Mr. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor represented it as a trade envoy. And I did write down some details of the emails that could be in question here. Around 2010, he appears to have forwarded government report visits, details of those visits in Vietnam, Singapore, China. There are emails that indicate that Mountbatten Windsor forwarded investment opportunities for gold and uranium in Afghanistan.
Jesus.
He had a
Dude, he wasn't just a fucking SUL deviant. He was also just a fucking massive piece of shit in business too.
duty of confidentiality.
Oh my God. Why? Why are we playing these games? Like, dude, the fact that the Victoria's Secrets guy just left that fucking congressional hearing just going back to his fucking life, and he's just like, I was duped.
Between 2001 and 2011 as trade envoy. Did he abuse the public office?
There's
Did
nothing's
he
gonna happen. Nothing's gonna fucking happen.
violate
I was literally screaming this a little bit earlier, where it's just like, there's never gonna be a revolution. There isn't. There just isn't. If this isn't gonna fucking cause it, then there's never gonna be one, guys. Sorry.
government information?
Sorry to disappoint
Did he
you.
violate the
But if this doesn't get people off their ass saying, hey, no more of this shit, what the fuck?
pact for confidentiality? That
And if anybody even had like an inkling about this, then no more for them either. This is why I've been saying, no, we need to just fucking wipe the board clean, get all new candidates in there, and never let these people touch any fucking political power ever again.
that is the question the police are asking right now. The details around that we have yet to know.
Yeah, they won. I mean, they always do.
This is the kind of story where it generates a
The saddest part is we're in the information age,
flurry of text
and now we're all just like, meh.
links, people trying to put together what they know now. Can you remind us the state of play here in the U.S.? Right now, it's the House Oversight Committee, right? Like, who is investigating what at this point?
Well, that's a question
Hey, Diego, what's up?
that we don't actually know the full
Sorry if I missed you.
answer to. The House Oversight Committee is pursuing some depositions with the former Victoria's Secret owner, Wexner, did a deposition yesterday, but also there's this whole the question
And he's
of
a major donor,
Yes.
which is why people are focused
right.
on him.
And the question of whether Bill and Hillary Clinton, what their testimony will look like, that's been
Oh, please.
going back
Don't pretend China's any fucking
and
better.
forth, but is
All these elite fucks.
expected in the coming weeks. But I think that the thing that is notable here is that so far the fallout from the Epstein files, which by the way have still not been fully released despite the law
Peppo? You can just call me Pep.
that said that they needed to be. The fallout has been not in America, not in American politics in ways that people have really been feeling the kinds of results that have been.
I mean, dude, Trump just literally made it so, like, you know, the chemical that's in Roundup that causes cancer that we were, you know, trying to take care of so we don't, you know, get more fucking cancer. Yeah, he wants us to get more cancer.
Happening in
Europe, yeah.
Or people even stepping away from business dealings in the
Meanwhile, that's what I wish was in this frickin' dude's drink.
United States. There are a lot of political figures who keep coming up in
You guys want to fucking poison us, then I don't know. You guys should be forced to, you know, make sure that it's safe for all of us. Since you guys are in the positions of power,
these documents.
it should be the opposite of, you know, the way that they have, you know, poison testers
Yeah.
or whatever the fuck.
Are not necessarily things that implicate guilty behavior, but we have from the Justice Department from the beginning this statement that there was nothing to follow up on in terms of criminal investigation. We just don't that statement coming at the front of the release when we see that other things have been
I
followed
want to
up
add
on.
one more thing to that because Prince Andrew in the past has denied the allegations of sexual abuse from people like the late Virginia Giuffre. I just want to read something just because the paper happens to be in front of me. New York Times, they're talking about the Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and they mention that it says he's not the only prominent Trump administration official to appear. The records show that RFK Jr., obviously of DHS, once went hunting for dinosaur fossils with Mr. Epstein. An email file shows that Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's at CMMS, invited Mr. Epstein to a 2016 Valentine's Day party. None of these things are criminal, but they're also part of this dialogue that says the elites, there's an
Why does it need to be criminal? Like, why are we playing this game?
elite out there, they're all buddies, they all hang out with each other, and they accrue the benefits of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, in 2016, he was a convicted pedophile. Why are you hanging out with this man in general? And I just am hard pressed to find that people didn't know that of his behavior. And then they also lied about it, and they lied to the American people. Lutnick actually lied to people and said, I had nothing to do with it. And then he's like, oh, wait, I did have lunch on the island. It's like, who do you believe anymore at this point? And I think, to your point, the American people, I think, are so interested in this because of the power dynamic, because they see that they'll never be able to get ahead. They're not in these elite circles. They're not in this weird class of people that do things and aren't held accountable and get to play by different rules.
But I also think another thing that sticks out to me when you read through the different revelations.
Dude, of course the fossil fuel industries, dude, the same industries that were loving everything that Bush was doing right before we went to war with Iraq are loving everything he's doing.
Coming out of these files is that I think a lot of Americans think like, oh, there's,
Yeah, if you think for a second that we're going to war with Iran and it's going to be over in a few weeks,
there's Republicans,
you're genuinely pretty fucking stupid.
there's Democrats, but actually among the elite, they're not really as different as you think. And these are files that include everyone from Naomi Campbell to Steve Bannon going and allegedly hanging out on this island. And so it's like, wait a minute, this is not this elite is like, it's different than
And I
like
think
right versus left.
That's where it plugs into the bigger political thing going on here.
Yeah, it's almost like this is that global elite cabal that everybody was talking about, but they don't want to recognize that.
There's this phrase, you guys have both used the word class, talk about it. Ro Khanna, the congressman from California who wrote the
the Epstein class.
bill that
That's
was
what
the
it is.
Epstein class. He has this phrase, the Epstein class, which has now gotten some pickup.
Oh, yeah, or
And
the Epstein administration, I've heard him say.
Yeah, but the Epstein class, I think, does get into the, like, people have a feeling that there are some who are getting ahead, who are getting wealthy, while a lot.
Well, again, we haven't been at war since World War II, if you actually want to use technical terminology.
Of Americans are struggling and are
the conflict in North Korea all the way to the Iran and Afghanistan conflict.
Not able to break through. They see this going on, and what's in these files, at the very least, does seem to confirm.
Well, again, it's not even about it being a trap. This is about giving military contractors their due.
And that for a lot of people, that there are.
We got to spend that trillions of dollars somewhere.
There's this rich.
ICE can't have it all.
Network of people. They go hunt for dinosaur fossils together. They hang out on an island. And then you add in all of the illicit behavior. All this. It's stuff that is remote from anything that most people are dealing with, and makes this the economic, the stratification going on in
my family would disagree. Afghanistan did a number on my
American
family.
society feel much.
Well, I mean, how's your family feel fighting for nothing? I hope none of them died, because then they died for nothing.
More
Yeah, it puts a literal face on.
I'm sorry, man. I ain't mincing words just because, like, I'm not one of these guys where it's just like, oh, you were, you served your country. Okay, well, how's it feel? Seriously, people who blindly serve their fucking country, like, feel the need to do so. I genuinely want to know where it's like, what duped you?
And to her point, the UK drawing quite a contrast with the US this morning. In those words,
yeah,
no one is above the law. In the UK, that appears to be true.
Yeah, Mika, I had a call a couple nights ago from a solicitor who I've known for 35 years in London, who's been doing law at the highest levels of the UK legal world for pretty much that entire time. He said he's never seen anything like this in his entire adult life.
Well, I don't like that. Did you guys just see that new playback?
His entire legal career, the scale of the degree to which
1.20
the British establishment, the political, economic, financial, and obviously the royal establishment have been rocked by.
All right, maybe this will grow on me. We'll see.
The Epstein scandal is unlike anything he's ever seen, and of course, it begs the question.
My cousin went MIA and was presumed dead. They found him years later. Whoa, what happened? Like, how'd they find him?
We're talking about, which is, obviously people like Peter Mandelson, people like the Prince, former Prince, here are people who appear to be very complicit in this and are facing consequences. How is it possible that in Britain, which is
what up, Ghost Dog? Good to see you.
Not the epicenter of the Epstein scandal, which is not the establishment in which Jeffrey Epstein mostly moved. He extraordinary degree to which he was an international figure, and people all over the world are caught up in this web. But here, at ground zero, there's nothing like that. And yes, there has been it's been a very large political story for us for the past 8 months. But to your point about accountability, no one is being called to the carpet in this way.
I mean, dude, now we're just kind of taking the whole, we only have 2% of the files and they're not releasing any more of them.
Legally or politically.
And then we're just like, we got all the files.
With a story in the New York Times and Mike Schmidt's paper yesterday that basically said Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, who has been laid bare as having just lied, not just lied, but flagrantly lied, theatrically lied in the most egregious way you could about his contacts with Jeffrey Epstein.
He was a POW. Cool.
Had to go in front of the
Thank you for letting me know.
Senate committee and admit that he'd lied. Is our House committee.
Yeah, it sucks.
Is the word coming out of the Trump administration? No consequences for him. He's doing fine. The president's got his full confidence. It's really quite extraordinary.
Well, it's extraordinary. It's also.
I mean, realistically, they got captured for nothing. Nothing at all.
The fact that the Republicans really just don't care.
I know it's uncomfortable and it sucks, but guess what, guys? That's just the facts. It's the same with anybody that went to fucking Vietnam.
They just don't seem to care at all about who has committed the potential crimes against these young women. There's one or two that have, but other than that, and Marjorie Taylor Greene ran out of Congress by insisting on it. But Kathy, you look and see, and Howard Lutnick got caught in lying. Time and again, lying in just the most egregious way and yet no consequences for him. You have a man who many people have considered to be at the epicenter of Jeffrey Epstein's rise and his growth, and a guy who'd been around Epstein nonstop. James Comer calls a hearing for him, calls a deposition for him, and allows it to.
All the crime soldiers do to civilians definitely doesn't justify having an army. Literally, unchecked men having full range of hurt people.
Be in his home
or having full range to hurt people. Sorry.
State of Ohio. Not a single Republican shows up. They're doing a show trial with Bill and Hillary Clinton later, and forcing them to come to Washington when the Clintons asked if they come up to New York. But they're doing that show trial. But a guy who is at the center of all of this, who helped Jeffrey Epstein, who funded Jeffrey Epstein, and not a single Republican shows up at the deposition. They're all Democrats. So it really is. It is stunning how, as John Heilman said, this is like a bomb that's gone off in London, and it's just really shaken the British establishment. And yet in America, the same party that talked about the Epstein files and getting to the truth with Epstein files for years now is the very one covering it up and basically giving anybody that was close to Epstein a free pass.
Yeah, and it's not just London. It's Norway as well. You've got a crown princess who's now under a cloud because of her emails with Jeffrey Epstein. You've got a Norwegian ambassador who's had to resign. You've got a former Norwegian prime minister who's now under investigation as well. In other countries where Jeffrey Epstein had contacts, where he may have had nefarious dealings with people in positions of power, or they may have given him information he shouldn't have had that helped him get rich, people are feeling the consequences of that. But here in the United States, as you say, the fact that no Republicans showed up to that deposition, the fact that Comer didn't show up to that deposition of Wexner, and without Wexner, you don't get Epstein. Epstein doesn't get as rich as he does without Wexner's help all over those years, suggests that if you're a Republican, you're immune from this. We don't think you have any responsibility to bear for this. I mean, it's interesting that you do. We've talked on the show a lot, Joe, about checks and balances in America and the erosion of checks and balances. And you've made the point that there are lots of checks and balances out there outside the formal structures. And it seems that in private life, senior Americans who had relationships with Epstein, even if there's no indication that they had illegal dealings with Jeffrey Epstein, they are feeling the consequences. But either the White House or the Republican Party, and maybe the two are the same thing right now, they are protecting people that they want to protect.
Which should go without saying that that's fucked up.
They're protecting Republicans. And so, again...
Well, they're protecting both, dude. This is where I'm not going to play that game.
If you...
You got plenty of people already playing that game from the other side. Oh, it's all Democrats. And Donald Trump's the whistleblower.
Horrific or
fucking morons.
Or if you were extraordinarily close to Jeffrey...
Like I said, the most useful idiots on the internet.
Epstein, if you got caught lying time and time again about your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, if you're a Republican, this same party that talked about...
Jimmy Savile had close ties with the royal family. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, which we've been talking about on the show since 2015, when very few other people, other than Julie Brown in Miami, were talking about it.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a Republican, you're off the hook. In fact, Comer and his committee doesn't even care about the man who started this hellscape. They don't even show up for his deposition. That tells you how...
Can't even insult right.
Hypocritical.
If you're going to try and insult me, at least get it in the first take.
And how morally bankrupt on this Epstein issue.
Like I said, you have the reading comprehension of a kindergartner and the typing ability of a first grader.
They are. All across the world, gravity still holds. Moral gravity still holds in government. You know, J.D. Vance always looking down the end of his little nose at Europe. Well, at least they have shame in Europe if somebody...
Yeah. Well, again, where's this come from? The shit roll downhill or not? So is it coming from the presidency and everybody at the top?
With Jeffrey Epstein, there are consequences. No consequences here.
No, because they also see that if they continue with this, that they're playing a dangerous game where all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of people testing the boundaries on just like, well, if laws don't apply to them, you know what, fuck this.
And again, I keep saying it, Republicans are too stupid to listen to me because they've always been too stupid to do what's in their best interest.
I will agree with, I don't like Joe at all, but I got to agree with them on this.
This is your own base you're screwing.
Mm-hmm.
This is your own base you're ignoring. This is your own base that you're saying, hey, don't trust anything we Republicans say. You're doing that.
Oh, if he's in them.
To yourself.
That would actually be kind of funny.
And all the money and all the campaign stops by the president, all of that, that doesn't help. That actually makes things worse for you because you're covering up for people who consorted with Jeffrey Epstein. Good luck with that. And still ahead.
There's actually a list going around in conservative feeds I've seen that's the list of what MSM outlets belong to who. Yeah, that's how media works. Dude, the fact that you guys have very, very little media literacy is part of the problem here, guys. Now, I don't expect everybody to get a full fucking education in broadcast law, but I at least expect people to not be disingenuous when they find out that broadcast law means that, yes, you have multiple networks that are owned and registered by certain people. Now, I don't hear dick about fucking Paramount being owned by the Ellisons or any of that. I don't hear dick about them taking over TikTok. I don't hear anything about them pivoting CBS News to be the new Fox News. Nothing there. Weird. All I hear is just about how, well, CNN's owned by a leftist. And then you look it up, it's like, no, it's not. Fucking, I just saw this with one of the guys who's like big in the wrestling community, Eric Bischoff. If you know, you know. Eric Bischoff was talking about how Ted Turner owns CNN. He hasn't owned CNN for damn near a decade. Like, you have people working on presumptions and not knowing who actually owns these networks. And also, the fact that these networks are still held to actual fucking broadcast law. Mouse's Houses and their viewers just joined. Hey, I appreciate that. Always appreciate a good raid. Also, Mouse's Houses, I was not aware that you were a streamer. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. But yeah, going back to broadcast law real quick. This is why anytime that you see a news station that is registered with like a Sinclair Media, a Clear Channel, any of these, they are still all registered as news organizations. I've gone through this a lot. And when you are registered as a news organization, you are held to the same journalistic standards as your old newspapers, like the Tribune, the New York Times, all of them. It's why you can even go after for somebody for defamation, especially journalists. You know, free speech only protects so much. That's why they have this standard. It's called the journalistic standard, and most people up until Trump started calling everything fake news, they did work within that standard, except for Fox News. Fox News never had to because they registered as an entertainment entity until they were forced to I think they had to go reapply for their license, and then they did have to admit that they were like, oh, well, we're not actually a news organization. And they doubled down on that when they got called out in court with the Dominion lawsuit. Go back and look up the transcripts for that one. They said that they're not a news organization. But somehow, some way, that's the one that spewed Donald Trump saying fake news. They're the ones who created the fucking don't trust the mainstream media narrative, at least from the mainstream. But it's kind of funny. You're wrong. You are a fucking shill. For who? For who? Who am I shilling for? I'm telling you how broadcast law works, and you're just sitting here just like, oh, I don't like what this leftist has to say with his actual fucking knowledge on the subject. I want to be the guy who's an expert on nothing because all I did was watch a TikTok and get mad at it and get happy with it because it gave me some confirmation bias. Woohoo! Now skills. Yep. All right. So let's go into the Zorro Ranch cover-up. Since we're gonna stick with the this whole thing. Let's do boom. Okay. So if you guys are not aware of Zorro Ranch, I don't know what you've been doing, not making yourself aware of everything in the Epstein files, because it's pretty much the biggest scandal. It is the biggest scandal in the history of all of politics. And somehow you got people that are just like, why is it such a big deal? We should really be focusing on the economy. Fucking crazy. Zorro Ranch owner Don Huffins has a biotech company that uses cardiac cells from baby hearts under 30 days old for tissue cell sourcing. Epstein was known for telling prominent scientists he was using the ranch as a baby factory. What are the odds? What are the odds that this guy is covering up everything from that ranch?
This is deeply disturbing. The MAGA Republican politician who purchased Epstein's Zorro Ranch in 2023.
I have to go to like 1.2. Actually, I went to 1.55 because we can do it by the fives now.
Where it appears that unthinkable and heinous crimes by Epstein and the cabal were committed. Well, this MAGA
scandal, it's the doom of our entire civilization. Just to Dean, or just Odine. Modine. If you guys don't know who Modine is, oh my god, he was a Twitch guy that used to follow a whole bunch of people, and John Cena fucking punched him in the face.
Politician Don Huffines just gave an interview with
Anyway, scandal, it's the doom of our entire civilization.
Matt Gaetz.
Only if we allow this to happen. At least, you know, Britain's not gonna really fucking disappear from this because they still have at least the optics that there is still law.
Of all people. And Huffine says that he's already basically demolishing and doing construction work at the Zorro Ranch because he says he's turning the ranch into a Christian retreat for children. Now,
you do understand that he's going to pave over what they are suspecting are the graves of dead children that allegedly were offed by Epstein and his cabal. So he's gonna make it into a fucking Christian retreat for children, and this guy happens to also harvest blood for treatment. What the fuck? What the fuck are the conspiracies, like the conspiracy theorists, doing? How in the fuck is QAnon not freaking the fuck out about this?
Follows the unanimous vote in the New Mexico legislature where they agreed to...
That's right. They think that Trump is just playing the long game and he's going to fucking release all this randomly. I saw that on Twitter the other day.
A truth commission to investigate the crimes that were committed at Epstein's New Mexico ranch that Epstein called the Zorro Ranch. I did a deep dive into the unthinkable and heinous acts that likely took place there. And the New Mexico legislature, they've just begun their investigation.
Way to pep up Marcellus.
It's a group of
I can't stand this guy.
Legislature.
I really can't. I don't understand people that actively watch the Midas Touch and like all of their videos, because this guy, he's got negative riz.
Legislators, you have a individual by the name of...
And his eyes are creepy as fuck. Can we just admit that the Marcellus brothers look weird?
Andrea Romero, she's one of...
I don't usually attack looks. Yeah, I do.
Sponsors. She's a state representative there who's one of the leaders of this truth commission. And they want to conduct an investigation. What went down at the Zorro Ranch?
Why do I think the UK is any better? Because they're even doing the optics of going after Andrew. They understand that they need someone to go down for this.
There's no investigation before.
Here, they don't want to play that game because they all have something on each other.
Or why did the feds...
I think that I honest to God think Andrew was just too stupid to even think that he should get some blackmail on people. So people found out that he had nothing, so they were like, "Oh, he's a safe target."
The New Mexico AG and the New Mexico do not do sex trafficking investigations. And then why did the DOJ not do investigations there? What else went down there? Epstein purchased that Zorro Ranch in 1993 from a former governor of New Mexico. We know that there were initial FBI investigations in the ranch around 2006, 2007. And when the FBI started to ask the house managers their questions about masseuses and individuals coming in and out and girls coming in and out, the house managers got a call from the home office saying, do not speak with these FBI agents anymore. And then the house managers was like 06, 07.
Dude, the local police department were the ones who even were looking at that house and they were just like, well, that's fucking sus as hell. Why the hell do they have a crematorium?
Kicked out the FBI agents and then nothing really ever happened there again. But we know from the victims and the survivors' accounts that that was one of the sites of some of the most heinous acts. I'll go through that in a moment. But here is Don Huffines right here.
I'm pointing out that talking about this topic does absolutely nothing. Everyone is so fed up but afraid to do anything because we're in We're in our safe corals, like his room full of useless objects.
Going on a show with Matt
What are you doing about this?
Gates on OAN saying,
You're sitting in my chat, dumbass.
That-
Like, what the fuck? The people that come in here thinking that they are somehow fucking superior for pointing out, oh, this guy's just sitting on the internet bringing this up. I'm actually bringing it to the, not a huge amount of people's attention, but it's more than you are.
it's the property's already basically under construction. It's now being transformed into a Christian retreat. He says,
God damn
it was a dark place, and now it's going to be a place of light, and there's going to be children there, and it'll be a Christian retreat for children and families on the Epstein Zorro Ranch. What in the world? And you're doing construction there? Isn't it a location where there's an investigation taking?
We can only talk about this for now.
Place.
Well, think about the alternative. This guy wants us to shut up and I don't know.
If you're isn't there an issue that people have questions about whether bodies are being buried there and and you're doing construction there right now, and you're announcing that right after the Truth Commission was created to issue subpoenas and do investigations on the property? I mean, hello, are y'all seeing what I'm seeing right here? Here's Don Huffines. Again, he's a MAGA Republican.
Yeah, as far as actually having an audience, yeah.
He calls himself Ultra MAGA.
Except for maybe Mouse's houses. I don't know about him.
He was
check out his channel, but yeah.
Texas State.
It's not like you actually are doing anything of substance as far as like having your own voice, having your own stream, any of that shit. Here you're just you're in my chat criticizing me.
Representative or Texas State Senator.
Who's the useless one?
He went to Moscow in 2018 as a Texas State legislator in order to help Moscow or normalize relations.
But keep being triggered. I see how it goes.
Between the United States and Moscow. His whole thing is Trump this, Trump that, Trump that. His son, Russell, currently has a top job in the White House. His son's a young guy currently working in the White House. Hello. Here's what Don Huffines told Matt Gaetz. Here, play this clip.
Now you have plans to take something evil and bring it into goodness, bring it into light and positivity. Tell us about that plan.
Well, of course, that is the main reason I bought the property. This was obviously a dark place, and we wanted to put light in a dark place. It always shines the brightest when you do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this. The plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. As a matter of fact, it's under construction today, and that's our.
So you're telling us that right as the cops are about to send in some investigators to start digging up some shit, you're just gonna fucking send in construction crews, huh?
Well, that's why we named it San Rafael. We named it Saint Raphael, as you probably know. An archangel, and his what he does and helps people with is healing and being the healer, and also blessing those that are traveling. And we think that's really germane to this property.
Now, I just want you to think about this. He's on with Matt Gaetz. Yeah, Matt Gaetz, who the House Ethics Committee found substantial evidence about Gaetz having sex
to be fair,
with an underage girl in 2017, and that he regularly paid women.
Seems to be the common thread.
For sex while he was in Congress. That's what the final report said. Here's the headline from CNBC. Matt Gaetz, former Trump AG pick, had sex with underage girl while in Congress. House Ethics reports. I know you know that already, but you have
That's
Gaetz.
the reason he's not in Congress anymore.
Doing the interview with Huffines. Huffines saying he's turning the Zorro Ranch of Epstein that he purchased at a discounted price because of the history into a Christian retreat for children, and that it's already under construction. What is going on? Here is New Mexico State Representative Andrea Romero, who is the co-sponsor, talking about what the Truth Commission was going to do, what she was learning more, and what people are learning more about what went down at the Zorro Ranch. Here's what she said, and I think this was before we learned about
church teaming up with pedos. Wow.
About the construction.
Trust me, if you knew about the church and like what they cover up, you wouldn't be surprised.
Right around the same. Construction for a Christian retreat is all of a sudden taking place at the Zorro Ranch, which they now call it.
Just type in Christian pastor gets arrested for child pee.
Raphael, here, play this clip.
Thank you for talking to us.
Or child prom.
Andrea Romero. I wonder, first of all, if you could tell our audience what is alleged to have happened at this ranch.
I hate the fact that we can't just, say it like adults and just be like, yeah, this is what's going on. This is what they're covering up.
We know there are allegations that the Zorro Ranch hosted.
I mean, you got fucking TikTok where you have to say smexualizing. Yeah. We live in a great time.
Numerous occasions of not only child sex,
very serious
abuse, human trafficking, but other heinous potential crimes at the ranch. We don't know the extent to which these crimes may have occurred or how often. We know that Jeffrey Epstein was operating in our state for 26 years. And so the allegations at this ranch are horrifying for what we already know. And it seems every single day we get a new piece of information that is such a cause for alarm.
Right. Okay. So I mean, your Truth Commission, which is now being set up, is going, as I understand it, is going to investigate claims that Epstein trafficked, abused, killed, and buried victims on.
Again, if you're going to try and insult me for being stupid, at least spell right.
On this property. Is that correct?
Fucking Christ.
That's correct. Again, even in the last few weeks, with the new information that we've received from the Department of Justice publicly,
real winners.
We are learning that there may have been reports to the FBI back in 2019 or prior to of bodies being buried, of folks being trafficked. It's absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, look back at points in history where we had to resort to speaking in code. Dark era. Yeah.
To learn about these allegations. So we're really grateful to have a Truth Commission since the statutes of limitations have run on so many of the sex crimes that we know about or have been alleged. We're going to be doing a thorough investigation on everything that we can uncover about what happened at the ramp.
Flat out, getting older sucks, but it doesn't have to. Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptides is going to be the key to your health goals.
Do you actually offer anything to this, like, this organization besides doing your little fucking, like, ad reads for your brothers? Like, God.
So here's a statement that just came out.
It really does kind of like annoy me that Midas Touch was the one that broke through.
The other day from Don Huffines. Here's how he describes things. In 2023, 4 years after Epstein's death, San Rafael Ranch had been listed on the open market for years and was scheduled for public auction. Let's pause there. Didn't you name it San Rafael Ranch? It was Zorro Ranch, right? It was Epstein's 10,000 acre ranch, 27,000 square feet complex where heinous and unthinkable torture happened. At the time of the sale, it was marketed that proceeds would go to the victims. It has since been confirmed by the estate's attorney that the proceeds from the sale benefited the victims. Or did it go to creditors? But you're invoking the victims? Just stop. I hate when they keep invoking the victims. If you were proud of this purchase, why'd you buy it under an LLC? Why wouldn't you just buy it under Don Huffines and brag about it and put out releases and say that you did it? Why was it done in a way that was kind of very quietly done before? And until you wanted to challenge the property taxes, it really wasn't known who the purchaser was, in my opinion. What the enemy once meant for evil, God can redeem for good. That's why we renamed the property San Rafael, after the saint associated with physical and
Pedo Ranch.
Spiritual healing, and began plans immediately to remake it.
Meanwhile, it's going to be a Christian camp. Doesn't that track?
As
it really does.
Christian
so on brand, it's kind of scary.
Retreat, reclaiming it for Jesus. Even the new entrance will reflect the mission and will read, "Blessed are those who come in the name of the Lord."
Who got blocked, dumbass? I can still see your fucking chats.
By 2024, my family's
Dude, seriously, whine harder.
Ownership was public and had been posted on social media.
Well, he doesn't weed my stuff.
Yeah.
Well.
Why not in 2023? We have
bunch of babies.
We've always maintained an open line of communication with local authorities. No law enforcement agency has ever approached me to request access, and I have always
You really do act like Trump.
Said unequivocally that any such request would be met with immediate access and full cooperation. That is what desperate political opponents do. Last-minute lies and dirty tricks. I don't think this is a political thing. I don't think this is a political thing at all. And if you're so willing to cooperate, why are you now doing construction on it? Why are you doing demolition on it? Why are you there doing all? You knew about the investigation, so why are you doing this? I mean, in my opinion, that raises red flags. Although you're free to disagree with me. Here's Don Huffines with Bannon. Here's Don Huffines at Mar-a-Lago with his wife. Here's the Huffines family with Carrie Lake, so you can see it all for yourself. Just to remind you, this was the ranch where Epstein.
As I said, guys. And here, we're just pretending like, not sus at all.
He hoped to seed all of the human race with his DNA. It's one of the areas, that's one of the things that it was, one of the ways it was described. We have an email dated December 20th, 2019, confirming that prosecutors likely never searched Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. We know that abuse happened at this ranch. Torture, potentially murder, happened at this ranch with Epstein. Perhaps a lot. I mean, there are allegations, just allegations, that there are bodies buried there. Those need to be investigated. So why is there construction on the site right now to build a Christian retreat? I'm just asking questions. The evidence was never collected by federal prosecutors. Here's what the feds were emailing to each other. Jeffrey Epstein estate meeting, December 20th, 2019. Talking about separately, I've conveyed your request for a meeting to discuss the possibility of resolving the government's forfeiture claims. We also review the status of the search warrant return with respect to the island property, and we have not searched the New Mexico property, and I hope this is useful in the interim. Why didn't you search the New Mexico property? There is an email over here.
Again, dude. The fact is, the conspiracy crowd, they would have latched onto this if this was a Biden thing. 10,000%. This is all we would hear about.
From the feds to each other. Thank you for your response and the additional information about the New Mexico AG's office. We look.
But nah, Donald Trump's gonna go start World War III, so we stopped talking about the Epstein files.
Forward to speaking with you on Thursday. What number should we call? These are the feds talking to each other September 9th, 2019, during Trump's first administration. As a preview in response, we spoke with the New Mexico AG's office back in July 2019. In essence,
here I tried it once.
They agreed to cease any investigation into sex trafficking and share whatever they had gathered to date regarding sex trafficking activity with our office. We agreed that they were free to proceed with whatever other investigations unrelated to sex trafficking.
Yep, the whole world is prosecuting the pedos, but we're sitting here having fucking semantical arguments on the internet and having a whole bunch of people not even understanding that they are standing up for this shit.
Have concerning Epstein and told them that
if you're not overtly condemning this, then you're standing up for it, which means you're protecting pedophiles, which means you don't care about the victims, you don't care about any of this shit.
Conclusion of our case, we would pass along any information.
So thank you for handing us the moral superiority on this one on a silver platter.
We may have gathered about state crimes that were committed in their jurisdiction. We have not communicated with anyone from the New Mexico AG's office since that conversation in July 2019. What? Why didn't you? Why didn't you do the sex trafficking investigation? Why didn't you issue subpoenas? Why didn't you get the surveillance cameras? Why didn't you execute a search warrant and confiscate the stuff there and the files and things that were there? Why didn't you do anything? There was more horrible things going on at the ranch than even the island, than even New York, than even West Palm Beach. I know that's hard to believe. Take a look right here as well. This was an email from 2009 that was sent to the FBI. Some interesting facts should be passed on to the investigative agent in the Epstein case. Zorro Trust, belonging to Epstein, won an $80 million lottery ticket in New Mexico. I actually didn't win in New Mexico.
Or not, Trump is the easiest one to ignore out of all of this.
Oklahoma. The Zorro Trust won an $80 million lottery in Oklahoma.
It's his obvious fucking corrupt cabinet that is the one that you can just point to and be like, yeah, what the fuck, man?
And there are emails.
Can we all wonder collectively why Pam Bondi still has a job?
Between Epstein and girls talking about
Cash Patel, any of them?
Lottery tickets and how to win the lottery. Okay. Zorro Ranch, belonging to Epstein, sits close to the U.S.-Mexican border, where most trafficked children are routed prior to being dispersed to the East Coast. Several high-ranking...
And this is the problem. If Trump doesn't start actually like getting rid of those people, then all I can do is assume that they are covering up for him, that he is implicated. Like, he doesn't understand that he looks more guilty just by fucking playing these games.
Officials and friends of Epstein have confirmed he had sexual relations with trafficked underage minors, and Ghislaine Maxwell and were served last week.
I mean, I know that people in here, like the MAGA heads in my chat right now, will not believe this. Like, they won't. And it's fine. But realistically, there's a lot of people, even in MAGA, that are done with this shit.
Key witnesses. This was from 2009. There's this document right here, the FBI investigation, February 13th, 2017. This is what I told you, where these FBI agents show up at the Zorro Ranch. It's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's the city of Stanley, county of Santa Fe. They speak with the house managers. The house managers are talking about Epstein showing up by helicopter, bringing over masseuses, financial records, arranging massages. And then it says, upon arriving at their office where they were going to get the records about the massages and give the FBI records of other things and women who were there, or girls that were there, the house manager received a phone call from the main office that told them they were no longer allowed to speak with us. The interview was immediately ended. Here's an email, November 21, 2019, in the Epstein files. Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last time, depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all, a former staff.
Yep, it's implied he scrubbed the files just badly and is trying to fix his slip up.
At Zorro. Yeah. The material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about...
Yeah, but meanwhile, we have Pam Bondi coming out here saying that we got all the files. Even when she was saying that shit, it was commonly agreed upon that they only gave us half of the 6 million that we thought were all the files until, oh god damn it, that wasn't even 2%.
About Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know that someone...
Most MAGA are done with this shit. You see bots, kids, and R words defending this. Yeah.
In the hills outside of Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried.
Keep the slurs off, Chad.
On orders of Jeffrey and Madam G.
If you want to be here, that's...
Both died of strangulation during rough fetish sex.
I understand that there's the other idiots that I'll just have to, ban for not being able to act, normal.
Here's the video footage of Epstein. Then it says, link 1, sex with minor, 13 minutes. Video 2, threesome, 27 minutes. Video 3, 12 minutes. Video 19 minutes, sex video, 7 minutes. Underage girl, 23 minutes. Rape fantasy video, 15 minutes. 7, girl from Bay Area suicide attempt confession to Madam G. Please arrange for 1 Bitcoin by 6 p.m. Eastern time today to my Bitcoin wallet address. So there you have it. I mean, certainly it raises a lot of questions with me. And the fact that you have Gates doing that interview. Wow. Anyway, we're so close to 6 million subscribers.
Go to sleep, Ben. Get some fucking sleep.
Stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. More
to the guy that was saying that there was no evidence of Trump doing anything.
News, the woman who told the FBI that
emails aren't evidence.
That Trump sexually assaulted her as a child included a matching claim against a quote-unquote prominent wealthy man, unquote, from New York. in the lawsuit she filed against Epstein's estate and was reportedly paid to settle.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people, for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
I hate how she says important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Coup. Trump's Department of
I'm not the best speaker, but I'll just say,
Justice,
like, if you're going to put it in a bumper,
removed a record from the Epstein files that shows that the FBI interviewed on 4 occasions a girl who was a credible accuser against Donald Trump of sexual and physical violence against her while she was a minor. But that record,
Deanna, we had to take that one down,
is now gone from the Epstein files. This is all according to reporting from Roger Sullenberger, who is a former
Correcto Mundo, without the O. Adios, gang. Best wishes. Hey, appreciate that. Hope you subbed and liked the channel.
Reporter at the Daily Beast. He was a politics reporter there, and he's been doggedly reporting on the Epstein files. This is his latest story. DOJ removed record.
Don't worry about it, Deanna.
Of multiple.
I was just letting you know.
FBI interviews with underage Trump accuser. Epstein data shows. I'm going to jump over here to the actual document from the Epstein files that shows this interview that the FBI, one of the interviews that the FBI conducted with this girl back in 2019. She's now an adult. She was accusing Donald Trump of sexually and physically assaulting her back in the early to mid 1980s. But this is the document, the interview with her. I'm going to be summarizing a lot of Andrew's reporting because
that they're not going to listen to it.
The information that he has been presenting in his reporting has been
again. If this was 100% a fucking Democrat, they would be all over this shit. They would be begging for this to be unredacted.
He finds it in the Epstein files. So,
but no,
things can be kind of disjointed and a little out.
Is it direct evidence of Trump doing something bad? I won't believe it then.
Of a good narrative sync, so I'm going to kind of put things into more of a chronological order to make it easier for you to understand. But this is the first interview that was conducted back on July 24th, 2019. This is just 2 weeks before Epstein was found dead. And as you can see her in her interview, there are large portions.
So when these documents come out in the international prosecutions, then what? Well, the problem is they have been redacted by the FBI. Like, so the original files, like we can't even see them.
Beginning that are redacted and then redaction.
Like that's why everybody's kind of freaking out about this, where it's just like, yo, dude, this is the biggest cover up in the history of our country. And we're all just like, we don't even know what to do with it.
Throughout,
like they accidentally flooded the zone like the way they have with everything else in the past 2 years, but this one was this was legit accidental.
I won't bore you with reading through this entire long document.
I hope Andrew turns on everyone. I'm sorry, but I think he was one of the ones that didn't know anything, and like everybody had blackmail on him, but he had nothing because he didn't think that this would ever happen. This is actually kind of my one. Like the good part to come out of this is all these powerful fuckers are feeling very scared right now. They are very uncertain because they were like, oh, we didn't think this would ever come to light. Oh no.
A summary of her accusation against Trump that was included in a...
No, what this will take is for a bunch of people in MAGA to put their fucking worship aside for a fucking minute and look at this shit and go, yeah, you know what? Trump is the president. He's the one that could just take care of all this in an executive order. Remember, this is the man that says he can do anything with his fucking EKG signature. Why in the fuck can't he just release the fucking files? Why play these games?
In this,
why the redactions? Why the fuck? Like, why go through all these fucking all the rigmarole to have it even fucking voted on?
What you're looking at here, which is a slide.
If he was so transparent, why the fuck didn't he just sign an executive order to unredact all and release every single Epstein file? It's almost like he knows that he's in them.
Show presentation
And I mean more than what we already know.
Around some of...
How's the wife doing today? She's doing good. She might still be in chat. I'm not sure if she's still hanging out, but I know that she's been popping in and out here.
Accusations that were made against prominent people that was prepared by the FBI and the Justice Department. And it says that against Trump, redacted,
She was upset that I didn't have my horizontal chat on, or my horizontal stream
introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head. And
this was a 13-year-old girl, by the way.
And kicked her out. And this would have happened back sometime between 1983 and 1985, when this girl would have been between 13 and 15.
Actually, they couldn't. I have finally I was looking at why the Democrats wouldn't have released this like all these years. It was the investigation.
This next document.
So I'm just going to say
that I'm showing, this is the one that...
If you can't accept that it was still under investigation and Ghislaine was still under, like, they were still trying to prosecute her, but I do think that they were also protecting people.
Was removed.
So lock them up too.
By the Justice Department. This is just a
Lock them all up, but you do forget that Donald Trump was the president when he died from 2016 to 2019. He could have done all this too. Why didn't he do it then?
The log.
If he knew all about this and he wanted to blow the whistle on Epstein, why didn't he release all the files then?
Really?
Why didn't he release them before Epstein died?
It's just a database or a spreadsheet of all of...
Weird. That's odd, right? Right? Because, like, again, based on your logic, Biden should have been the one to release these, but again... Yeah, it could go back to Obama, Bush, Clinton. Why? Why was Trump also not going to release them?
A lot of evidence that was...
It's almost like your arguments fall apart the second that we point out, it's like, oh yeah, he was there. Like,
not presented at Ghislaine Maxwell.
You guys are adorable on that, like, with that kind of way of protecting him, though. Like, I will say that, like, the way you idolize the guy is just...
trial, that this was evidence.
It's pathetic, but also it's kind of adorable that you genuinely think that he would come and, like, save you in any way, shape, or form.
About witnesses that the Justice Department was not going to call in their trial against Ghislaine Maxwell. And included here, right at the top, you don't really need to be able to read this too well. I've zoomed in really as much as I can.
The Epstein File Transparency Act? You mean the one that was signed by fucking Donald Trump in Congress pretty much forcefully?
Here. But really,
because he wouldn't release the files?
Really what this is just a catalog of these interviews that were conducted with this woman. I just showed you the transcript or the notes that were taken off of one of those interviews, the first one that happened.
Why would Trump have Howard Lutnick on his fucking team right now who is implicated in the files?
On July 24th. But in here, there is references made to 3 additional interviews that happened in the subsequent.
Yeah, but why, by your logic, why try him on all the petty shit? Why not just release the files to take Trump down?
Weeks. And 3...
Even though the petty shit was, the stuff you care about, fraud. Like defrauding people. That's what he was convicted of in New York. The E. Jean Carroll thing, which I know you guys don't believe that, but he was convicted by a jury.
Taken. And I'll know.
He's not allowed to have his Trump charity anymore in New York because, fraud.
But these notes...
What's up, DJX? Good to see you.
Apparently, at least according to Andrew Sullenberger's reporting, do not appear in the Epstein files. We only...
Pedos protect pedos? Yep.
Only have the...
That's all they got right here. That shit's made up.
One note of the interview with this credible...
That shit's so made up that he is actually found guilty.
Accuser against Donald Trump. So where are those other notes? We
That's
don't know.
weird. It's almost like you will never believe anything. It's all a witch hunt. It's all a hoax unless Donald Trump was the one that was, going after someone else. Then he's the be-all and all.
Made to them that we're aware of.
Dude, seriously, your idol worship is... it's lame.
Is in this document that I'm showing here, but this document is
you love him more than Jesus.
No longer accessible in the Epstein files, and I'll show you. What we're looking at here is actually
we're literally watching something that would definitely hurt him.
Wayback Machine, which is a...
But you've already You already believe whatever the fuck you're gonna believe. You think he's not in it, therefore you believe he's not in it.
An internet.
But you are in the mass minority of this fucking country right now. The mass majority of even your party, by the way, want this revealed.
At archive of former web pages that people on the internet will save and put here so that they can be accessed into the future, even if that web page were to go down.
Yeah, all of a sudden the Epstein files are a joke.
That's what we're looking at here is a screenshot, roughly a save of that
Trump is the Messiah
website that was taken on January 31st of this.
If that's your Messiah
year. But now if you try to visit
that's your choice for the Antichrist, you really know how to pick them.
Same web address that appears up here at the top of the screen, if you try to just enter this in
Fleece Johnson, what's up, man?
To an internet browser,
welcome to the show.
Page not found on the Justice Department's website.
I'm so sick of MAGAs and their Kool-Aid drinking and how they suck up Trump's
website, meaning that this file
is
no longer publicly.
They definitely put a straw in his diaper.
Accessible as part of the Epstein files. This reference that shows that there were multiple interviews with this credible Trump accuser. And this is a post from Roger Sullenberger on X where he says more news.
Also, welcome to the show, Maudinable.
The woman who told the FBI that Trump sexually assaulted her as a child included a matching claim against a quote-unquote...
So these are just claims, right? Is that what it is? These are all just baseless claims? There's so many of them.
Prominent...
But they're all baseless?
Wealthy man, unquote, from New
York. With no evidence.
In the lawsuit she filed against Epstein's estate and was reported...
My favorite part is that you guys don't understand how bad you clowned yourself the last fucking 5 years. And now this is all being released. You're sitting here just like, nah.
Paid to settle. So she's a credible accuser. She sued Epstein's estate and got a settlement out of that lawsuit. And she also included in there a matching claim against a prominent wealthy man from New York that she does not name. And in this summary of her interview with the FBI on July 24th, 2019, she also makes a reference to not wanting to being afraid of leveling accusations or implying any accusations against Trump because she's afraid about retaliation against herself. That's what her lawyer says here in this document. So there are several concerning things that come out about this. One, that the Department of Justice is removing a file from the Epstein files and making it so it's no longer publicly accessible. What's the purpose there? Why is the reason?
Well, again, the fact is the nice part about the internet is the internet gonna internet, and they made a fucking copy of that.
That one document has been...
So now we have definitive proof that they are going through and removing files and pictures.
Removed. The Department of Justice has not said anything publicly about this. It's just through Andrew's reporting that we are even aware that this document was removed and what it showed. Also, why are not all of these files, all of these interview summaries being released? Just the first one that is heavily redacted with this credible witness is presented. And yet, where are these other two notes that were taken on these other 3 interviews that happened? That's the first thing, is just the amount of information that is still being hidden from the public on the Epstein files. That as much as the Department of Justice wants to try and claim like we've released everything, clearly not. There is more.
People are printing copies. Oh yeah.
Here that is not being released to us. Why not?
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that they're fucking putting this shit on floppy disks.
Be fully
just because it's like, who expects that?
Transparent. Show this information. It is what Congress mandated in the law that it passed. Follow the law.
It's going to be annoying in about a year when all these MAGA chuds pretend to be on the right side of history.
Release this information.
No,
the second thing here is with the timeline.
No, I'm sorry. I'm convinced that anybody that's still standing up for Donald Trump right now, they're not going to ever abandon ship.
Because this woman was interviewed 2 weeks before Jeffrey Epstein was found dead. She also did a subsequent interview on August 7th, 2019. That's just 3 days before he was found dead. And then she was interviewed on August 20th, 10 days after he was found dead. And then again in October, on October 16th of 2019. So as these interviews are playing out, Epstein is found dead in the middle of them. I don't want to imply that because this woman was presenting, a credible accusation against Trump, that means that, that's why Epstein died.
I mean, it does Stop it. He doesn't want to do it. I'll fucking do it. No, but it is sus as fuck that this woman who could have had her testimony corroborated in a court of law by Epstein, getting him another sweetheart deal, then he ends up dead? It's a coincidence. It's just a magical coincidence.
Supposedly killed himself, or may have been murdered, as some people accuse or hypothesize.
I'm glad that I don't have to play the game that he does, because technically they are playing at real journalism. I'm a commentator. I could just go, no.
Has nothing to do with this, but the timeline is relevant that the president, because this would have been during.
But sometimes this is why our space, like the commentary space, is looked at like we are journalists. It's because we just say what the fuck we're gonna say. We don't have to play these fucking games.
Trump's first term, the president could have been made aware that his FBI was talking.
No, and I do respect status quo, and I know that when it comes down to it, Jordan will say what's on his mind. But yes, I don't know, guys. They swore that they weren't gonna, button up anymore just because they were with Midas. Sure as shit, yeah, they are.
To a credible accuser against him personally. I should also say here that the FBI found her to be a credible.
Hey, Coheed and Cannabis, what up?
A credible accuser, because they interviewed her not just once, but multiple times. And the FBI got many, many tips, some of which involved Trump.
They are not only talking about Trump, but since he just happens to be, I don't know, the fucking president.
And did not.
Oh, yeah. I love the ones that are like, why do you have such bad TDS? Instead of just acknowledging that this man literally puts himself into our lives and then makes these decisions that impact our everyday lives. And a lot of them are not good. Oh, yeah. Why would we care about that?
Not necessarily.
He's so inconsequential.
Do interview.
It's the same way that I don't know, for the past 4 fucking years, I didn't have to hear, or I only heard about how, let's go, Brandon. We're so clever.
On all of those, because they could have just been cranks or insane people or had no backing whatsoever. But in this case, the FBI saw
the only reason MAGA support Trump, he's a criminal. They think he's like them, racist and gun users. He doesn't even, I don't think he's ever shot a gun. Let's be real. I'm 99% sure that he has never fired anything.
Interview this woman 4 different times, and then also include a summary of her accusations in subsequent files that were
Adam Mockler's on Midas. Yeah, I know.
Were released as part of the Epstein files. So she is seen as credible. And then, of course, also there was that lawsuit that she was able to get settled against the Epstein.
By the way, guys, I forgot that we got the pup back here.
State that lends more credence to the
everybody say
accusations
hi
that she was making. But none of this necessarily proves anything. I want to be careful on that point. Nothing here is proven.
Mike, nobody deleted your comment. YouTube did.
That's something.
That means that it was against TOS. That means you need to learn how to use the platform.
That Andrew points out.
Besides just bitching, I'm being stifled, I'm being censored.
In his reporting as well. In fact, it might be impossible to prove this woman's story, because at least from the information that is included in the FBI interview summary.
For being so unbothered by everything, gotta get a lot of MAGA complainers in my chat.
Is that this woman
Dementia
did not document any of these things at the time. Of course, she's 13 to 15, but did not keep any contemporaneous written notes as to what
TDS. Trump has TDS. Trump dementia syndrome.
What happened. Really only told her mother.
I don't like it. You're starting to use the thing that I came up with against me.
Who has since passed on, and her mother did not maintain a journal or anything along those lines. So this may never be known for certain what happened, but what we do know is there's a credible accuser against the president. one of her interview summaries was released, a document that showed that there were more interviews of her.
I'm a Republican, but I will never associate with the far-right psychos. This shit is crazy.
Has now been...
Heck no, 89. I appreciate you being honest and open about that. I welcome you on to the channel. I may not agree with you on everything politically. I am more left, but you know what?
Removed.
I welcome you here, man.
From the Epstein files.
I even welcome MAGA, but it's like, dude,
we're going to continue
some of them don't know how to act.
To cover the Epstein files here in detail at Status Coup News, the way we have been over the last many weeks and months. If you want to continue to follow along with that reporting, please get subscribed. And if you want to support our reporting, please go to statuscoup.com/join.
Have been achieved. The DOJ has released all of the Epstein files, or so they claim, except for at least 3 million documents that they previously said were responsive and needed to be released. Those are still being withheld by the most transparent administration in history.
God, I love how we can just...
But in its...
You start to break it down, you're like, oh wow, this really is insane.
Valentine's Day letter to Congress, DOJ declared that it had fulfilled its obligations under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, but that it was still withholding some files.
Yep.
Though the agency didn't say how many files, though they previously said...
By the way, everybody, if you're enjoying the content, hit the like button on your way in or out, and definitely sub to the channel.
You know, there were 3 million to go. So, yeah, that doesn't look great. Now, to be fair, some of those documents should be withheld by the terms of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, or EFTA. Some of them probably contain graphic sexual material or sensitive personal information about survivors. But victim protection isn't the only reason that the DOJ is now hiding documents. The agency is claiming that it can continue to hide a bunch of records under various legal privileges. But Congress was pretty clear in the EFTA. Those kinds of privileges just don't apply here, because the categories of documents the DOJ must release are shockingly broad. Like, waive all your privileges and release all the documents and videos broad. But who could possibly have seen this coming? We did. We saw it coming.
Everybody did.
And I actually asked Congressman Jamie Raskin this exact question 2 days before the DOJ released a letter saying it was not turning over responsive documents based on privileges it doesn't have. He was...
Thank you, Mouse's Houses.
Surprised. Reading through the Epstein Files Transparency Act, again with an eye towards that particular defense.
What do I think about the Mamdani tax hike? I think that the fact that he is essentially telling his everybody in New York that it's like you either vote to raise the taxes on people that, you know, billionaires and corporations, or it falls on you, the rest of the New Yorkers. That's how it works.
Privilege is not a...
Honestly, this is the best leverage point I've ever seen.
Defense to withholding.
I think that it's telling that the New York Post and Fox News only clip the second part. Why would they do that if they had so much confidence in, you know, him failing with what he's saying?
Responsive documents.
The federal law that we passed obviously overrides whatever state...
Dude, he ran on this. He literally ran on increasing the taxes of the fucking billionaire class in New York.
Level privilege.
The only people that are shit shocked, again, are the ones that are being force-fed the news to be shit shocked.
You think you've got
anywhere else, you would just be like, it's only his second month in office. This is based as fuck. You want to talk about delivering shit? The rent caps, just that alone.
The statute are perfectly clear about that. So that is fraudulent, that argument that she was floating yesterday.
But now he's going after the, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. You start a class war. Let them fight it out.
Covered in depth how the EFTA became law in previous...
Now, will this work out? Not necessarily, because we had a similar referendum in Chicago that did not pass because you had a whole bunch of businesses that spent a whole bunch of money being very vague about no new taxes, no new taxes.
Videos, but let's...
Guess who ended up with the tax hikes?
Speedrunner recap.
All of us.
Republicans and the Trump administration did everything in their power to keep this act from passing. They leveraged government shutdowns, intimidation campaigns, and even prevented a lawfully elected Democratic member of Congress from being sworn in to cast the deciding vote. In the end, though, congressional Democrats, with the help of
Raskin actually might get something done, being an ass or not, yeah.
A handful of Republican members got the EFTA passed. And by the time it got to the floor, every single member of Congress, except for one, voted to pass.
I'm in New York, dude. The state budget skills have been the worst no matter who ran the state. Yeah, but Eric Adams really fucked you guys on that one.
That's the law. And so with a veto
Just objectively, he did.
proof majority, President Trump had no option left but to sign the law. Else his base keep asking a lot of questions already answered by his "I'm not involved with Jeffrey Epstein" t-shirt. And as an example of how irony can be quite ironic, that meme actually began its life literally as a comment about unrelated human trafficking. Now, the EFTA is an extremely focused law. It's only really 2 pages long. It requires the DOJ to publish all records related to Jeffrey Epstein, his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, his flight logs or travel records, individuals named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal and civil proceedings, companies or other organizations.
Didn't Adams leave like a 10 billion hole? Yep.
Organizations with known or alleged ties to Epstein's trafficking.
Good point.
Or financial networks, any immunity deals or similar agreements involving Epstein and his associates, internal DOJ documents, including communications regarding.
Yeah, the difference in Chicago is we got J.B. Pritzker, who did not leave that problem to Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson has his own problem story about
investigations of Epstein.
I still have to watch his appearance on HASAN. I only saw like parts of it.
And communications and documents regarding how the Epstein documents were handled. And Congress gave the Department of Justice 30 days to complete this task. The agency failed. It took them months to release any documents, and when the DOJ did finally release some documents over the course of December, January, and February, the agency still withheld millions of pages and applied a lot of redactions that they shouldn't have. Now, Congress carved out only a few narrow categories of documents that the agency could keep secret: personally identifiable information and other sensitive.
The problem is they didn't put any penalties on this.
Information about victims, child sexual abuse materials, information that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or
Isn't it only a 9% property tax hike?
ongoing prosecution.
Yeah, 9%'s a lot.
Documents that depict death, physical abuse, or injury, and classified information. And Congress explicitly said that no records shall be withheld, delayed,
Especially when you're like, you know, making what, $40,000 a year on average?
or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. But across 3 letters to Congress in December, January, and February, the DOJ claimed that it could withhold information covered by deliberative process privilege, work product privilege, and attorney-client privilege. But members of Congress, including Representative Raskin, who we talked to about this, reminded America's top attorneys that this is not how the legal system works, and subpoenaed Attorney General Pamela Jo Bondi to explain her legal theory to Congress.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Now, in a courtroom context, this would have been documented.
She's such a bitch.
As the witness.
And not even like a good one. She's just
unresponsive.
God damn.
And in the context of a congressional hearing, this was just a cluster of. But anyway, let's break down why Attorney General Bondi thinks that she can claim privilege and withhold responsive documents. Now, Congress members were probably particularly upset because they had been really clear that these kinds of documents have to be disclosed. And one category of documents that the Act expressly requires the DOJ to disclose is internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes, concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. And those are exactly the kinds of documents that the DOJ is now claiming it can withhold. But the privileges that the agency is asserting are common law principles that make some kinds of documents immune from normal disclosure or discovery in civil litigation and under the Freedom of Information Act. For example, the deliberative process privilege generally allows agencies to withhold documents that would reveal the agency's internal deliberations or decision-making process.
Somebody needs to be held accountable for this giant farce, even more so that it was so obvious. Well, again, in any other presidency, Donald Trump would be resigning.
And this is that if those discussions were made public, it would show.
But he, again, there's no shame. There's just, we live in a fucking post-truth era where he's not going to leave. There isn't any consequences.
Discussion within agencies and keep agency employees from being candid in their policy assessments. That privilege is limited, though.
No, the worst case is going to happen, guys. I'm going to just call it. He's going to improve the economy, so it's going to make it much harder for us to have anything to take to the fucking general populace and be like, guys, like, this is fucked up, and the Epstein stuff isn't enough, which I have to tell you right now, is fucked up.
It only covers opinion-related discussions within government. It doesn't allow agencies to withhold.
But yeah, Q2 is going to fucking rebound. People aren't going to give a shit about the war.
Facts or withhold discussions from parties.
He's going to rig the next election. He's going to win it. Honestly, guys, I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but fucking A.
Outside.
What are we doing? We're still playing these fucking political games of doing the infighting. We got the liberal versus lefty infighting. I'll cover that with HASAN here in a minute. I'm actually going to call out HASAN on this because I think that, honestly, Great timing, bro.
The government, and it only allows agencies to withhold.
I did have some time to sit down and think about this. Yeah, you know what? This is really the time to be doing this.
Pre-decisional materials. Once a decision is made, those kind of materials should not be withheld. Similarly, attorney work product privilege covers documents that are prepared by an attorney in anticipation of litigation. It's meant to protect an attorney's mental impressions, conclusions, opinions, and legal theories. And then, of course, there's the well-known attorney-client privilege that protects confidential communications between a lawyer and their client that relate to the client's seeking of legal advice or services. Now, the DOJ claims those privileges are sacrosanct and can only be limited when Congress has used, quote, clear statutory language. And in its letter to Congress, DOJ argues that, quote, before any departure from the rule affirmed through the ages of the common law, a rule having its solid foundation in the best interests of society can be adjudged, the language declaring the legislative will should be so clear as to prevent doubt as to its intent and limit. And, quote, Congress expresses its intentions.
Outside intervention is going to be the only thing that saves us.
Statutory text passed by both houses and signed by the president. But to me, it seems like the very cases that the DOJ is citing actually undercut the
thing is, you ever been watching a movie where you expect it to go with the normal Hollywood formula where, you know, you have a person that's about to eat it and they're a main character? And you're so used to the formula where like Superman or the main character is going to just jump in with the shield and protect them. But then you get the curveball where that person gets squished or just, the
agency's withholding.
That's more where we're at.
Because Congress has used clear statutory language in the EFTA. You look again at the text of the EFTA that says
GDP is going up despite Trump. Unemployment sucks, and the value of the dollar is MIA once less coming consequences for the U.S. being cut out by world trade. We'll see.
DOJ communications, including emails.
If literally by the midterm election, he gets gas to $1.99 in places that it wouldn't be, and then inflation hits anything under 2.1, and then prices start going down. I'm telling you guys.
Memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate.
We live in the dumbest fucking country in the planet.
Investigate Epstein or his associates.
He's just going to get away with the shit. I don't know.
Associates. Internal DOJ communication.
I got nothing else but to just kind of actually be a little pessimistic.
About decisions are textbook.
Because what else? What's going to happen? What is going to happen?
Deliberative process documents. But Congress is explicitly stating that the agency must disclose those deliberative discussions. On top of it, the DOJ must release, quote, all communications, memoranda, directive, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings.
Democratic Party has controlled opposition. Any competent party would be at a record approvals right now.
Electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his detention and death, and
sure. No, actually, no, they wouldn't.
Any investigative file.
No, because they also bought into the fucking Biden bad bullshit.
Which means that the DOJ also...
No, we're cooked.
...also has to turn...
We're fucking cooked. No, the problem, and I hate to say this, the problem is they do demigod this fucking guy. They will not attack him. He has a fucking floor at 37%, which is literally the Democratic floor. Like, what... And that's for the entire party.
Not only the documents that have existed in the Epstein files for years.
But meanwhile, we're sitting here like, I keep saying the same bullshit. We're fighting our fucking own battles. We got HASAN saying he won't vote for Newsom, which, again, I don't want to vote for Newsom. But realistically, if it's Newsom, I'm going to fucking vote for Newsom. If it's between J.D. Vance or, God forbid, Trump.
But the documents that they are currently...
If it's Obama versus Trump, I'm voting for Obama. I can't stand this shit. I really can't. And then if you guys want to be mad at me about just being honest about it, go ahead.
Creating in discussing redaction.
But this is the bigger problem, is we don't have a broad coalition.
About the Epstein files and all of the communications and memos that they're writing about the decisions they're making right now about the Epstein case.
We can sit here and bitch about the Democrats all we want, but realistically, why aren't the Democrats actually afraid? Like, why aren't they afraid? Why don't they listen to us? I would like,
The Epstein files are not just set in stone. They're documents that the DOJ are creating.
Is it always like, oh, there's nothing we can do. It's controlled opposition, incumbency, blah, 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 blah.
Right now. And on top of that, to the extent that there are any redactions or withholdings, The EFTA specifically says the DOJ can only do that to, quote, segregable portions.
I'm in no mood. I'm in no mood today.
Of those documents. Meaning that if there's any way to release that document or file with only the withheld portions redacted, they have an obligation to do that and disclose that.
It can't be either of them. They can't serve more than 2 terms, 22nd Amendment. Don't be surprised that the 22nd Amendment goes out the fucking window because Trump wants it to.
And
motherfucker already did away with the 14th.
Not withhold the
pretty much
entire thing if they can. On top of that, Congress also explicitly states that only a handful of
it's all a manufactured show.
Document categories can be withheld, and common law privileges are not included in that list. And when Congress wants to allow agencies to withhold materials under those common law privileges, it typically includes language that expressly permits that. In the Freedom of Information Act, for instance, Congress clearly carved.
We literally live in a fucking civilization that doesn't need to do that, dumbass.
Out an exception.
God, you apocalyptic assholes.
For privileged documents.
Just go live in the woods and disappear already.
In general, the Freedom of Information Act typically requires agencies to disclose
we're just fine without you.
Information in response to a request from the member of the public.
Just don't come back for modern medicine when you get sick, okay? Take care of it yourself. Go see a witch doctor or whatever, since you know better.
Congress created 9 exceptions to that rule, including 1 for common law privileges.
I can't stand survivalist assholes.
Agencies can withhold, quote,
fucking guys that are bald from taking too much testosterone because they got their insecurities took over in their mid-30s.
Agency or intra-agency memorandums or letters that would not be available by law to a party other than an agency in litigation with the agency. So if Congress intended to allow the DOJ to withhold privileged documents, it could have included similar language in the EFTA.
Dude, I'm a second A leftist. Also, I have hunted.
But it didn't, which is the kind of choice that the court would likely weigh heavily against.
You know what I do when I get hungry? I go to a grocery store.
Any Trump administration argument.
Like most people.
About congressional intent. But there's also an interesting separation of powers argument that the
This guy's sitting there acting like he's part of a reservation.
Administration would probably fall back on if Congress tries to force the DOJ to disclose.
Man. How many rabbits do you have to kill to feed your entire family?
Withheld documents.
I'm assuming you don't have any condiments or anything, right? Since you're one of those live off the land types.
The administration might claim that Congress doesn't actually have the authority to override the executive branch's privileges. In other words, the power of the executive branch and the privileges the president enjoys are absolute. Now, it's only February, and 2026 is already rife with economic uncertainty. So what should you do about it? Well,
I mean, Trump did just make it so Monsanto can produce some more of them chemicals to just kind of scatter along the land. So I'm pretty sure that you will end up with some type of cancer from eating all the animals that eat that garbage. So
timeless piece of advice has always been keep a savings account with at least 3 months of living expenses. But with skyrocketing prices and inflation, getting there can seem out of reach. But that's where Chime comes in, the sponsor of today's video. Chime's high yield savings account, or HYSA, does exactly that. But courts
I actually do recommend high yield savings accounts if you do not already have one.
Have allowed Congress to override agency privileges when there's a sufficient need. As D.C. District Court Judge Amy Berman Jackson concluded in
Glyphosate, yeah,
the 2016 case Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
Glyphosate. I can't say.
Forum, United States House of Representatives versus Lynch. Quote, the deliberative process privilege is a qualified privilege
Roundup
that can be overcome by a sufficient showing of need for that material. In that case, Judge Berman Jackson concluded that though the agency materials did qualify for deliberative process privilege, that privilege had to yield to Congress's demand for those materials. But perhaps the most relevant case on this topic comes from the OG presidential corruption scandal.
Well, I'm not a crook.
After Nixon's resignation over his participation in the Watergate conspiracy, Nixon got the Administrator of General Services.
What's up, Dragon Slayer? How's it going?
To agree to store his presidential records near his home, restrict access to those
Glyphosate
records,
got it,
and even allow Nixon to choose which ones would be destroyed.
Thank you for that, Pat.
To keep Nixon from concealing more of his misdeeds, Congress passed a bill called the Presidential Records and Materials Preservation Act, which abrogated Nixon's agreement with the Administrator of General Services. Nixon sued to challenge
the good old days where a president was actually held accountable for something.
That law and took his case all the way to the Supreme Court in Nixon versus Administrator of General Services. Nixon argued that the act violated the separation of powers and his executive privilege, but the Supreme Court disagreed. The court held that the act did not violate the separation of powers, especially since Nixon's successor, Gerald Ford, signed the act into law, which signaled acceptance by the executive branch and essentially waived the former executive's ability to challenge the law. And this is particularly relevant in the Epstein Files Transparency Act because Trump signed the act into law knowing that it didn't include any language that would allow withholdings for deliberative process, attorney-client, and attorney-work product, or even executive privilege materials. So by signing the bill and even bragging about it being his idea, the Trump administration has probably waived its right to argue now that Congress has violated its executive powers. And in its letter, the DOJ even concedes that Congress has the authority to override privilege. The agency states that, quote, privileges should not be held to have been abrogated or limited unless Congress has at least used clear statutory language, which indicates that if Congress uses clear language, it can abrogate or limit those privileges. And again, it's hard to imagine how Congress could have been any clearer here. These documents have to be disclosed, no matter how high the Dow stock index is.
Yep.
The Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're
To be fair, it was hilarious.
a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
But what happens if the DOJ just ignores the Supreme Court precedent and the congressional mandate to produce the documents that they're withholding? What can Congress do? Well, Congress could start by...
But this is also where, like, people like Raskin and Nancy Pelosi, the fact that they can even say shit like that with their chest, where, I heard that you're good at stock trading. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is literally fucking giving contracts to Trump's kids for a reason?
Forcing the agency to produce what's often...
So tax monies go to him?
Called a Vaughn Index in FOIA litigation or privilege log in ordinary civil litigation. In FOIA cases and other civil cases, if the government wants to withhold records, it has to produce a document that describes what records are being withheld and what exemption justifies the withholding. The Vaughn Index or privilege log has to be sufficiently descriptive and detailed to allow the plaintiff and the judge to evaluate whether the government is wrongly withholding documents. And there's nothing stopping Congress from demanding a Vaughn Index or something similar. And I'd argue that the EFTA already requires that privilege log. The Act states that, quote, all redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. The EFTA also directs the DOJ to submit to Congress a report listing, quote, all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including legal basis, and that sounds a lot like a Vaughn Index. But of course, the DOJ is probably going to argue that the paltry one-paragraph explanation in its Valentine's Day letter is enough. Now, we've read through it and the citations so you don't have to, and the explanation given in this text is quite literally just, trust me, bro, in basically fancier language. And Congress should not accept that because the EFTA is clear, and this one-paragraph justification would never pass muster under FOIA or civil litigation. And another path is what Congress did in the Lynch case that we talked about earlier. There, a lawsuit was brought by the congressional committee to force the executive branch to disclose after the DOJ refused to comply with a congressional subpoena about Operation Fast and Furious.
Yeah, but this is where I'm kind of like, can't we just hold like Kash Patel?
And Congress took the Attorney General to court, where Judge Berman Jackson ordered the agency to cough up a portion of the documents that Congress had.
I mean, the dude literally lied to Congress under oath. Like, why the hell is he not being fucking subpoenaed?
Demanded.
Again.
And it's likely, though not guaranteed, that Congress could file a similar lawsuit now if the DOJ continues to hide these documents. And of course, if Congress found the willpower, it could always use its power of the purse to exert leverage over the executive branch through an appropriations process. But I'll also remind Congress that they've always had the knives out option. Even though they've historically been reluctant to use it, Congress can subpoena the Department of Justice and demand the unredacted records exactly as the law stipulates.
Do that.
And then if the DOJ disregards that subpoena, it can hold them in contempt of Congress. And if you see this guy, that's House Sergeant of
fucking do that.
Arms William McFarland. His job is to haul people off to jail when they've been held in contempt of Congress. But given the Attorney General's track record in congressional hearings, I'm sure she'll have a perfectly reasonable explanation.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in
You're
order.
not even a lawyer, you washed up loser lawyer. You're not even a lawyer.
This highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get
God, you gotta love Legal Eagle. At least they kind of break it down for us. All right. And now here's time for the Trump distraction, World War III. Here we go. You're this close to donating $6 to make it a nice round number. I love the nice round numbers, so I would appreciate it. Every bit does go a long way, though, and any donation does get my dog a treat, but yes. Really appreciate the contributions, guys. Currently fighting the American healthcare system. Just a reminder that James Vanderbeek, who was a multimillionaire, went broke in 2 years from his cancer battle. So, I can only imagine. Dude, we had some, actually, I'll bring this up real quick. I had somebody be really condescending about this in my own life, where they were just like, wait, didn't you guys have savings? Like, yeah, actually, we had way more than the average American, and we blew through that real fast. Trump made the comment. Oh, wait a minute. Just read this. No, fuck this. We'll go here.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Jam-packed show. Trump officials say there is a 90% chance we are going to war with Iran as an insane amount of firepower is moved into the region. Tucker's producer is harassed in Israel after an interview with Mike Huckabee. We're getting the Israeli response.
Yeah, let's just keep smiling about
on
it.
that
God
one.
damn it. This really is my problem with, like, newscasters.
Which is interesting in and of
She's actually got the CNN problem.
itself.
Notice how she's just like, she's happier than a fucking clam.
Former Prince Andrew arrested. This just breaking this morning. We have additional Epstein news as well. Les Wexner testified yesterday, so we'll break down what we know about that and some other developments as well. The Trump administration is seeking to block states from regulating
Thanks, Rebecca.
Polymarket, Kalshi, and those types of betting apps. Don Jr. is fully embracing his corruption, linked to that previous story as well. Dem Base United, ? An interesting New York Times focus group that we're going to dig into to try to get a glimpse of what might happen in 2028, the type of candidates that Democrats are favoring at this point. And we're going to do a deep dive into the red state AI backlash, which is only growing.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing, breakingpoints.com. We appreciate it. By the way, thank you very much to our premium audience for enabling all of our work. You guys hopefully have saw, I
don't get it. I don't get it. Everybody else can monetize, but they can't? I don't buy it. I'm going to call them out on that one. I think that they're doing this to themselves and
arriving in the Middle East. Some not seen since the Iraq War and the Gulf War before that. It's very much reminiscent of the
because it's bullshit. It's blatant bullshit. Every fucking newscaster and Kyle Kulinski himself all have Epstein in the titles, and not one of them has gotten in trouble and lost their monetization. So
military buildup around Venezuela.
Only on Breaking Points am I hearing this.
Before
I'm just going to be a little bit sus on that.
Operation to kidnap Nicolas Maduro. Professor John Mearsheimer was reacting to all of this yesterday. Let's take a listen.
And Israel wants zero enrichment capability. They want the whole nuclear enrichment infrastructure taken down. They want Iran to eliminate all the ballistic missiles it has that can hit Israel. They want Iran to give up supporting the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. And these are demands that there's no way the Iranians are going to accept. So even if Trump can work out a deal that's satisfactory to him along the lines I described before, it's not going to satisfy the Israelis. And
it sounds like they might be sensationalizing their controversy. It kind of does.
Israelis have made it very clear that they will attack,
as I said, dude,
Iran alone.
I keep burning bridges
if that is necessary. And of course, if they attack Iran, there's no way we don't get involved, because we're going to then have to help defend Israel when the Iranians start launching ballistic missiles at Israel. And also, we're going to get involved because the Iranians are in all likelihood going to try to shut down the Straits of Hormuz and stop the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf. So I don't see what Trump can do.
So Professor Mearsheimer's warning there about what this is all really about.
Hey, Diego's cool. I'm pretty sure that he just went, whoops.
And some of the bigger stakes. This all comes, again, as all of these military assets, which we're about to show you, are arriving in the Persian Gulf and in the surrounding Middle East. You also have U.S. assets and service members, non-essential personnel being evacuated from these bases. All signs are currently pointing.
Yes, we're going to fucking war.
Pointing to this. The White House was asked about yesterday whether...
And then sure as shit, that's all we're going to be talking about. And the Epstein files will fall to the wayside again until we get nothing, because they said that they're not going to release anything else.
They would strike Iran or not, and they certainly would not.
We keep playing this game, and we have been doing this since what, September?
Neither not rule it out, but said there's a lot of good reasons to do so.
damn,
Let's
dude.
take a listen to the press secretary.
Can you share a little bit about the president's thinking on whether or not to strike Iran, who he's talking to, what information he's consuming, and why a strike might be necessary on a nuclear program he says was
Okay, this is on them. They didn't match their audio.
obliterated by the last U.S. strike?
Well, there's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran. The president had a very successful operation as commander-in-chief with Operation Midnight Hammer, as you know, as you just said, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. The president
No, it didn't.
has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always
Just saying. No, it didn't.
his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's
Oh, you mean like the one that they ripped up because Obama did
talking
it?
to many people. Of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people.
Many arguments could be put forward as to why we should strike Iran. Okay, well, they're certainly not ruling any of that out.
I like how they don't actually make the arguments, though. They're just like, there are arguments in favor of it. Figure them out.
I have never, there is no precedent in American history except for Venezuela of this amount of buildup of U.S. military. This is more than Midnight Hammer. This is Gulf War level. Like, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of U.S. assets and all of that from a
And I've stopped 9 wars and started how many? I don't even fucking know.
Across the world, you have air tankers, jets, service members, naval assets, carrier strike.
Tried to donate $6, but I am unable to. Apparently, my recent Buttigieg Bible purchase has my funds on
groups all being built up. I mean, if you were not reading the news,
Sorry.
you would have no idea. And you'd have to like really read the news to be able to find this out. It's stunning to me. They're making no argument. And I think because the more the American people learn, they'd be like, wait, I thought we hit them before. You told me it was already over.
Yeah.
So
you
why
said
do we
you
have
took
to do
care
it
of this.
again?
What are we doing?
Right, but what's the whole point of this? Because it's
No, because America doesn't think like that, especially his fucking base.
some missiles for Israel? No. I'm out. That's why they're not even trying. If you learn
Again! Nobody cares! Nobody cares! They only care about the fucking economy!
about this, you're like, this is insane. I'm not on board
I hate our country so fucking much.
with this.
And
Not
I-
at all.
I really do!
I think there's also a bit of a like boy who cried wolf dynamic going on in terms of the lack of attention paid by the media, but also by
They're so fucking dumb.
the American public, because Trump is constantly threatening this or that and the other country and Canada and Mexico and Venezuela and Greenland, and obviously some of these threats he makes good on in some certain way. But I think that's part of why there isn't more focused attention from the American people on this. To your point about the military assets, I was reading Matthew Ho, who's former military himself. And he had an interesting analysis here, because obviously one reading of the military assets is it's a threat and it's meant to coerce them in negotiations.
Hate to do this, guys, but this little one is looking for a
And
treat.
even,
Just a reminder, you guys could give him a treat with donuts.
you know, one reading of all the Trump
Do
officials
you remember hobbies? Yeah.
leaking, oh my
That
God,
was like one of the last generations to really have any.
90% chance that we're
Seems
going
like-
to war, etc. One way of reading that is that's all basically a threat and a psyop to try to coerce the Iranians in terms of the negotiations. I thought this analysis from Matthew Ho was significant in terms of kind of debunking that narrative and putting some credence to the idea like, no, this is the thing they're actually planning on going through with. He says, this is the strongest indication to me of the seriousness of the U.S. threat to Iran. The U.S. has deployed more than 2/3 of its available E-3 command control aircraft to Europe and the Middle East. The E-3 is an incredibly important aircraft. For those unfamiliar, it's the large airplane that looks like an airliner, but with revolving radar disc on top. It's loaded with an aircrew whose job is to observe, manage, and control the airspace in its area. It is especially important for directing fighters and ground sea-based missile interceptors against Iranian missiles and drones. He goes on to talk about how, like, we don't have that many of these things, and the vast bulk of them are now in the region. And it is not the sort of aircraft or military equipment that you would send to just be like, look at how tough we are. They're these like clunky, sort of like non-impressive things.
What the
But if you're
fuck? They caught Les Wexner's fucking lawyer on a hot mic saying to him, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" Quote and quote. That was Les Wexner's attorney to him.
Actually going to go
What the fuck?
through with
What the fuck? What the fuck?
the thing. They're absolutely
Covering the news like the way that I do, especially in this with this, is just
essential. So I thought that was an interesting
I
analysis.
can't even watch fucking Crystal in her stupid shirt.
Just to dig into what exactly they're sending into the region, trying to read the tea leaves of how serious this is.
Yeah, we'll get to all the assets. I mean, the other reason why I think it's going to happen is this amount of aerial refueling. That is the precursor. I've talked about this. So I met somebody who had an intimate knowledge of the so-called OP plan, the OP plan for attacking Iran. Midnight Hammer was like day 1, part 1 of what it was supposed to be.
It's like she always looks like she's trying to court JD Vance. I swear to God, she like walks in. She's probably walked into like every hotel she's ever been in and took a picture of the fucking patterns on the couches, the fucking curtains, whatever, the bedspreads.
It was
and then was just like, here, can you please make my entire wardrobe into this?
65-day bombing campaign, which involves cruise missiles, a massive part of the entire U.S. military stockpiles.
Yes, Sagar doesn't get to act shocked about this. No,
It has
no,
all
he
this
doesn't.
contingency planning. It looks a lot more like this in terms of the refueling. It's all
No, and this kind of like does lead credence. Like, I understand why people don't trust mainstream media. I get it, and I hate to say this, if they keep positing that they're not mainstream. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You have the same button-down approach every fucking time.
all the jet.
You do the milquetoast bullshit. You don't ever call each other out with actual like any passion at all.
That's for the
Like, God, half the shit that Sagar says would get anybody to fucking become passionate. But nope. Crystal's just used to his bullshit, but she wants that paycheck.
stuff to defend Israel, because the immediate, reaction expected is not only strikes on Israel, but also strikes on the United States. Another piece of news many of you may have missed is that U.S. military bases.
Just remember, I'm actual independent. Like, that's what this is. I am fully funded by my audience.
Syria are all unceremonious.
Well, okay, that's a lie. I get a little bit from ad revenue, but I'm mostly funded from my audience, and I do not take some
closing. Now you might,
any,
that's great.
sponsors anymore. I'll go into that a little bit.
We've been calling for, yeah. Why is it closing now? Why? Because it is very close to Iran, very susceptible to attack. They've had multiple sort of instances. Even the bases in Iraq, those are much more hardened than some of the bases in Syria. They're the most vulnerable ones. So they're planning. Another thing many of you may have missed. Donald Trump had a very sneaky line in Truth Social.
I think that Crystal is also trying to battle against the hysterical liberal woman trope that guys who share Sagar's politics are hypersensitive to. Oh, I'm glad that she's placating to them.
Just yesterday, where he was going out.
She's really showing them.
After the British Prime Minister for this new lease on Diego Garcia, which is a Pacific base, and for refueling and for
Obama will bomb Iran in case
taking off. And in it, he goes,
in case of his ratings,
Iran,
or to increase his ratings,
if we attack, may attack other friendly countries. So the contingency plans are everywhere for this entire thing. And this looks like,
God, I genuinely have a headache from this.
The big one. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to see hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground. I don't think that that's what this administration will ever do, because they've, learned the lesson of Iraq. This is going to be Libya style, is you decapitate, you destroy, and you basically just declare victory immediately. And then when civil war erupts 6 months later, who could have seen any of that coming, right? Let the Israelis continue to do the dirty work of all of that. And so, let's turn now to the vice president, who was on Fox News talking about the negotiations, saying, well, in some ways they went well, in some ways they didn't. Let's take a listen.
We would very much like, as the president has said, to resolve this through a conversation and a diplomatic negotiation, but the president has all options on the table. And one thing
people think that he would actually win
about the negotiation, I will say this morning.
Just when I thought that Kamala Harris was a fucking piss poor, choice for a successor.
Morning is, in some ways it went well. They agreed to meet afterwards. But in other ways, it was very clear that the president has set some red lines that the Iranians are not yet willing.
Also, remember that he has direct ties to Epstein, too.
To actually acknowledge and work through. So we're going to keep on working
through Les Wexner.
Working it, but of course, the president reserves the ability to say when he thinks that diplomacy has reached its natural end. We hope we don't get to that point, but if we do, that'll be the president's call.
President.
I still like calling him Just Dance Vance.
Red lines. Look, this is all nonsense. nonsense. The red lines are Israeli red lines. There's nobody cared about ballistic missiles until December when Prime Minister Netanyahu came here. This entire thing is a manufactured crisis, a war of choice on behalf of the United States. Iran is not closer to a nuclear
Henry, this is a shit show. All shock and awe.
bomb. They're not even claiming it right now.
Yeah.
If they were, they would say it, just like they did previously. They would release the intelligence. I mean, does anyone else feel dramatically insulted?
Yes.
At least last time around, we had the yellow cake, the uranium, and Colin Powell and his
and 9/11.
President.
They were riding 9/11.
This time around, there's nothing. I mean,
yes, they have nothing. Literally nothing.
This is more bullshit than Iraq, which I never thought I would live to see. I truly did not think I would ever live to see this.
Yeah.
But here we are.
They're not even bothering to manufacture a real case. So if I had to guess what is going on here and what has gone on here is effectively Trump wanted to do some little sort of choreographed exchange similar to the 12 Days War with Iran previously. And so there was a level of assets in the region that would be commensurate with that sort of approach. And then the Iranians were like, no, we can't just keep letting you attack.
The other thing that I don't know how they just kind of glossed over this. This is a lot different than Venezuela.
Attack us and just do symbolic response.
Iran does actually have a military. They do have the capacity to defend themselves. We keep forgetting that.
We're serious this time. We're not messing around. And so that pushed the timeline back because then you have to usher more assets into the region. And as long as you are allowing allowing Israel to sort of pull your chain and move the red lines, and now Trump has backed himself into this corner, it's hard to see how they get out of it. And I think the reason why they have so much that they've moved to the region is because they want to not only decapitate the regime, they want to degrade their capabilities sufficiently that they can't really adequately respond.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're going for this potential approach of overwhelming force. And maybe that will be successful and maybe it won't. Anytime you're talking about kinetic action, you are taking incredible risk. You are courting an unbelievable amount of chaos. And Iran does have cards that they can play. They were doing some military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz to remind you, listen, this is a
Oh, no, that's why I allow
very
it.
important part of the
That's why I was like, no. We want these people in chat. I enjoy
world.
it.
We have our own choke points that could be very painful for.
Make no mistake, it's not chat that's wearing me out. It's literally the news cycle. This is fucked up. Guys, I have read way more of the Epstein files than the average person, and that shit will fuck with you. And it should. If it doesn't fuck with you, I'm actually, then I question you as a person, where it's oh no, so do you need to be on said list? Because that's bad.
Your population,
if you don't look at them eating, the possibility, or the alleged act of them eating babies.
And yes, we will suffer probably more than you, but we can make your people suffer too. And they don't want this war. They are not behind you. So there's going to be zero appetite.
Yeah, I've also heard Trump fucking make plenty of gaffes, so.
From the American people.
You will expect me to care about AOC going hamana.
To suffer on behalf of this war of choice against Iran.
What, damn near 2.5 years? 2.5 years outside of a fucking election. Yeah,
see,
the
different.
Notice, guys, and that's why I got mad at TYT and all them too, where it's just no. Actually, Crystal, this was the problem. They couldn't even be fair with her. They couldn't even just be yeah, it was a bullshit question.
Our public is not engaged. This is the biggest story in Iran. This is all anybody in Iran is paying attention to. And as we all found out, during the protest.
Yeah, you can't eat jerky anymore.
It's not like people love.
Yeah, meanwhile, a bunch of people on the right that they're making that a meme where they're buying up all the fucking jack links.
The regime. But if you're going to be attacked by an outside power, guess what? That's the dream of the power, the party in power. For somebody like them who's actually quite weak after a protest like this, sure, they remain in power. No, now there's a rally around the flag. I mean, the best.
After hearing about the babies, nothing shocks me.
Hope from the United States. This is what I think is going to happen. And this is where also, if you're anti-war, we should call it like we see it. What they want is for us to say tens of thousands.
Julianne, you're very stupid. That's the exact line they used about Iraq. So shut the fuck up.
Of Americans will die. That's probably not going to happen. What's probably going to happen is a massive air campaign, very similar to what happened with Libya.
It's people like you. It's literally people like you that I'm just no, why aren't you joining the military, Julian? If you want to be a liberator.
No fly.
Seriously, if you support this, then you should go volunteer for the fucking military.
Zone, a destruction of IRGC facilities and nuclear research, maybe a killing of the Ayatollah. It'll be like a couple of weeks. Then they'll say,
no, someone's mad that I called his Lord and Savior a pedo because we have a lot of evidence now pointing that that's exactly what he was.
Mission accomplished. Whoever comes in next, you negotiate on our terms. That's it, period. But we will never occupy. That way, they can make fun of.
But let's start a war to distract. Yay!
Those who are anti-war, be like, see, you said it would be a forever war.
And he keeps saying no boots on the ground. Yeah.
Kind of like with Venezuela. Yeah. They were not actually going to care if it's a democracy or whatever. Yeah. Oh, Israel cares whether Iran is a democracy? No. Okay. They prefer a monarchy. Yeah. Maybe they'll fly Reza Pahlavi or something like that back into the country.
Zion 6, MAGA equals Nazi scum.
But my point is, the way that this is going to go, they're going to use the tip of the spear of the U.S. military. We saw it in Venezuela. Special operations. The only, like...
Oh, Julian was being sarcastic? I mean, yeah, you should.
A part of our military was just like the best of the best of the best. Same with our aerial. Like, yeah, there's...
Apologies, Julian, but yeah.
Nobody who even comes close to American air superiority. But the point is, and this is what I want everyone to remember, strategic endgame.
No, the chat moved past that before I could even read that part.
Libya looked like...
I read the first part, and yes, I got upset about it. Sorry.
Like a dramatic success. It was very popular, actually.
I will admit my mistake in that.
At the time. Yeah. Until it became a disaster. Syria, same thing. I mean, supporting the rebels, the red line.
To be fair, have you read any of the other chats?
Chemical weapons. How could you be against that? 14 years later, there's a massive civil war, 500,000 people, all of that are dead, dramatically unpopular, the refugee crisis. That's what's going to happen. And then the Israeli part of this is very important too. They're going to try.
I really feel bad. Okay, yeah, I only saw the top part of your comment. Do I really need an emoji to demarcate as sarcasm?
I tell you, this is about going after.
Apparently, you do.
After the Iranians. The Iranians are bad. What the Israelis want is to turn Iran into Syria, into a rump state.
Just remember, sarcasm doesn't really come across in text.
Which is beleaguered by...
It's not even autism. It's literally, sometimes you type something and I just go, oh, yeah.
War.
I'll take that at face value.
Where they can go and assassinate IRGC people. They want it to splinter. They don't want any more regional power. They want to see it collapse into a full-blown civil war that eventually, if it comes out better on the other side, like with Syria, who cares? Al-Qaeda, whatever. As long as he's pro-Israel, doesn't matter to me, right? So this is not about the Iranian people. They will have an immense amount of suffering. And so for those of us who are against this, we have to calibrate our expectations. They want us to freak out to say that hundreds of troops are going to die. I really don't think that's going to happen. There will be pain, almost certainly. We shouldn't underestimate our own military capabilities when you throw it all out, as we all saw against Saddam, right? Against Saddam.
Yeah, it really worked out.
Shock and awe. Yeah, it works. It actually works pretty.
Ish. No, you got him out, but then how long did we spend there? How did we really knock out their military?
Pretty well. We can never do the next part, and you cannot have faith in these people, because this time around they won't try to go for democracy. They're just going to say, well, as long as they don't pursue nukes. But inside that bubbling cauldron is a nightmare, as we've seen.
Yeah.
Well, the weirdest part is how the Trump youth movement has not joined the army.
You
got the idiots lining up to join ICE because they think they're going to get a 50,000 signing bonus. But what happened to that whole lack of military that we were having a problem with?
Single time.
You guys remember, right around the time the election happened, there was this massive story, and it was being focused on both sides where, we don't have enough replacement military members.
Point on that, which ties in with the Epstein files coverage that we've done and what we've learned from the emails Jeffrey Epstein sending to any number of people is that
What's up, Zombie Waffle? Good to see you.
Epstein class views war as a positive, as an overt positive. They see the chaos, the death, destruction as this is how we consolidate more wealth and power. So you have a whole class of people who are cheering for war with Iran because they want exactly the warning that Sagar is issuing about this, failed rump state, civil war, refugee crisis, chaos, economic collapse, all of those sorts of things. There is a very powerful class around the world that looks at that and goes, great, that's my moment to shine.
You literally have fought against them joining the military, dumbass.
That's where I can gather up even more. That's where I can feast on the carcass of this country.
My God, that's one of the.
And
I hope you're kidding.
Benefit directly from that chaos. And so as you're looking at,
Kane battle, send the illegal immigrants into the army.
This very likely war and all of the other ones that we just can't stop, we continually don't blunder into, intentionally get ourselves into around the world. That is a lot of the logic of why we continually go in this direction.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's go to A4 then, just to show everybody the plan. And so if Barack Ravid is writing it, it's all there. Trump.
Actually, military enrollment has been slowly declining since I think the end of the Obama era.
Moves closer to a major war with Iran.
So, yeah, this isn't like you can just blame Biden on this one. It went through Trump, too.
The Trump administration is closer to a major war.
But you guys believe everything that this dipshit says, so.
In the Middle East than Americans realize. U.S. military operation would be a, quote, massive, weeks-long campaign that would look more like full-fledged war than last month's pinpoint operation in Venezuela. The sources noted it would.
Is that all you got is bullshit and FU?
Likely be a joint.
All right. Divine is very triggered today.
U.S.-Israeli campaign that is much broader in scope and existential for the regime than the 12-day war
Honestly, I'm getting bored using their own shit against them.
Obviously, such a war would have dramatic influence on
It's already old hat with me. Jesus Christ, you guys have been doing this for 10 years.
Trump came close to striking Iran in early January. When the window of opportunity passed, the administration shifted to a two-track approach, nuclear talks paired with a massive military buildup. By delaying and
but no new wars, people. Just remember,
bringing in
peace
so much
president.
Force, Trump has raised expectations for what an operation will look like if a deal cannot be reached. Right now, a deal does not look likely. And again, the reason why is because the Iranians have willing to negotiate all day long on nuclear enrichment. But what they're saying is we have to have some sovereign capability to, have a civilian nuclear power. Look, maybe they're lying. We're not going to take their entire word for it. The whole
people stopped joining the military when the economy improved, like at all other times and places. That's why they're tanking the economy, take away potential opportunities.
The point for them is there's
that actually kind of makes sense.
Saving face, there's legitimacy, there's sovereignty.
All right, Rebecca, I will. Oh, you got some good books to read? Hey, have fun with that.
That's all involved. But the real red line for them is the ballistic missiles. Yeah. They're like, we will
take the Godzilla.
Not allow Israel to attack us at will. We cannot do that.
Well, too bad Godzilla's a leftist.
Again, you can understand that for any state that exists. Yet effectively, what their strategic logic is, well, we might as well punish them and show them that we can do something and hope they're. See, this is the real
Jesus riding Godzilla with a hammer and sickle.
Tragedy of it. We have set up the circumstance where these people, what do they tell us all the time? They are not afraid to die.
Actually, that'd be a badass picture. I should draw that.
I actually believe that now at this time. I think that the IRGC and the Ayatollah and all those other people, they know 90% of them will be killed. I think they know that. But they're like, at the end of the day, the logic for preserving our regime, which, again, they
this admin doesn't want any upward social mobility. That's why they've gutted the financial aid for grad schools.
Even the logic and all that of the Islamic Republic is that some of us will make it out of here, and the hope is that the 10%
Mahra did run that show.
who make it, they'll survive, and this is about our sovereignty, and they know that they're going to be killed. Like they are very aware of their military, capabilities. They're not going to be able to do very much. They can do some damage, and I certainly think that they will, but it's not going to be even close. All they can hope for is an insurgent Houthi-like strategy, spread the weapons around, and just be a pain in the ass for a very, very long period of time, and hope that you and I, if we have to go to the gas pump, are like, hey, why am I paying $5.50 a gallon, right? Which, again, the Houthis were very capable of doing. And
thanks, Divine.
We're not nearly as capable as the IRGC. Same with an insurgency, as we saw in Iraq. They want to make it as miserable as possible, but that's a long and a very dangerous thing for the civilian population. So this is bad because they know that who knows how many civilians would be killed in an Israeli U.S. operation against Iran. It's a nightmare for the Iranian people.
Yeah.
Then it's a nightmare, too, because the government is basically like, yep, they're all going to die, and so are we. It's self-suicide. And then the real nightmare on our part is our population is asleep, watching the NBA or something like that. And when are they going to wake up? Only when the bombs start falling on Tehran. They have no idea that anything's going on right now.
Yeah. And from the Iranians' perspective, they're like, these Americans, and by the way, they're like Gulf Arab allies, are coddled,
If you think walls is in any way popular with the left right now. You got something else.
No, in the
Wow, you guys are still stuck in the fucking last election cycle.
UAE,
No wonder you're all gonna lose.
wherever they're like outnumbered, their population is outnumbered by their indentured workforce.
Unless he cheats.
They're, you know, here in the US, they're not bought in on this idea. They're not ready to pay any sort of price.
Sagar sounding woke. Yeah, he always plays that game.
And so we can exact some pain. Now, I mean, maybe they can, maybe they can't, depending on how effective that first wave of strikes are. But, you know, this is the logic that we've created. Multiple times, we've now had the Iranians agree to effectively these choreographed responses where it's like, okay, we think this right tactical approach is we'll do a limited response that doesn't result in any U.S. soldier deaths or significant damage, and then that will persuade them to leave us alone. And clearly, that approach hasn't worked. So now they're, okay.
Them actually hitting back at Israel did. That did actually work.
Well, I guess we have to take a different approach. The
Because the Iron Dome was being pushed to its limits.
idea that they would give up their ballistic missile, I mean, that is insane. No country would agree to that.
No.
Then you can't project force at all in your I mean, you're just a sitting duck then for Israel and, you know, whatever their proxies and whatever they want to do to you, and for us as well. There is no way, and that is intentionally put in to these negotiations, inserted into
Maybe we just need Mecha
these
G.
negotiations by Netanyahu and agreed to by our idiot president as an intentional poison.
I have unleashed the greatest weapon against the Iranians. I call it Mecha G.
Hill. Let's go ahead and play and take a listen to.
We call it Kiru. It's one of those Japanese words I don't know, but I call it Mecha G.
This is a professor at the University of Tehran who, you know, speaks to Western media quite a lot, or I guess like, you know,
Oh, thanks, Mouses.
Western
Appreciate
but
that.
non-establishment media quite a bit.
Speaking of
English, he's basically a regime translator for the rest of us, which
Yes.
is fine. We want to.
Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the show, just hit the like button and subscribe. And yeah, if you guys want to become a member or donate to the stream, you guys can also do that. And any donation gets the dog a treat.
Oh, people what they're thinking of.
Well, and in
Yeah.
fairness to him, I mean, you live in Iran. You're a university professor. Like, your ability to completely speak freely is going to be curtailed. But in any case, I wanted to play
Which I made the cardinal sin of.
a bit of how he is explaining the view from inside
Look it up.
Iran and how they're
Here,
thinking
he gets a
about,
freebie.
you know, as we
There you go.
proceed on this march to war, how they're thinking about what they have, what this is about, and what chips they have to play as well. Let's take a listen to that.
This is not a normal part of the world. This is not an ordinary region. It is full of oil and gas
Go lay down.
installations.
Go lay down. Lay down. Here. There you go. Turn around.
Oil and gas wells. It is
Him and my cat are having a standoff. My cat's standing right at the door, and the thing is, if he, for some reason, eats anything, and within a few seconds has the cat anywhere near him, he will snap.
full of refineries. It is full of ports for exporting oil and gas, importing goods from the West through all the wealth that is accumulated and from different parts of the world. And then you have ships, tankers coming and going. Then you have the Strait of Hormuz. The Persian Gulf itself is not very wide. Iran controls one side of it and islands in the middle of it. And then there's the Indian Ocean. There is, you know, with the missile capabilities and drone capabilities that Iran has, whether they're from the sea or the land, the global economy will be devastated. And the price of energy will go through the roof. Trump being weak and vulnerable.
Oh, gas prices already spiked on this news.
As things are, unpopular, people opposing war in the United States. You now have a very difficult economic situation. It's getting worse in the United States. And then to add on all that is, of course, the exposure of the Epstein class to the American people and the cover-up and the continued cover-up. So he's not going to have popular support when he engages in war, and when the pain starts kicking in. Americans are not going to like that. His own 30% or so.
No, and that's honestly, this is where he's kind of the only thing keeping him from going into a full-scale war with Iran is that. Because he knows that he needs to get the economy kind of going into the positive by the, not even by the election. He needs to have it happen by July, like June, July, right?
Supporters are going to be the first to be outraged when they lose their jobs.
I thought it was interesting, and he mentioned several times throughout this interview, the Epstein class, and tying that in and saying, this is this war and the whole march to war, this is the
dog tax, cat tax
doing of the Epstein class, and talking about the vulnerability of Trump, who was both in the files and also, responsible for this mass cover-up that has created this backlash in the population.
What do you learn from that? They're not stupid. And that's one of the things I really hate often about the way that we paint our adversaries.
Yeah.
It's just, even with the Al-Qaeda, with the they're like, oh, they're just, goat herders in caves. I'm like,
We did
yeah,
that
the
shit.
gunmen maybe. I'm like, the people at the top are definitely not like that. Same thing with here. I mean, what do you hear all the time? It's a great civilization. They invented math and all of the, right? They have this great air of learning and yeah, that's the point. We're not up against a bunch of rubes. These people have survived.
July 4th, 2026 is their deadline.
For decades, despite being
Yeah,
punished by
tracks.
the West,
Yeah.
including with
That tracks.
sanctions.
I mean,
now,
they have
I'm not
defied
defending
us
them.
for,
Right.
I mean, like you said, decades.
Yes.
That's an astonishing accomplishment.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, this isn't the first time an American regime has wanted to take them out.
Right,
and they've
exactly.
survived and, and I can't say thrive, but they've survived nonetheless.
That's all they care about is survival. I mean, North Korea is a similar example. If you're willing to bear pain, you can live as long as you sprint to a bomb. Well, what we see inside of their logic is also they're obviously paying deep attention to us. And in an asymmetric conflict, Vietnam, I mean, a lot of people forget this. People said the same thing. Ho Chi Minh, he's just a communist guy. No, they were very intelligent. They deeply exploited the cleavage in American society over the Vietnam War. And they intentionally fed into that. They would invite Jane Fonda over, right? And they had all these press conferences and they would make it very clear with their propaganda, all of this can end. This is not about you. You're being taken advantage of. You're being drafted and sent to die. They speak fluent English. They knew exactly how to play into the problems for LBJ. I mean, the whole Tet Offensive thing. Remember, they literally killed LBJ wanting to run for re-election. They know exactly what they're doing. You should remember then that the Iranians have a very similar capacity. I am a bit skeptical, and actually, this will be a great testing ground for many of my theories of the U.S. military. I have long believed we're like a Rolls-Royce engine, which is really, really cool, but requires an insane amount of mechanics and uptake and costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what I've always feared is that it could be taken out by these $10,000 drones in mass capacity with the Chinese and the Russians, as the Ukrainians, frankly, have been able to stand up even to their limited capacity against the Russians. All you need is drones running off to be able to defeat much more expensive technology.
Yeah.
This will be a genuine test case if it does happen. Can they actually shut down this?
Well, again, the fact that Eric Trump's drone company is the one that got the contract with the Defense Department, we're not looking at that as being sus as fuck. Again, I never want to hear about her emails, Burisma, fucking Benghazi, all that shit. We have, and this is where us as the left, opposition have been piss poor at doing anything equivalent to this, where why are we so bad at fucking rubbing their face in their bullshit?
Straits of Hormuz.
I am just.
What are their capabilities? They could actually be
fucking any answers here.
Paper tiger. I'm not ruling that out,
Yeah.
considering what happened with the 12-day war. So on the one hand, they had ballistic missiles that were capable of hitting Israel. On the other hand, there was a disaster for them. A lot of them were killed and infiltrated by the Mossad. It's very possible. I wouldn't put it past the U.S. military to wipe out all of their ballistic missile, defenses. I mean, God,
again, the fact that you're still 2 years after he's already gone, you're still obsessed with Joe Biden. You want to talk about GDS? Holy crap!
Military
GDS, JDS
has not been used in this way. I mean, since 2003, who God only knows AI,
God delusion syndrome,
and all of this. We could probably wipe it out. We could actually maybe destroy.
It is pathetic, though. If you're still bringing up anything about Joe Biden, I don't care what it is. If it's not, hey, I have a feeling he might be in the list. We should release all the lists.
All their conventional
Shut up.
capabilities. But again, that doesn't mean that we're going to win
You don't give a fuck about corruption at all.
the strategic battle. So
Yeah.
You just want to sit here going, fuck Joe Biden.
that's a long way.
God, you guys miss being the victim so bad.
You know, kind of
That's probably the biggest thing that you guys hate about my show and all this is the fact that you guys are in power and still can't defend the guy.
setting this up. But let's put them.
You try, but you're still mad. You know for a fact that he's doing a horrible job and he keeps fucking up.
Maps.
Otherwise, you would probably be pretty silent. I thought you guys were going to be like so happy with all the trolling of the libs that you wouldn't even need to do this.
And all of that on the
But
screen, just so you guys can
Here you
see
are.
all of these assets that are moving into the region from all of these refueling tankers and different military assets. And you talked about the command and control planes and the
great time to not have the head of the UN.
U.S. Navy. Let's go to that one. The next one, please. Third of the U.S. Navy is now operating in and around the Persian Gulf. 2 aircraft carriers, air support, comparisons with 1991, and raises the question, as they say, that nobody wants to talk about. And then 8-8.
Nice try. You're literally defending a fucking pedo in Trump. That's hilarious. Now we're back and forth. Nuh-uh.
This one
I don't actually defend Joe Biden, so that's where you're wrong.
here, this kind of
No, again, nice try.
highlights what I was saying earlier. Iran is getting ready for war
Oh,
with the United
God.
States. Is confronting its biggest threat in decades. The regime is trying to boost its odds of survival if the diplomatic odds fall through. Tehran is deploying its forces, dispersing decision-making authority, fortifying its nuclear sites, expanding its crackdowns. The move reflects its leaders' belief that survival of the regime itself is at stake. It's like I said, I mean, they know that they're all probably, most of them are probably going to die. So what you do is you create a cell structure, you move it around, you try and create survivability inside of your command and control networks. They have been hardening some of their things, and they're probably focusing on like a Pareto principle of like the
Does Trump really think that the Iranians will revolt and topple their government if we bomb them?
highest
No.
impact with the lowest amount of force.
He thinks we believe that.
Try and mine the Straits of Hormuz, right? And make it so that it's instantaneous.
And then you have some people that do believe that because they believe everything that dumbass says.
It's like a button push. Their ballistic missile capability probably will get wiped out very quickly. So then you need like various different nodes and things that they may not be able to hit in a first strike. Again, I'm not going to underestimate the capacity of the U.S. military, but it only takes 1, 2, 3 for it to change the entire strategic logic of the situation.
I mean, on the one hand, you've got the Venezuela example where, Venezuela had supposedly significant capabilities that were just wiped out, right? And there was, not a single U.S. service member is killed in this, extraordinary action, et cetera. On the other hand, you have the example of the Houthis, where it's this ragtag group, some like cheap, some of it off-the-shelf technology, and we're effectively defeated by that. We're like, okay, we're just not really, up for expending what would be required to deal with this situation. So we're moving it along. So you have both examples, in recent memory. And, to the point of Iranian preparation, keep in mind that we learned something from the 12 Days War. The Israelis learned something from the 12 Days War, including the fact that they do have some vulnerability to Iran being able to hit them and penetrate their air defenses. The Iranians also learned from the 12 Days War about what they're able to accomplish, where those weaknesses and vulnerabilities are, in terms of Israeli air defenses in particular. So, and they learned about, okay, who are the infiltrators? How were we compromised in this way? They also learned from the protests, because one of the things that happened during the protests is we helped to funnel a bunch of Starlink satellites into Iran, so that, and we're, out there, Mike Pompeo and others bragging about, to the Mossad agents who are marching alongside the protesters, congratulations. So in any case, the protests were a fantastic opportunity for the Iranians to smoke out, okay, who are our ops? And with the Starlink thing, one of the theories is because they were eventually able to take the Starlink capacity down as well. Wow. So were they able to track, which, that was an extraordinary development, were they able to track who were the owners of those terminals, who was using that tech? Because that, again, would have given them a blueprint and a roadmap to who are our ops and how do we take them out? And some of those would have been, very likely, foreign intel that could have, been causing problems and providing intelligence to this.
Realistically, and I know this is depressing, Julian, is the fact that Americans don't give a shit about anybody but themselves.
Israelis most likely into the U.S.
We're really this most selfish nation because we can't. We're also like geopolitically the dumbest. We have been for a while, but oh god,
US, obviously.
we are definitely at our worst now.
You know.
And it's only going to get even worse now because of the fucking incoming generations.
Those two being very connected. So they have also learned and have some ideas of where their vulnerabilities are, where their strengths are.
Trust me, the whole Department of Education being dismantled, that had an effect way faster than we thought. And we're still feeling the repercussions from the first Trump administration. Like, Betsy DeVos did a fucking number on our education system.
And the way that they need to approach this as well. And so that's important to keep in mind as too, that they have not remained static. To the point about the, the sort of propaganda push, this was interesting. Put A10 up on the screen here. You have the Ayatollah, again, getting in on the kind of Epstein class.
I thought this was actually, this is funny.
Discussion.
Because then Bibi Netanyahu kind of insinuated something similar.
And he tweeted out, this island of corruption, referring, of course, to Jeffrey Epstein's rape island, is only one example. There is much more of this. Just as this was not apparent and then became exposed, there are many other things that will soon come to light. So a direct threat there that like, hey, we've got some stuff. And, the Iranians have successfully have Epstein's emails, and there have been, successful Iranian hacks. And Ryan points out here, according to the search warrant used to search John Bolton's home, Iran hacked Bolton's AOL account 3 times. That cache has not yet been released. Khamenei is hinting at leaks to come as several U.S. armadas float nearby with countless missiles aimed at his head. So maybe this is just an empty threat. But, there's reason to believe that he could have some goods here. He could have some sort of compromise that is, plausibly could be released.
This is what you do, is you have to do your best to try, you leak stuff, you make it difficult, you do the mining. I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, I don't underestimate the U.S. military. On the other, like I look at the Houthis, I look at all,
Yeah, you underestimate everybody else's.
Had a significant amount of planning.
You really do believe in the American myth of superiority.
I do know about all of the different problems in logistics and supply chain. I mean, this is the...
Meanwhile, like, I bet he thinks that China still has, like, a bullshit military. He doesn't. He's not been keeping up.
Problem, you always know something is going to go wrong.
Yeah, China's actually fucking scary now.
Wrong. Nothing ever goes exactly according to plan. Even in Venezuela, one of the helicopter pilots got shot to shit I think it was on the way out, right? Like, it's a miracle he didn't die.
Yeah.
Imagine how different it is. I mean, think about the Bin Laden raid. Always one of the most highly helicopter pilot.
Is this South Park?
If you don't have the best trained guy in the world in that...
Oh, you think I'm South Park Jesus?
At that exact moment, everybody on the chopper dies,
oh my
right?
God.
It's a different world.
Yeah.
If half the Navy SEALs get killed, it's a nightmare, and then the Pakistani military arrives. Like that, history turns on a dime, and you never have any idea. And especially if you have all of these guys, a multi-week bombing campaign, it only takes one thing to go wrong. And think about the U-2 spy plane crisis, with the Soviet Union. Like, it was the greatest plane in the history of the world. Boom, gone, shot out of the sky. Now we're doing Bridge of Spies, like swapping people in West Germany. Like, you always have to hope for the best, plan for the worst. And I've seen enough now over the years just to know, like, all it takes is one or two different things. And we can, can you imagine if one thing goes wrong, or if some civilian tanker, misses the mine and gets blown up, and, several Americans are like, we're going to be living in a different universe. Like, that's troop level deployments.
I thought that wasn't going to happen there, Sagar. I thought you were pretty confident in that.
And all that. And you can't look to the people who are in power and are like, oh yeah, they're definitely looking out for all of our interests and trying to turn down the dial. Like, no, this is bad.
Thank you for that, Sagar. Great take. Man, all that just to get this is bad. Jesus.
Mythology have simply never been...
All right. We got some more Epstein stuff.
Supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence. People,
honestly, I feel bad. I should have watched this the other day.
Like Tara Palmieri and David Boies are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity. So David Boies...
Dude, this guy goes so hard on the contrarian side that everybody else on the panel goes like, what?
Can add to
this is the other guy that was on Rogan that was trying to play the game.
We've got a better person to respond, actually, because I'm now joined by David Boies.
You can always find somebody to deny anything. The idea that anybody can, with a straight face, deny that this was a massive sex trafficking scheme is between absurd and pathetic.
You may seek to depose Meghan Markle, as she may have important knowledge. Do you still think she may have information that could be useful?
I think that's quite likely. Mr. Dershowitz, like a lot of other people, would serve themselves a lot better by coming clean.
Nobody is above the law, said the UK's top prosecutor about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The former prince is facing a police investigation for leaking trade secrets to Jeffrey Epstein. A sex scandal cost him his royal status. A white-collar crime may yet cost him his freedom, and pressure is continuing to build on the former prince to testify in the US. In a country where many are frustrated about the lack of serious consequences for Epstein's pals, fueled by the idea that we still don't have the full story, this is not going away. For Andrew, or for the royal family. Well, David Boies represented the late Virginia Giuffre.
Well, no, and that's their whole thing. That's why the royal family is just finally ready to fucking turn on him.
Against Andrew, who reportedly paid $16 million.
You do have to wonder why it took this long.
He will join me very shortly. We will begin with our expert panel. Joining me now, the executive director.
My theory is they thought that they could get away with this.
The former State Department official, Mike Bence, former CIA whistleblower and host of Deep Focus with John Kiriakou, the journalist and academic Michael Tracy, and the host of the Tara Palmieri show, Tara Palmieri. Well, welcome to all of you. Tara, we've spoken a lot throughout this scandal. I've noted today that the Trump administration is now saying, that's it. We've had all the files we're going to get, even though it's believed there are 3 million more that have not been put into the public domain. And there's still no real accountability of the highest profile people named in these files. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, issued a lengthy number of names, some of which, obviously, from looking at it, are completely innocent of any criminal behavior. But of all these high-profile names that have been named, there's only one person
thanks, Mouse's Houses,
who is languishing in prison, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell. This seems deeply unsatisfactory on so many levels.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that, especially considering the FBI had presentations that they were putting together, which showed that they had credible tips about a variety of other men, and they never went through with those investigations.
So fat.
And I think a lot of people just feel like that, you know, if you read these emails, if you look through the FBI's own investigation.
Don't complain, don't explain. That's literally the motto for the royal family. When did my wife all of a sudden become an expert on the royal family? This is news to me.
That they could have gone further and they could have actually prosecuted some
you're genuinely surprising me there.
of these men who have been accused by women in civil cases of rape, and through their meeting through Jeffrey Epstein, through I guess like Leon Black, for example. I mean, he denies the charges that are against him, and the cases were dropped.
Stop it.
But there are other examples as well inside of the files, and yeah, just nothing has happened. It's been, I think, not just for the victims, but for everyone, a feeling that this is it. I mean, Pam Bondi just said on Sunday, case closed.
Yeah, which it clearly isn't. And the problem with that is, if you said from the start of this, as the Republicans have, we're going to be completely transparent, and then you're self-evidently not being completely transparent. You can't hold back 3 million files and say that's all you're getting, right? The conspiracy theories will continue to rage, and I suspect there will be a series of leaks from the files that we haven't seen. So the scandal just continues. Whereas I've always felt if they just went, here you go, redacting victims' information that could lead to their identification, but just put everything out there in one hit and say, that's it. That genuinely is it. You can at least have the claim that you've been transparent.
Right. And even from the fact that a number of members of Congress, like Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, they've gone into classified briefing rooms to see the files and what was redacted. And what they found is that in fact, they were redacting the name of men. They weren't redacting the names of the victims. And, you know, in a number of instances, these were just...
That alone should have been enough for the DOJ to just be completely gutted.
Men that had...
I don't know. Like, because who would actually enforce it? Like, Jesus Christ, we live in such a... Every time I talk about this stuff, I get like the real time reaction of just going, oh my God, we live in such a fucking corrupt country. It's insane. The DOJ is protecting a pedophile cabal. That's what's happening. That's Trump's DOJ. So that's why we on the left are saying that he's protected pedos. We now have proof, definitive proof that at the very least he's doing that.
Connections to President.
But yeah, tell me more about Joe Biden and sniffing hair.
And Trump's.
Fucking Christ.
Some didn't, but there was no reason to redact the word less in front of Wexner, for example. There was no reason to redact the name of a Emirati businessman in the email about the torture video that he enjoyed. And so there's just a number of these examples, and we can only be left to wonder, well, what else? Especially since we know there are 3 million more files that we're probably never going to see, and we don't know why.
Right. Michael Tracy, you've been, you know, a relatively lone voice out there arguing a lot of the public debate about this, especially around hidden elite networks, intelligence links, and so on, is mythologized beyond the evidence.
Well, somebody did point out that Ghislaine Maxwell did, in fact, get convicted under Joe Biden. So
we've seen.
I mean, if we're actually going to do the thing where the president was the one who was responsible. Also, Trump didn't do shit about it. Weird. The only thing that Trump did was kill the one guy that was responsible, allegedly.
From court documents, official records, and so on. This is not a popular view, but there are some who share it. Why do you feel so convinced of your position on this?
Because the central tenets of what
Biden protected the elites. I mean, dude, he protected Netanyahu. Yeah, it's it's not obvious at all what he was doing.
I've taken to calling the Epstein mythology have simply never been supported.
My biggest problem is it's like, oh, okay, so now you're gonna somehow pigeonhole that into that's what we should be paying attention to, except for, instead of this huge fucking cover up that we are witnessing in real time.
Anything close to the degree of credible evidence that would justify.
You know that adds nothing to this. Like, so what's the outcome that you would want from that then? Huh? Like, even bringing that up. So Joe Biden not doing that. Okay. Yeah, we can admit problem. Definitely problematic. But now what? So we should just not look into this because he didn't?
The United States, Great Britain, and the world now being embroiled in this gigantic pedophilia crisis where people like Tara Palmieri and your next guest, David Boies, are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That was perpetrated and covered up at the highest levels of government. This is crazy-making stuff. And in fact, it wouldn't be surprising if people who come to believe this stuff...
I saw the clip of Cenk responding to this and saying that Michael Tracy would literally argue with you if you said, this is a red sweater. He'd be like, nuh-uh, it's blue.
And might already have a disposition toward mental illness, could enter into a kind of homicidal mania. And so Tara Palmieri, I mean, I would...
What could Biden have possibly done that you would have trusted not to be a witch hunt? Unpack that. And you're going to start understanding how much wool is over your eyes.
In that there is a lot more to investigate on this subject, namely the journalistic malfeasance.
Don't bring up good points.
That's been so shockingly rampant, it's incredible. Tara Palmieri journalistically collaborated with Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Didn't just use her as a source or as an inspiration, but essentially shared a byline effectively with her on the podcast series that she produced in 2020. They went around the United States saying they were just innocently on this truth-seeking mission to find out all that Jeffrey Epstein did to all his innocent victims. And they told the listeners, don't worry, none of this is about bringing any further lawsuits or criminal charges against anybody. So all these men we're trying to track down, they have no reason not to speak to us. Meanwhile, about a year or two later, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who, by the way, is one of the most egregious serial fabulists who's ever walked the earth. I know that's really controversial, but all the claims that she had to retract, the trail of destruction she left in her wake, empowered by people like David Boies and Bradley Edwards, who, by the way, if you want to know what the impediment is to full disclosure of the Epstein files, just look at what David Boies' colleague, Bradley Edwards, has been frantically arguing for the past several months.
Why was Norm Finkelstein in the files? You said for a base reason?
In federal courts in the Southern District.
Finkelstein. Isn't he the guy that actually like comes on Piers Morgan? Yeah.
New
Wait.
York,
I don't.
About the supposed
I know
terror
Finkelstein.
and
He's been on
nightmares that have
Rogan
been
and all
unleashed if
those
we
things.
have the Epstein files released.
Tracy's
On the one hand, they're
yeah.
all sloganeering about release the Epstein files. On the other hand, they don't just want to redact the, quote, victims' names. And by the way, what happened to saying alleged victim or purported victim? Virtually none of these people have actually ever been adjudicated as victims. The only criteria that's required by the DOJ to abide by what the frantic victim lawyers are demanding is mere self-identification of victimhood. Does the media make any of this clear? And does the media ever specify that when Pam Bondi is protested, last point, Piers, when Pam Bondi is being protested last week and everybody's going wild saying, oh, all these benighted Epstein victims are standing up and demanding truth and justice, how come it's never pointed out that, I mean, the vast majority of the people who are visible there, the victims, were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. And yet this is supposed to be some massive pedophile crisis, so David Boies can add to his extortion of the British royal family and now extort J.P. Morgan for another couple $100 million.
When you say,
just
all
like he did.
right. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. In relation, look, I'm going to go to Tara to respond to that. It's only fair given you name checked.
I don't even know.
So aggressively.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to her response on this.
All I would say, and I'll come to the other two panelists in a moment, all I would say about so-called extortion of the British royal family, the reality is that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, when he was still Prince Andrew, said he'd never met Virginia Giuffre, certainly never had sex with her on the 3 occasions in different places he was accused to do so. He said,
let's stop this moment of realization for a commercial. What a good time for a commercial break.
Then was fabricated, etc., etc., etc. He also, in a lengthy interview for the BBC, said he never had anything more to do with Epstein after seeing him in Central Park.
And while we're talking about the dead woman who happens to be the one that one of my guests said she conveniently took the easy way out. That is a segue into my sponsorship from Segway.
After his conviction and so on, all of which turned out to be a load of baloney.
Did you guys, by the way, see that there's like a whole thing with like the federal government where they spent like billions of dollars on Segways for like bomb squads and shit?
At the last minute, rather than have his day in court to clear his name.
Waste, fraud, and abuse. Where's Nick Shirley? He should be going and doing that.
Andrew paid a check reported to be 12
Convince him that leftist bought the Segways.
Pounds to Virginia Giuffre, a woman he claimed he'd never met. The picture we now know from leaked emails by Ghislaine Maxwell in the latest dump of Epstein files, where she said were genuine. That picture was taken, right? And so I'm afraid just on that point alone, I see little extortion.
The fact that anybody is still playing the game of, well, she might not be, lying. It's just like, what?
It's a bunch of lies.
I'm telling you guys. And she's going to get out. Like, you guys realize that? Like, she's actually going to get out.
From Andrew Mountbatten.
And, like, she's just going to go back to her life. She has trust funds. She has offshore accounts. Like, guys, I hope you understand that nobody's going to get punished for this. Unless the entire American populace just goes, no.
To cover his ass. Listening to this, actually, is Virginia...
I'm just saying, where we all collectively shake our heads and go like this, then we'll change the world.
Phrase Well, hang on. No, hang on. Mike,
do
I
this.
gave you a chance to speak, and I've responded. We've got a better person to respond, actually, because I'm now joined by David Boys. David, great to have you back on Uncensored. It's been 6 months since I last spoke to you. So much has happened since then.
Right.
In relation to what we've just heard from another panel member, which is that Virginia Giuffre was one of the least reliable witnesses imaginable, what is your response to that?
Look, you can always find somebody to deny anything. The evidence is just overwhelming. The idea that anybody can, with a straight face, deny that this was a massive sex trafficking scheme, is between absurd and pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
We have the testimony of dozens, many dozens of young women, girls. We have the reports of the police department in Palm Beach. We have photographs, not just the one photograph, but multiple photographs are coming out. We have the emails that set forth at least some of the efforts, including the efforts to bribe witnesses. This is not a close call. And the reason that nobody wants to go to court and that people settle has nothing to do with extortion. It has to do with they don't have a case.
You want to know how good of a job Trump did in Georgia with his speech? They're specifically talking about all the military hardware going to Iran.
If somebody has a case, they can stand
from the right wing. Nobody's praising him.
up and defend themselves.
Got a lot of people just saying like he was rambling.
This is a situation in which all of the evidence is on one side. I'm in a lot of cases that are close cases. One side has a point of view, another side has a point of view. There's evidence on both sides, and you have to make close calls. This is not one of them.
David, in relation to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, now saying that's it, we've had all the Epstein files that is going to be put in the public domain, notwithstanding the fact we've been told there are 3 million more files which will never see the light of day in terms of being put in front of the public. What is your response to that? Does that in any way constitute full transparency on these files?
Well, it's clearly not full transparency. We haven't begun to have full transparency. We have more transparency, thanks really to Congress. We have more transparency than we've had before. And I think you see in the documents that are now being revealed why people fought so hard, powerful people.
To have it, yeah.
Rich people, politically connected people, powerful people in business, in politics, fought so hard to keep this evidence secret. There's more evidence there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that MTG has come out and said that Trump just said, you know what, a lot of my friends would get hurt.
We know there's more evidence.
That should be enough for any fucking MAGA head to just be like, oh.
Evidence there. They're admitting there's more evidence there. Some of the documents that they have produced refer to other documents that have not been produced. So we know that there's more there. And perhaps Congress, perhaps the courts have got to step in and have got to say to the Department of Justice, do your job, be transparent. Legislation, bipartisan legislation, was passed requiring the Justice Department to be transparent, to produce all these documents. Abiding by the law is part of what makes this country great. It's part of what...
The rule of law is actually what kind of separated us from all those other places like, Russia, where we used to make jokes about like the KGB and all that stuff, but now we're living it.
Made the United States, and before that United States, the United Kingdom, really a beacon to the world. You can't just ignore the law. And I'm confident that this is not the end of it. I'm confident that we will continue to get to the bottom of things.
Again, I'm MAGA, but I've certainly been rolling my eyes quite a bit at this shit since it's been happening. Eric, stick around a little bit because I got a video I want to play about the necessary conversation where the mother, if you don't know what it is, it's where the kid is a leftist and the parents are MAGA. Even the mom is starting to fucking look at everything and go like, I can't defend this.
You told me
and she wants to really bad because she's got that sunken cost fallacy where she's just like, oh my God, I've put so much energy into this movement. I can't abandon it now.
Months ago that you'd looked into the claims of criminal wrongdoing by both President Trump and by former President Bill Clinton. You said you were quite confident neither of them had any involvement of the sex trafficking or any sexual activities. First, is that still your position from everything you've now seen from the files that have been put out?
I've not seen anything that would cause me to change my mind on that. I think that both former President Clinton and President Trump would say that they regret their association.
She believes in the spirit of the movement. Yeah, I think she said something like that, yeah.
With Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I think that
her husband said he was fine with his own kid getting executed and their own city getting wiped out.
Certainly aspects of poor judgment involved. And I think it was a reflection of how tolerant we were of the abuse of young women and girls that...
Yeah, I'll stick around. Oh, nice. And yeah, I could totally see people having second cost fallacy happening.
Very high
where do you stand currently with all this? Are you like disgusted enough to kind of abandon ship? Like, you don't have to obviously abandon some of the stuff that you like about it. I'm assuming it's immigration laws and shit like that.
Those people.
But yeah, with this one, how can you not look at this and just be like, what the fuck am I doing? And seriously, look at the people that are still burying this shit.
Work with, socialize with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein. But I don't see any evidence that either one of them participated in any of the sex trafficking, or actually prior to the time that they stopped dealing with him.
Jesus Christ!
Really were aware of the sex trafficking.
The other thing you said to me, that you felt there were between 10 and 20 men who you felt the government had enough information, evidence on, that would justify at least a serious prosecutorial investigation, and that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew, was one of these men and was given a pass. Is that still, again, your position?
Yes, I mean, I think I might amend it.
Much better.
I probably should have amended it 6 months ago, but 20 men and women.
Right.
I don't think it's just limited to men, unfortunately.
So there were women also perpetrating.
There's no building a grassroots movement in the next election.
Crime.
You needed to start that last election. You needed to prove that you could get some momentum behind it.
Yes.
The Green Party fucked you. Jill Stein fucked Jill Stein really did so much damage to the idea of a third party.
And certainly engage in activity that is worth investing.
No, we need to MAGA this shit. Take over the party.
Investigating. I don't want to try to make
MAGA took over the Republican Party. We need to take over the fucking Democratic Party, period.
a judgment without
That's literally the only way to do this.
looking at all the evidence about whether anybody actually...
And you got to keep these people this is the one thing that they did very well, is they somehow got their crazy in there and also got the people to kind of ignore the crazy shit and just be like, yeah, you know what? I kind of like what they're standing for. I do like the idea that he's an outsider.
Committed a crime. But a lot of people acted very wrongfully, improperly, and there's enough evidence of criminality to warrant an investigation.
Should Andrew Mountbatten Windsor now...
No, we didn't. We didn't try in 2026. We tried to get Bernie Sanders on the Democratic ticket. Even he knew he had to work within the fucking parameters of the DNC. The problem is we had some milquetoast motherfuckers like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who was just like, no, it's Hillary's time.
Come to the United States.
And somehow, some way, a bunch of other milquetoast motherfuckers were just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah.
And face the music under oath in front of Congress, in your opinion?
Absolutely.
I don't need to. I already know.
I think he's got an obligation to tell what he knows. Now, I also think that if he's afraid...
You have to make the thing is, you have to make your ideas that so agreeable that anybody that shares even the slightest bit of your politics is willing to jump into your movement.
of being.
The problem is we always shoot ourselves in the dick by fucking arguing about little shit that we disagree about.
Arrested in the United
Again, oh, this isn't communist enough. Oh, this is too communist. Oh, it's always the same bullshit.
States. We ought to give him safe passage to come to the United States to testify, because I think we don't want.
This old guy was the DNC's lawyer in Bush v. Gore.
There be any excuse for him not coming and telling what he knows, but he knows a lot. How much I don't know myself, because they gave up in the litigation we had against them just before his deposition was supposed to be taken. So I don't think anybody knows how much he knows, but we know he knows a lot from his contact. And whatever he
And they have patience to cultivate. Yep.
knows, even if it was a little.
Yeah, they've been playing the long game for fucking 2 decades.
Little bit.
Literally since fucking Bush.
I think he has an obligation to share that.
Do you believe that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor committed crimes? I mean, obviously, you represented Virginia Giuffre. She made very serious allegations of criminal behavior by him against her. Do you believe that he committed crimes?
I think that it certainly is something that justifies an investigation.
Well, when you say the Democrats, who's the leader? Who's the leadership that's not going to allow this shit?
What he knew.
You do understand that they weren't going to allow Trump to get in, and he literally took it over with just fucking bravado.
When he knew it, what he knew about her.
He called Ted Cruz's wife ugly as a dog during their fucking debate, and then literally took over the party.
Age, what he knew about.
No, I'm getting a little tired of the fact that we're just capitulating. We're just going, nah, they already won. Nah, they're going to elect Newsom. Nah, you know what? I don't trust AOC. I don't trust this. I don't trust that. But meanwhile, who's our candidate? Who's this magical third-party candidate that we're going to amp the base up by 2028 to win the election? Huh?
The extent to which he was.
Please, enlighten me.
Coerced. She was coerced. I think needs to be decided by.
This is why, honest to God, I want to go to fucking making Godzilla content, because this shit drives me nuts.
Investigators, prosecutors, and ultimately by.
I have a passion for this shit, but honestly, it's just, this is it. This is literally it.
Your jury. He certainly engaged in terribly wrongful conduct.
No, everybody has this fucking delusion that they're going to start the next revolution. They all do. I'm sick of it.
He clearly knew.
The closest that we've actually gotten to a new American revolution, ironically, is the Tea Party fucking taking over the Republican Party, like I've been saying.
That, Jeffrey Epstein.
But we're so fucking adverse to actually doing anything that, like I've brought this up many times, like the art of war. The art of war, one of the most simple ways to fucking apply your enemy's successes to your strategy is to just look at what worked for them and go, yeah, you know what, we should probably do the same thing. There's no shame in that.
Maxwell.
But somehow, some way, Democrats were just like, no, we can't do that.
Were trafficking these girls. Now, whether he knew that they were underage, whether he knew that there was force and coercion involved.
Yeah, Sun Tzu.
That is something that is
one of the easiest reads ever.
A state of mind that I think before I made a judgment on that, I'd want to see more evidence. But it's certainly something that was worth investigating. Whether statute of limitations have now passed, I think is a question. But
yeah, well, when they go low, we get high as fuck on Pet Talks. Oh shit, that's a shirt right there.
I have been, as you know.
By the way, guys, the merch is coming. We obviously had a little snag waiting with the whole cancer thing. So
I have been very disappointed in the authorities in the United States and in the United Kingdom for not doing this investigation in a timely way.
There's been a lot of pressure on King Charles in the UK to take more action against his brother. He has removed his titles, and Andrew has now moved from a very luxurious home to a much smaller but still pretty luxurious home that will be paid for by the king, including a staff and so on. What should King Charles do? A lot of people are asking that question. In your opinion, what should he do?
Yeah. I think that's really hard. Andrew has lost his title. He's lost his home. He's lost almost all of his friends. He's lost the ability probably ever to make a living.
Good. And I'm supposed to feel bad somehow?
he is, after all, Charles's brother.
Eric Rules, thank you for the 50 joules, the 800 joules, and the 50 joules. Thank you, man. Really appreciate that.
And I think it's a special situation when he's also the king, and he's got responsibilities to the nation as well as to his family. But I would not want to be in Charles's position.
You said in 2021 that you may seek to depose Meghan Markle, Prince Harry's wife, as part of Virginia's civil suit against Andrew, as she may have important knowledge about the then prince's behavior. Is that something, do you still think she may have information that could be useful?
Oh, I think that's quite likely. Now, whether she has any information that we don't already know, I think is more doubtful. We know so much more now than we...
We don't need her. What the fuck do you... Why are we doing this? Oh my God, I'm gonna have a fucking stroke tonight. Why the fuck are we still playing this game of, well, maybe Ghislaine Maxwell will corroborate some of this evidence?
We did. When...
Fuck off! She's looking for a fucking part. She's willing to lie to get it. Shut... God damn it!
Started the lawsuit against then Prince Andrew. So whether she has anything
We
to
are
add,
living in the dumbest fucking time.
today, I'd be
Holy
certain.
fuck.
But she certainly was in a position to know a lot about Prince Andrew.
We've also
move on from this guy.
Seen the downfall of Lord Mandelson, who was the UK ambassador to the United States. He lost his job. He's now being investigated by the British police, not least because
Jesus Christ, we literally had something interesting in fucking Michael Tracy being a contrarian, and then this guy fucking...
he appeared to be trading highly classified information about what the
fucking
UK
snooze fest over here
was doing when he was a business minister. So he's in very hot water then. But again, he has so far resisted going to the United States to testify in front of Congress. Do you feel the same way towards him?
It's so good to watch, though. I mean, sure.
Towards Andrew, given Mandelson's clearly lied about the nature of his relationship with...
It's important to watch this because he does have expertise in this, but why the fuck does everybody that has really important expertise on this matter have the delivery of fucking Mr. Rogers on Klonopin?
Epstein, and was clearly around him, including on the island and everything, for a sustained long period of years.
I believe that everyone who has information ought to share that information. You still have, as you saw earlier on your program, people who are denying.
It's not like WWE anymore. It really isn't. I've been saying that, yes, like disingenuously, it's all kayfabe, but this goes beyond kayfabe. Now our politics are a little different now that we know that the elites are into this shit. Like I said, if we just really want to take the power back, we don't elect a single fucking incumbent. I don't care if you're on the right or on the left. Vote for somebody that is not already in office.
Of the facts.
En masse. Shock these motherfuckers. Get them out of their positions of power.
All of us. And I think particularly...
But no, we have to always listen to the consultant class. We can't lose the incumbency because that didn't backfire on Biden.
In that context.
Fucking Christ.
It's important that everybody who has information come forward and provide that information honestly. As I say, I think that I would feel the same way about Lord Mandelson as I do about Andrew, that if they're prepared to come to the United States and testify under oath.
No, you thought you knew this pre-Epstein. Honestly, you didn't have any of the fucking evidence. Stop. They didn't release the files. Now we have real evidence, and now we actually know.
Be free to do that.
What you're doing is just being a fucking douchebag where you're like, oh, I knew this. I was a conspiracy theorist. I was part of Q. We were right the entire time. Yeah, well, now Q's already pivoted and said that Trump is the fucking ultimate whistleblower and that he's just going to release all the files to really upset the entire fucking establishment. But somehow, some way, that's not what's happening in the slightest. I'm so sick of these conspiracies. They're these schmucks. That's what they are. I couldn't get the word out. These fucking conspiracy schmucks.
The United States is going to seize them at the border.
Useless assholes. That's what they are.
But I do think they've got an obligation to come.
Instead of looking at the facts right in front of them that came from a conspiracy that they were the ones to cultivate, instead of taking the W, they got to turn it into an L.
Forward. And perhaps they could even testify if they didn't want to come to the United States. Perhaps they could even testify in the United Kingdom. I believe Congress would send representatives over to the United Kingdom to take their
That's what he's trying to do.
testimony.
He's trying to make himself the informant. He almost did, but then, you know, we have this little pesky thing called facts, and then we also have this thing called the Epstein files that keep getting released that kind of they contradict everything that he keeps saying.
But one way or
it's almost like he's a liar and has been for a long time, and you shouldn't trust a goddamn word he says, but here we are.
another, I think there is no excuse, none, for them not providing the evidence that they have, not providing the information
Conspiracy theorist schmucks. It is a tongue twister, yeah.
about the sex trafficking.
No, I completely agree. I had Alan Dershowitz on the show a couple of days ago, and he went to great pains. He was obviously Epstein's attorney for a long period of time.
The fact that we're talking about baby eaters, like, not getting convicted, and you're still like, well, could you imagine if Kamala was president? Fuck you.
He went.
I don't even care anymore, but fuck you.
To great pains.
You're living through Donald Trump failing you as a president, failing all of us as a president.
Try and
selling out our country every fucking turn he makes.
Defend Epstein's original conviction as not being a confession of being a paedophile. He said that in the end, Epstein only pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from a girl of 17 years and 10 months and a 21-year-old young woman, and said
really
that's not
give me a headache.
That's not a paedophile. What is your reaction to that? And is he telling the whole story there?
I don't know why Alan Dershowitz continues to try.
The dude's covering up one of the biggest fucking scandals on the planet, but here you're just like, he's winning so hard.
To defend what is just indefensible. He ought to take responsibility.
Oh, hey, by the way, you're next in line. You might want to do like a little prep, lick your pinky, stick it up your butt, just so you can, get yourself nice and ready for when Trump fucks you in the ass.
For his actions.
Hope you don't have bony knees.
He ought to take responsibility for what he told the British press back at the time when he was representing.
Keep up the amazing work. Thank you.
Epstein.
Awesome.
I've had my own issues with him, and I really don't want to
going mossy.
Go after him more than I already have. But I don't think it's reasonable to say that he only acted as a lawyer.
We'll tap that screen, folks.
A publicist dealing with the press, telling the press incorrectly that Epstein had passed a lie detector test, which he didn't. And I think that everybody who is involved with Epstein needs to step up and take responsibility for their role.
I have this at 1.25. Could you imagine if I was listening to this at normal speed?
And
holy fuck.
I think the more that they deny, I think the worse it is. However they thought at the time, they now know what the facts are. And whatever justifications they thought they have, they know those justifications are false. I think that everybody ought to
One
take
more
responsibility
question.
for what they did and for their support, assistance of what was going on.
I have this sped up. Yes, this is at 1.25.
So I think Mr. Dershowitz, like a lot of other people, would serve themselves a lot better by coming clean.
Okay, we done?
And finally,
Stop asking him questions!
Boys, Ghislaine Maxwell refused to give any answers to questions before the House committee last week. Said she may testify in exchange for clemency from President Trump. What's your response to that?
I think that honestly, Eric, yeah, I'm just gonna go there. I think that the P tapes are real. I think that the Trump and Clinton stuff is real. I think it's all real at this point. I do.
There's no basis.
I do.
None.
The thing is, with what we've seen, it makes so much sense.
For clemency. To give clemency or pardon to a person who played the role that she did in the victimization of dozens, hundreds of young girls and young women would be a travesty. I think that the chances that President Trump's going to do that are small. But I think if that were to happen, it would be an outrage.
It takes 1.25 or 1.5. I went from 1.25 to 1.5 to get this guy to talk normally.
She has no position or right to try to bargain for her evidence. The people of the United States, the people of the United Kingdom, the people of the world have a right to know her evidence. And although she has a right against self-incrimination, she can be granted immunity for her testimony. That is, she can be granted immunity for the testimony in the sense that the testimony cannot be used against her. But she's already in jail. Nobody needs to use that testimony.
No, and she's also a lying sack of shit. Why? No. She's already proven that she's willing to lie to get herself out of prison. Any other fucking attorney would just be like, yeah, she's a liability. But every news program, we just need to play this game because we're just waiting for her to get fucking pardoned. Just do it already, Trump. Just do it. Just fucking pardon her. Fucking A. Just do it. Just do it all. Fucking pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. Have her fucking say that you never did anything wrong.
Supposed to give that testimony after being
just go for it.
Immunity. She can be held in contempt, and she can be held in
fucking
contempt and in
over
prison
this
for
shit.
just as long as necessary. And the special treatment that the administration has given her, taking her out of the ordinary prison, putting her in a much more comfortable prison, is an act of grace. It's an act.
He's getting
that I think
paid by the minute. That'd be smart.
Terrible mistake. But there's no reason, none, to try to coddle her and bargain with her for her testimony.
Why has impeachment not been brought up? Because nobody's going to impeach him. They need to at least have the House to fucking impeach him.
I just took a quick look at the prediction markets.
It's almost like the Republicans are going to turn on their fucking dear leader. Jesus Christ, dude.
Currently say there's just a 17%
Sorry, Mossy Adventures.
chance that anyone will be jailed over Epstein
Yeah,
disclosure.
17% chance. Great.
Would you agree with that?
Oh, I hope not. I think that is illustrative of the
So midterms then impeach. That's likely. That's why he's fighting so hard to steal the election.
cynicism that people have about
Again, voter ID is so important to have in this midterm specifically, but it wasn't, you know what? He got fine. He got by just fine during the 2024 election. No need to look into that one.
our justice system and the prosecutors.
Seriously, anytime somebody starts bringing up the 2020 elections and the fact that they want voter ID, just ask why they're okay with the 2024 elections not being audited.
That's a reflection of the cynicism that people have about our Justice Department today. The cynicism that more than 4 out of
Okay, now I know what sub you're on. I'll sub. Hey, Andrew Bredding. Appreciate
5
that.
people
Thanks.
think that our Justice Department is
By the way, guys,
going to give a pass to people because
I really appreciate you guys being here. If you can hit the like button, it helps out the stream a lot, and it is the best free way to do so. Also, just hit the like button if you watch anything for a prolonged period of time and enjoy the content. Make yourself a better person and a better consumer of YouTube.
they're rich and powerful. I think that's a tragedy.
Yeah, it is. David Boyes, thank you so much. It's great to have you back on Uncensored. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. It's good to talk to you.
Well, let's go back to the
Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank God I can go back to normal speed. Whew. Okay.
panel there. Be bringing John Kiriakou. I mean, David Boyes is always extraordinarily impressive. He's one of the great criminal lawyers in modern American history with an extraordinary track record. What did you make of what he was saying there?
Oh, I agreed with everything he said. You know, it's like we never learn from history, Piers. We didn't learn
For the oncology and prayers. Thank you. I
from
appreciate that.
Watergate or for
By the way, guys, just a reminder that any of the donations, any of the super chats, I have a donation link in the description. Any of that goes to the Cancer Fund and helps out immensely.
Iran-Contra, that the cover-up of the crime is
I am not a large streamer. I do not make a lot of money, and we are in immense amounts of debt.
almost always worse than the crime. It's always better just to be honest.
Like I said, if you're enjoying the stream, it really helps.
Because the truth
and dog gets a treat.
Truth will out eventually anyway. So just be honest. If there are 3 million more documents, by God, release the 3 million more documents. Let's let justice run its course. And I want to agree with another thing he said. I thought that Ghislaine Maxwell was already given her.
Also, just a reminder that, and I should probably do this often, that when you do make a donation to the stream, it does help the stream stay on.
Her gift.
Otherwise, I gotta fucking go work more hours.
When she was transferred from a low security prison to a minimum security prison, there's an
working my max.
internal Bureau of Prisons policy that prohibits people convicted of child sex crimes from serving their time in a minimum security prison, because minimum security prisons have no bars on the windows, no locks on the doors. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to abscond. They can't be sent to maximum or medium security prisons because they'll be killed there in many cases. So they have to go to low security prisons, which are secure, but not minimum. She's in a minimum, and she's the only child sex criminal in a minimum security prison. It's just wrong.
It is completely outrageous. And
I didn't know you were ace.
And on the other point that I discussed the other day, and Alan Dershowitz vehemently denied this, but there's growing evidence from these leaked documents that Epstein was working with Israel in some capacity. Do you believe he was a full-fledged Mossad agent?
Yeah, if you can't afford gifts or donations, engagement helps to drive people to get ad rolls and premium watch dollars. The emotes on YouTube don't require you to chat. There you go. Oh yeah, I forgot.
I've said from the very
heart emotes in chat if you want to give good vibes to the wife.
beginning,
There we go.
including right here on the show, that I've always believed he was a Mossad access agent. Maybe not polygraphed, formally recruited, but he was working on behalf of Mossad, I believe, to get them access to important people and closely held information that they otherwise would not have had access to. But now we also know from the latest tranche of documents that he had actively sought contact with the CIA and the FBI, and that he had sought contact with MI5 and MI6 and possibly even the Germans. So he was out there as what we would call in the intelligence community an intelligence broker, somebody who has a little bit of information or access to information and is looking to see who is willing to pay what for it.
Mike Benz, thank you for your patience in waiting so long to talk. You're a former US State Department official. You served in the first Trump administration. You've become more critical of the government since then. First of all, your reaction to David Boies and that interview you just did.
Well, I think it's generally right. There's the question of...
That was cute. He just jumped on my lap to do like the little... He got down and then just whack.
I'm more concerned about, as John pointed out, the cover-up. I think it's been...
Damn, he took off.
I'm not sure what the point of trying to contest the, sort of evil nature of what was done. That to me matters much less than the protection of it by institutions in our government, whether they be the Justice Department, the FBI, intelligence services, or oligarchs on the outside who want to hide their own relations. That to me is really what the heart of the scandal has moved to in the 7 years after his death and the absence of questions. What I would add is
thanks, guys. I really appreciate that.
Congress can actually take an additional step with the... Yeah, I'm reminded of my
community rules. Actually, you know what? I haven't given you guys props. I have to say, and I haven't said this in a while. I have the best fucking community on YouTube. I really do.
George Bush 2003 speech, mission accomplished.
Now, please do not confuse some of the riffraff in chat as the actual base of my community.
After we invaded Iraq, this is kind of what this feels like to say, we've turned over everything.
Rebecca, I appreciate that. Happy birthday, and I will catch you later.
Mission accomplished. By the way, there's 3 million more files. We have zero information from the Central Intelligence Agency or the State Department. The State Department actually leased Jeffrey Epstein a 5-story mansion that he stayed in for free for extended periods.
Of course they did.
After it seized.
Of course they did. Did you know how much gratis the rich get
from the government?
If you saw the fucking baskets that they get at the fucking Oscars.
Iran, well, Jeffrey Epstein's own personal history in the CIA and foreign intelligence adjacent spaces date back to the 1970s and the kind of Iran, Middle Eastern, and Latin American operations there. It seems very obvious at this point that there are entire troves, both within DOJ and
You are the base of the
CIA.
community. Oh, you are Usul. I shall rename you Usul, for Usul is the base, and Rebecca is the basest of them all.
State that need to be turned over.
It's a quote from the God Emperor Dune. I am a dork.
Be done right now, I think, to move the ball forward in both what David was saying and what folks like John mentioned here.
Poor Usul. Actually, you might not want to, because Usul does not have good things happen to him.
In 1992, after the outpouring of anger that happened after Oliver Stone's JFK movie, there was a bill passed by Congress. It was called the John F. Kennedy Records Collection Act that forced the CIA to turn over or to set up an independent auditing board to begin the process of reviewing and declassifying documents. So you can do the same mechanism here. If the Justice Department is saying there's 3 million we're not turning over, pass another bill. Who's going to be on the other side of it? This one passed 427-1 in the House and 99-0 in the Senate. Pass a bill and force them to be reviewed by an independent auditing board. And don't just make it DOJ, FBI, extend it to the intelligence services the same way that both chambers of Congress passed in 1992 around JFK.
Fascinating. Michael Tracy, was there anything David Boies said giving you pause for thought?
I have to say, Piers, I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't ask him a single challenging question. I invite you to ask me any challenging question you'd like, and you'd think that given David Boies' stature and him being hailed as this legendary criminal attorney, that maybe he could tolerate one or two probing questions that might be outstanding, such as amongst these
They aren't going to make them into worms in the movies.
files.
I didn't read that yet. Well, they're only doing Dune Messiah. I don't think they're going right into God Emperor.
That have been produced.
But they better.
They
better. I want to see the worm. Actually, my cat is pretty much named after Leto.
January
Duke Leto II.
30th are a memo that memorializes internal deliberations amongst prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, in which they frankly convey that they are stunned as to how outlandishly non-credible Virginia Roberts Giuffre was when they interviewed her in September 2019. This memo is December 2019. David Boies represented Virginia, including as to the lawsuit that was brought against Prince Andrew. And yes, it was an extortionist lawsuit, but the British royal family...
Raw dog nachos or cinnamon pebbles? Cinnamon pebbles.
...is incredibly effective.
Cinnamon pebbles? They have cinnamon pebbles?
They are not going to challenge any of the premises that are being marshaled against
Didn't Leto die like 10 pages into the story? No.
him to foment this mass
Leto won. Yeah.
hysteria and moral panic, and therefore everybody takes the resolution of that lawsuit to mean that there was some
Wrong Leto.
concession to Prince
There's two.
Andrew's guilt. Even if we want to stipulate...
Actually, no. I think that Leto 1 technically dies in Messiah.
That he did have some sort of sexual contact with Virginia Roberts Giuffre
And then it's
when
the twins.
it was alleged to have taken place. She would have been above the legal age of consent in England, and yet we're told this is a giant pedophilic sex trafficking crisis. But you know what the files show us? That the government investigators who are on a warpath at this point against Epstein and then Maxwell discovered no credible evidence of any pedophilic sex trafficking or any sex trafficking at all to any third-party individuals, which was the crux of the mythology that Virginia Roberts Giuffre
See you, Rebecca.
incubated, that Tara Palmieri amplified so...
I love a lot of Frank Herbert's writings. I can never get into Dune. That's the one you couldn't get into?
lamentably credulously, and that David Boies actualized in the legal filings that he
Sylvie
carried
Discord.
out on her behalf. This is outrageous.
All right.
This is a fraud that's been perpetrated on the public by a conspiracy. You know what the conspiracy is? The conspiracy is this unthinking, brainless hysteria combined with journalistic credulity, combined with an unwillingness to do any actual research as to the facts and evidence, and to treat David Boies like you just did. Now, why didn't you ask him about the 30% in attorney's fees that he convinced Judge Rakoff in the Southern District of New York to reward him for his almost $350+ million lawsuits against Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan that he's now trying to extract even more from Bank of America, which is why he's trying to prevent the disclosure of Epstein files, because he doesn't want to undercut his case.
Do you know what?
Why
I'm
do you ask
hearing.
him, Piers?
I'm hearing it.
Can I ask a
I'm
question?
hearing.
No.
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories, but they're all coming out
Piers-
of your mouth.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Can he ever not step on like something interesting to come out of this?
Let me give the final word to
Fucking
Tara
A.
because he
What
keeps.
conspiracy theory did I postulate?
He keeps when he's not lecturing. When he's not lecturing me about my interview skills, he's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what David Boyes had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach, the police in Palm Beach, the detective? Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young
I've
as
listened
14?
to them all.
Yeah, and you think that they're
I've
not
listened
credible?
to it all, Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school?
Do you think Virginia
nearby-
Roberts Giuffre's credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation.
He's literally smearing a dead woman, saying that her testimony about a notorious sex predator is bullshit. This guy is trying to win the Contrarian
We're
Olympics.
talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations
Right,
against
let her speak,
a
please.
Harvard
Let her
professor,
speak.
Stephen Kosslyn, recanted against
Let her speak.
Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the
Let her
credibility
speak or I'll cut your
of
mic.
your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in my
sorry,
entire
what?
life who would like, who's paying you?
Who's paying you? Yeah, actually, I'm glad that she just asked it outright. You know what? Good for her. Good for her.
Who do you work for? I think a lot of people are wondering this because
Mhm.
I've never seen anyone quite like you going after
No, this is
victims
crazy.
of sex
Patrick-
crimes. And
Michael Tracy literally having a fucking contrarian opinion to the point where even MAGA goes like, huh?
attacking them like this. So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them. And I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just
What?
blurted out.
You mean the
I'm asking you.
That was a straightforward question. Are you being paid by Epstein's estate or no?
So if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of
but
crimes,
maybe somebody can
in
fix my
Astonishing,
audio feed
an
right now so I can
astonishing,
hear
an
whatever she's spewing.
astonishing,
Wow.
an astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing
Even Pierce is like, well, that was fucking
when
convenient.
you were asked a very difficult question. And
know.
rather telling, I may say.
I heard it.
Okay,
Can
no,
I ask
I'm
him-
not saying you
Wait,
didn't get cut.
Piers,
I'm
if he
just
can
saying.
if he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it's a fair
Michael, can
question
you
to
hear
ask.
me?
Did you
Can
just?
you hear
I mean,
me,
I can hear you
Michael?
very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
I asked you
No,
if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
being. Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of
See,
the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or
Everybody there's just like, answer the question, bro.
You're not
But
answering
what's the answer to the question?
Answer the question, bro. Eric, what do you think about this? Again, as somebody who's in MAGA, when you hear somebody like this guy, what do you think?
Of course, I'm not.
See, this is why I like having MAGA in my chat.
being
What's the
paid by
answer?
anyone.
God, I can't imagine being in like one of the other leftist channels that just fucking blanket bans anybody that disagrees with them. God, I want to talk about a boring space to be in.
I am paid by my
It's a yes or
readers
no
on
question.
Substack, you idiot. You just can't engage on the merits, Tara. You are a disgrace.
I mean,
you
I'm
are
happy
going
to
to
go
be
through all of my
remembered as
reporting,
somebody
which
who was
was
integral
fact-checked.
in fomenting this moral
I mean, her reporting was fact-checked, yes,
Panic and mass
over and over.
area that's led to mass defamation like you just tried against me. You know how Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey got caught a few days ago accusing a random auto mechanic in New York and a random IT manager of having been complicit in pedophilic sex crimes?
God, this sucks. I have to piss so bad, but I don't want to end. Oh, man.
You're just following on in that tradition, which is
I'm
so
risking my bladder for this one, folks.
emblematic of how this issue has functioned in
Okay,
popular mind.
I'm going to give
now
Tara.
said double down,
weaponized
going on the
Of
attack.
course, Piers.
Tara,
I resent the implication. I resent the question. I asked her straightforward questions about her own journalistic work.
Okay, I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get to
Instead, she
talk
tries to
ad
do her
infinitum.
whole little defamation song and dance because she can't actually engage in an intelligent way because there's no defense to what
Tara,
she's
let
done.
me.
No, there is.
Nor for David.
Tara,
I
let me
can
ask.
talk about
Tara,
I can talk about my reporting
At Peppers.
on the Broken Jeffrey.
Hey, watch
Tara,
it.
let me ask you. Tara, you don't need to justify your reporting. It's been excellent on the whole scandal.
Why not?
Tara, let me just ask you.
I'll justify
what was your?
mine.
Let me ask Tara. What was your response to David Boyes' interview? Finally.
You know, I think David Boyes has done a lot of incredible work, and I know that to go after, you know, the Crown was a really big deal, especially for his firm. They're obviously one of the biggest firms in the world, and so to target, you know, the monarchy is a really big deal when you have offices in London, and that can affect, as anyone would know as a
Sorry,
lawyer.
guys,
So,
you know what?
I think it's great that his partner,
all right, my
I'm
dog forced my
blanking on
hand.
her
It's
name right
barking at the door.
now. She's really earned the trust of the victims, and they're really hard cases to pursue. I mean, when you go after the most powerful people in the world, you can't represent them either. And when you have a white shoe law firm, it's like, how are you supposed to do that? So I think it's incredible. I think it's very commendable. Excuse me. And you know, there's still so much more to do, though. There's still so many more places to go. And unfortunately, I just don't see it coming from the Southern District of New York. Like, in particular with Leon Black, I mean, the man who was picked to replace Leon Black by Leon Black himself, like, he picked his own successor, and that man is Jay Clayton. And now Jay Clayton is running the Southern District of New York. He is the lead prosecutor. And is he really going to do an investigation into the guy who picked him to succeed him at Apollo Management when he had to step down, when Leon Black had to step down because of Epstein? An Epstein investigation found that he paid Epstein $150 million to do estate planning. It's just, everything is so incestuous. And how are we supposed to trust that power will police itself? We can't. And that's
where journalists. You know what? That's where journalists like you come in, and where lawyers like David Boyes come in. I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify.
Much better.
So one of the silver linings or the saving grace of this current moment in our political history is that every now and then you see somebody who not only wakes up, who
this directly ties into
really
the Epstein stuff.
Wakes up and they start feeling like genuinely heartbroken and disgusted that they ever were on the Trump train. So one of the people I'm thinking of, that caller into C-SPAN who was damn near crying, and he was given like a heartfelt apology and telling everybody, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that it would be this bad, that this guy would be this fucking corrupt and this disgusting. Well, now I feel like we got another person that fits in this category. This guy here, his name is Sean Ryan. He's part of the Rogan.
That's the guy.
Sphere.
All right. This is crazy. I was going to show you guys this video.
Sort of podcast.
Okay. Good to know that it was Sean Ryan. This guy has been like a MAGA darling for quite some time.
Community. And this is a guy who I believe he had on Donald Trump. And you guys know how it was. There was a time online.
Dude, Donald Trump went on every fucking podcast. Stop fucking focusing on Donald Trump went on Theo Vaughn. Donald Trump went on fucking Joe Rogan. Donald Trump went on... Who cares?
Where that's where all the vibes were. That's where all the energy was. If you were a pro-Trump podcaster, they were getting all the views, they were getting all the likes, they were getting all the support, the adoration. Rogan had on and cucked himself. Rogan had...
Kamala Harris didn't go and do the fucking podcast. So I am so tired of this argument.
Trump on and cucked himself to Trump. Just gave it
the fucking Andrew Schultz platform Trump. So that means that he's like #1 Trump supporter because I watched Andrew Schultz before and I thought he was just a comedian. And then I didn't like when he had Trump on. It made me sad. Fuck off. We get it, Kyle. You like comedians and you can't stand the fact that some of them don't agree with you politically. God damn.
Embarrassing softball interview. You have Tim Dillon had on JD Vance. It was embarrassing. Theo Vaughn played patty cakes with with Trump and humanized him. And this guy, Sean Ryan, had on Trump as well. But this guy has done a total 180, a strong 180, to the point where he's now having on like Ro Khanna to shit on Trump and sitting there and agreeing with everything he's saying. Okay, so here he is, and he
Rogan even gave Harris a good window while Harris was in Texas, but she still refused. Rogan is
posted this
video. He was
recently, and you get a sense of where he's at.
I wouldn't even call him a lefty, dude. He is no. This is what I was getting mad at, is the fact that you guys, like, everybody needs to see these comedians as being part of their circle. So you'll go like Comrade Rogan if he says something left, or, oh no, MAGA, he went MAGA, when in reality he's an independent dipshit comedian who barely followed politics before 2016 like most people. But Trump did it to himself, where he made himself such a fucking albatross that we all have to pay attention. And trust me, like, I have been saying this for years, that the number one way to hurt Trump is to just ignore him. Literally, if everybody stopped covering his bullshit, he would just shout into the ether.
Dad, now listen to this.
I've been pretty quiet about Pam Bondi in front of Congress the other day, talking about how the Dow's up to 50,000. Nobody gives a fuck. Because what you should be talking about is how you are going to investigate and prosecute any pedophiles that were running around on Epstein Island that you're affiliated with. But we didn't talk about that, did we? Oh, and what's the excuse? What was the excuse? Oh, if we prosecute everybody, the whole system would go down. Well, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like how Trump...
Center lefty, it's the Overton window. Yeah, but sometimes the Overton window's fucking wrong.
Ran his campaign. Let's drain the swamp. Doesn't that sound a lot like...
Doesn't account for people that actually agree with some things from one side and some things on the other side. That's not a true centrist.
Draining the swamp? It actually is drain the swamp served up to you on a fucking silver platter. But you're not going to take it, are you? You're going to protect pedophiles. You're going to protect pedophiles.
Now, this is great for any left-leaning fucking person, because for real, this guy was as right as you get. Like, this guy isn't even an America First guy, like the fucking Valhalla VFT or whatever the fuck. This dude was out and out, like, the biggest Trump supporter. He was like total fucking he was totally devoted to MAGA.
Rather than go out.
And now he has even been turned off by the fucking Epstein files. And I appreciate our chatter in here that said the same thing, that he's MAGA, that he thinks this is ridiculous, that this is an obvious cover-up.
After them, and hope that everybody's happy that the Dow hit 50,000. Are you fucking out of your mind? I guess the whole drain the swamp campaign promise was another fucking bullshit lie, huh?
Yeah, it's almost like we all knew this, though. This is why I can't stand when we also, like, platform this shit and we're just like, yeah, welcome to the party, pal.
Man, the lies are stacking up fast.
Yeah, it's almost like we called him a liar and you guys defended him tooth and nail.
I've never seen so many fucking lies appear in, what, a year?
Yep, that's me. I absolutely agree. Nice, Eric.
It's only been a fucking year.
I appreciate hey, man, hit that sub button. I want you to kind of stick around.
Look at all the fucking lies. You know,
you're probably going to disagree with me on some shit in the near future, but you know what? Right now, I appreciate your perspective.
I wanted to talk to you about something else, too. Then you got Pam Bondi and what's that other guy's name? Todd Blanche. Yeah, running around giving Ro Khanna and Massey all this shit because they accidentally put two names that are apparently innocent, you know, out that were in the Epstein files. Well, I got fucking news for you. You know, you have two guys that are in Congress that are actually doing shit, and you give them shit because they made a mistake when they're trying to do the fucking
Bandit, what's up, brother?
Job.
Good to see you. Shout out to Uni. I think that she's in chat.
Of the entire Department of Justice, because nobody over there...
Dude, I just said your name, and he is fucking staring at those treats.
Will do...
It's hit a new level there, dude. He doesn't even need to hear the bubble.
Their fucking job when it comes to putting pedophiles away in prison. So you give them shit because two people are trying to do the job of the entire Department of Justice. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Something shifted, man. Something shifted. Something changed. I don't know the exact moment. I don't know what it was. I honestly think it varies person to person what was the awakening moment. According to the public, the polls really shifted against Trump.
Did you see that? He was literally staring right at
I know what it was. The Epstein ballroom. The ballroom. The fact that he kept, in every interview he was doing, he was asked about, sir, Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck and murdered.
Yeah.
Are you okay, sir? How are you doing? I know you were close to him. I know he helped you win the White House. Are you doing okay, sir? And Trump goes, I'm doing fine. Look over there. See that? That's where we're going to put the ballroom. You see the land? See, it's
going to be beautiful. Marble floors.
Cleared it out a little bit. They're making it all nice. And when I'm telling you, when it's done, it's going to be amazing.
Oh, Jesus.
And, presidents have wanted it for years, and we're finally delivering on it. That was a moment where the public went, they snapped out of it. Seriously. You saw, like, his approval went, like
snack time.
Just started going straight down.
Close your mouth.
Because people finally got it. Like, oh, hold on. Unemployment's going up. Inflation's going up.
I hope you saw that. That was hilarious.
My Medicaid got taken away. My health insurance premium is tripling. What the fuck's going on here? Didn't you say you would end the Ukraine war on day one?
Dude.
Didn't you say that? You didn't.
This fucking dog. I swear to God.
Didn't fucking do that. Like, oh, and now you're bragging about remodeling the Lincoln bathroom and building a fucking ballroom financed by billionaire assholes where there's going to be some pay-to-play deal. You're demolishing the East Wing of the White House without,
I swear to God,
not even fucking a thought. There's video of Trump before he demolished the East Wing. He goes,
how sick and evil are these people? Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite part of the White House. I would never get rid of that part of the White House. We have tremendous respect.
There's a troglodyte class of MAGA that will forever be captured because they're rhinos. Warmongering is the only goal of the right for decades.
Or the East Wing.
Oh, yeah.
Then he fucking demolishes it. This is who this guy...
How's John Bolton feel about his main project being spearheaded by Trump and getting,
is.
How does that guy feel? He had his entire life fucking raided by the guy because he did something.
So that woke the public up. The thing that woke up...
I hate John Bolton too, but I couldn't even figure it out. Like, what the fuck is he getting raided for?
Anybody who was still in the periphery of MAGA, the thing that they were like, whoa! And Andrew Callahan talks about this too. Some of the strongest supporters were the ones who dropped quickest.
He's also a schmoozer. Like, holy shit, dude. I couldn't believe it when
Then there was the Epstein file.
I picked that up and he's just like...
When the Epstein files started coming out and we started learning more. Because there you have, what's his name? The QAnon shaman. He totally turned on Trump as soon as the Epstein file stuff happened. Because he goes, that was like the core of what was keeping them Trump supporters. Is, oh, he's going to bring down the deep state and he's going to go after the pedophile cabal. And no, it turns out he's the leader. He's the head of the pedophile cabal. He's the head of the snake. He's all over those Epstein files. He's in the Epstein files 1 million times. He was in the redacted files 38,000, and that was only the first 1% of the files.
No one ever talks about Gore losing because we live in an era where talking about the past doesn't fix the present.
When it came out, there's all sorts of dirt on him. No, he's part of the club. He's in the club. He literally told Marjorie Taylor Greene,
there are certain things where it's just like, why? Why waste your energy? Who cares?
All my friends will
go
down if you release this. It'll hurt my friends. Well, then fuck your friends.
Already did subscribe. I've been enjoying your content for the last couple days. Oh, thanks, man.
And the system should come down. As Sean Ryan said, if it's a shadow government of moneyed interests, if it's a cabal of pedophile billionaire sadists, and they're the ones who make the decisions, and they're the ones who really run politics, well, that's a fucking problem, isn't it? That's a pretty goddamn good argument for having actual democracy and not this fucking... this sadist aristocracy, right? This vile cretin cabal. And so they're waking up. They're waking up. And by the way, let me just say, this was always the plan, y'all. This was always the plan. I mean, I remember screaming from the top of my lungs in Trump's first term when he was running, when he was campaigning his first time around, and he goes, I'm self-financing my campaign. I remember going on my show the next day and going, that's not true. That's not true. Here's an article that explains all the billionaires who are giving him money. Here's who he's raising. Here's the corporations he's raising money from. Here's the billionaires he's raising money from. Here's exactly how the corruption works. Here's the super PAC that's spending on his behalf. Because he just lied. He just lies. He gets away with a lot because he just lies. He'll just say the opposite of what he's actually doing. But now people are catching on, and they're realizing.
Would be interesting to do a debate with MAGA on the Epstein files to see where they stand now. Maybe I should reach out to JS to get an update. Yeah, good idea.
Oh my God, we've been lied to all along. So the whole point.
Actually, I did reach out to somebody else. I'm not going to make the announcement yet, but They'll be coming on this channel if everything works out.
Trump
so.
he was not a rejection of the establishment. He was the culmination of the establishment. He was the.
But we actually have Eric in chat here, who is a self-prescribed MAGA. You didn't say ex-MAGA, so I'll just say MAGA, who is not buying any of this.
Establishment.
So I really appreciate that.
Last line of defense. That's what Donald Trump was. He is a fucking billionaire. He is a billionaire, okay? He's in the club. The real goal all along was to protect the interests of the pedophile cabal. The whole point.
When am I going to show the video of that MAGA mother and her son? I don't know which one you're talking about. Which one are you? What do you mean?
Was Project 2025.
Oh, wait, are you talking about Nick Shirley?
Full unitary executive theory and make Trump an emperor. Go full Christian nationalism, okay? And go after the atheists, go after the agnostics, take away people's rights, take away abortion rights. Go back to a primitive style of government, okay? The destruction of the regulatory state on behalf
no, I've never heard
of the corporations and the billionaires to let them do whatever they want and pollute however much they want. That's the goal. The destruction of the social safety net to make sure that it's a dog-eat-dog world. And if you're at the bottom rung of that ladder, there's no way you can get up. You're going to shut up and be a fucking slave peasant to Jeff Bezos and to Mark Andreessen and to Peter Thiel and to all the other assholes who end up going on Joe Rogan's podcast. Because basically it's the Jeffrey Epstein experience over there these days. Okay? This was the goal. The goal was to ban blue states from doing free school breakfast and free school lunch and ban states from doing minimum wage increases. This was the goal. So understand what the purpose was and what Trumpism actually is. It's the Empire Strikes Back, okay? They're not the...
I'll be honest, Eric, I forgot what video you're talking
rebels.
about.
They're the Empire. That's what they are. That's what they've always been. Trump was just good at lying. Trump was just a massive bullshitter. And that's why we are where we are. But now,
shit. I just realized
there's
I
a
missed
mass
the 420.
awakening.
God damn it.
And like I told you guys...
Wow, I really did get into this episode.
His average favorability is 38%, which is historically
happy
atrocious.
late 420.
But my suspicion is, you know how Gallup poll just stopped tracking the favorability rating? I honestly believe that's because they had like a Trump 28% or 29% poll that was going to come out.
Eric, if you could elaborate a little bit more.
And they knew if we release this, we're cooked.
Yeah, I'll
if
be
we
honest.
release this, they're going to come after us viciously. They're going to audit us. They're going to investigate us. They're going to try to fucking crack down on us.
I just had that scene from Half Baked where I got the dial tone. Boo-doo-doo.
Wage a lawsuit against us.
Marijuana has cooked the brain.
Because this is what Trump does. If you cross a line and you go after him too aggressively, he'll fucking end you, right? So I think that's what happened is they had something with Trump in the 20-some-odd percentile range, and they said, fuck it, let's just not do presidential ratings anymore because we don't want to have to deal with the headache from this. That's where we are now. That's where we are. 28, 29% approval rating. The whole fucking country hates you. The whole country's struggling. What are you doing? Waging 7 goddamn wars. You're all over the goddamn Epstein files. You're the most corrupt regime we've ever seen ever in human history.
Oh, necessary conversation. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. You're making everybody's life worse with every decision you make, with the trade war and the tariffs, and now the retaliation from that is destroying U.S. farmers, and you're bailing out fucking Argentina to the tune of $40 billion as you screw over American farmers. They're sick of it. People are sick of it. They're waking up. They're realizing what happened here. And that's why a poll came out the other day that said Kamala would win by 8 points if the...
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here.
Against turning
I did make a promise, so here, fuck it. Let's go.
resemblance.
Welcome to the Necessary Conversation Midweek
Here we
Edition. I'm Chad Colchin with me.
By the way, what I just did there is hit that like button. If you guys can do the same for me, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Is my mom. We are going to show each other clips today and try to illuminate the other person about their side of whatever the issue may be. I have 3 clips prepared for you today, Mom. One is about the treatment of children in ICE detention facilities. One is about a very specific Epstein file that is highly graphic. And one is about Donald Trump saying we need to move on from the Epstein files and stop talking about them. What have you prepared for me?
You know, I sent you 2 or maybe 3 clips. The one about, is Epstein really in Israel walking around? Is he still alive? The clip about Michael Jackson. The clip about Hillary Clinton kind of being crazy and bizarre. And then there was another thing I wanted to talk to you about. What was it? Oh, Iran. Have you been on TV lately this afternoon?
I have not, but I just Googled it a little bit, and it does look like Trump is trying to start a war. This is the guy who wants a Nobel Peace Prize. What's he doing?
Does anybody know if he like burned himself here?
I know.
I know I brought that up a few times.
Are you in support of that?
Power through peace, peace through power. No, I don't want him to start a war in Iran. I do not.
It is. It's totally a burn. I can finally see it clear enough.
I've said that before on the
All right,
podcast.
I'll
I don't
shut
want
the
this
fuck
to
up about that.
happen.
Then.
No.
And so what if he does?
When I first saw him, I thought he just did a poor job shaving.
It's going to be terrible.
Right. But will you still support him?
He's our president. I have to.
No. What?
No, you didn't
Because
support Joe
we have
Biden.
military.
I was about to say, wait a minute. Yeah, she didn't support Biden. What the fuck is that logic?
You know why? We have military people over there, and I support them
Of course. You didn't support Joe Biden.
Did you support Obama while we were still in the Middle East? Wait a minute, lady.
When he was your president, did you?
I did not support him, but I had to
Okay.
support things that he would partake in military-wise because
What? No. You just
of
said that you
our,
support Trump.
people that are in the military.
Whoa.
Whatever he did.
What did he do?
That is such a double
He opened the
standard.
borders. I did not support that because
Okay.
that was hurting all kinds of
Very
people
quick.
here.
That's not.
So-
that's not what he was talking about.
What I'm trying to get at here is this is going to be one more thing that Trump is doing that you disagree with. And that list of things now is getting
Hold
pretty
up, have
low.
faith. All right.
How many things
I'll
does he
pause
have to do
less.
that
I'll
you
pause
disagree
less.
with before you say, I disagree with him?
Lady's dumb. Yeah,
I
she is.
disagree with things he is doing right now.
Right, but you still blindly follow him.
He is the president of the United States.
We just did this whole circular argument. So was Joe
Mhm.
Biden. You didn't support him. You didn't support anything Barack Obama did.
The things Trump is doing are a little bit, I guess, better to me to try to make our country stronger and greater. The things Biden did was open up borders to make us more weak.
Okay. And starting a war with Iran, you believe is to make us stronger.
I don't think it is. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Just remember, guys, this is the median voter.
That's what I'm saying. So
That's-
at what
it's
point,
one
how many of
thing.
these things have to
Oh my God, how is this one of the biggest political shows?
pile up that you don't like?
He does a lot of other things that I do
really
like.
do.
So
Well,
oh my God.
let's get to those things, I suppose. Do you want to start with one of your clips or you want me to start?
I'm sure my clips won't be as bad as yours. So start with the good, my clips.
You want to start with what? Michael Jackson? Or do you want to start with Epstein alive in Tel Aviv?
Epstein.
That's depressing.
Epstein, I like that one.
Yeah.
Here we go.
A single image from Tel Aviv has reignited one of the internet's darkest debates. Who is this guy spotted in? The image shows a white-haired, white-bearded man wearing sunglasses walking with two men
Oh,
who
this is
appear to
what
be
they're-
bodyguards.
this is what the
photo
right's
was
doing
taken
now?
in Tel Aviv. The man's face looks familiar, but no name is
Does the dad come on? No, that's why I could actually watch this episode.
confirmed.
Bob makes me. I actually unsubscribed from the channel because they don't push back on Bob. And Bob, when he said that he was comfortable with them getting shot, I was just like, you know what? You may not have self-respect, but I do. So fuck you. I'm not following your fucking channel.
Online, speculation quickly followed. As renewed attention is placed on the Epstein files, some users claim the man resembles
I don't know, man.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Some people are just like, they're better than me because they can maintain a relationship with their parents. If my parents treat me like this, they'd never see me again.
And argue
Thanks
he
for the
may
two,
still
man.
be alive.
Appreciate that.
Screenshots are zoomed
At Bandit MTXI $2. Trump is the supreme leader. Biden isn't. Easy.
In.
Embarrassed
Facial-
smiley face emoji.
features
I wish I could get a Trump voice on my TTS. That'd be funny.
compared and timelines re-examined. Others push back, saying the image proves nothing and warning against turning resemblance into accusation. The debate goes beyond the photo itself. Some commenters argue that for someone with Epstein's wealth and connections, faking a death would be easier than facing accountability. Others point out that there has been no verified evidence placing him alive after his death in custody, and that speculation risks distracting from documented crimes and victims. What remains undeniable is the imbalance the discussion exposes. If Epstein is truly dead, many believe justice was never fully served.
Okay. And so you
I'm just
believe
think-
Epstein is alive and in Israel?
No. I've seen that circulating all over.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to ask you, what's your opinion on that? Do you think he's alive? Do you think he's dead?
I think he's dead.
So do you think that's AI generated and that's not him?
I think maybe it's a guy who looks like him. Some of those pictures may be AI. I'm not sure. I'll try and Google it quickly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead, but I don't think he committed suicide the way that the documents were written up, that he killed himself by strangulation or.
So we're in agreement that Trump allegedly had him silenced?
Yeah. I don't think he killed himself. I don't think he did.
Oh, dude.
I
Okay.
think he was killed.
That's it.
by...
I need headache medicine. I'll be right back.
Probably.
I need to take some fucking ibuprofen.
That image, that video that you're showing, has been proven to be AI generated.
Oh, okay. Okay.
By multiple outlets.
I've seen a whole bunch of them, and at first I was thinking maybe he is alive. Maybe he is over there walking around. No, I think he's dead. But when they did find him in the cell and all that, there were a lot of errors that went on that day. The guards were supposed to be watching every 30 minutes. They didn't.
Yeah. I don't think he killed himself. I definitely think he was murdered. But
Yeah.
I don't think he's alive.
Yeah, I don't think he is either. I just wanted to show that to you. I've seen it so many times. At first, I kind of believed it. But then you have always told me, look a little bit further.
All
Yeah,
you
I don't
have to
think
do
that-
is
I don't-
Google any of these things. Like you see that video of him. I literally just Googled video of Epstein walking around Tel Aviv. Is it
Mhm.
real? And immediately there's like 20 websites that are like, no, this is AI generated.
But there's so many people that pick that up then, and the crazy people pick it up and say, look, he is. Look at this.
You did that. You had me play that clip. You are one of the crazy people.
No, I'm not. I wanted to know if you were one of the crazy people. If
You were trying to
believed it.
trick me with it?
I was trying
Holy
to trick
shit.
you.
Okay. So that's clip one, I guess.
Yeah, I think
You're
he's
trying to
dead.
trick me with an AI Epstein
Hey,
clip.
Do you think he committed suicide?
No, I said. I think he was
Oh,
murdered.
okay. Yeah, I don't either.
The amount of people now that are having to like quit their jobs and under
Right.
investigation in all these different countries and stuff, and also the fact that we still don't have half of the Epstein files. They're never
Right.
going to release them.
They have
Maybe
to.
they'll get released if a Democrat gets in office and can completely clean house in the DOJ and all this stuff.
who
But
do
they're
you
protecting
think-
Trump.
Who do you think killed him then?
I mean, dare I say it? I think Trump is involved.
Wow. Yeah, I don't. But
There are still, even
Why? He was the president. He was allegedly implicated. Why is it so hard to believe?
in the quote unredacted files that Congress
Mm-hmm.
got to see,
Because
there's
he's
still
your guy?
multiple people's names fully redacted, multiple images fully redacted. We know for a fact there are multiple images of Trump redacted in the shit they released. So what's in the shit they didn't release?
I thought when the people went in there that day or 2 days, they could see anything they wanted. They couldn't take pictures.
Right.
They could read everything.
Yes, and then
Yeah,
they
then why
came
was it
out of
so
that and
redacted?
said,
Mhm.
there's a bunch of shit still in the files we're looking at that's blacked out.
Yeah.
So the stuff the DOJ gave them wasn't even unredacted. They
Yeah,
are
no.
protecting people at the very top of this. And I believe whoever those names are, whoever's in those 3 million other pages, very likely Donald Trump is in a lot of them, just based on the fact that he's in the ones they did release more than any other person.
I did go back and watch the day that Bondi was testifying and all that. And that part where she goes, I don't know, she was talking about something and then she goes to the stock market. What? Yeah. She was talking about how the Dow was up or something or NASDAQ. I'm like,
Yes.
what?
And she's being asked questions. Why aren't you prosecuting people in the Epstein files? And she's like, the stock market's up.
Yeah.
She is protecting Donald Trump. I don't know how you don't see that.
I don't think it's Donald Trump. She's protecting all the files, all the people that are in there. I don't think it's Donald Trump. I really don't.
Well, I have clips that contradict your statement. Do you want to go to
Okay.
those, or do you want? Let's do all your clips, then we'll get to mine.
Yeah, mine are like easy, no big deal, funny ones. Yours are going to be not, I'm sure.
That's correct, because I'm trying to
Michael
get you to see what's going on
Jackson.
here. Huh?
No, Michael Jackson is kind of, this is a good one.
All right, here's Michael Jackson.
So Michael Jackson used his life to protect children, yet was misunderstood by the world as a criminal. Neverland, this mysterious place, was not as simple as the outside world thought. Recently, a previously undisclosed truth was revealed. In Neverland, Michael Jackson shielded children from the forces of darkness, keeping them away from the terrifying reality of Epstein's Island. He provided children with a sanctuary, protecting them from
The fuck is that music?
harm and abuse. yet was misrepresented by the media and the
Sorry, I'm hitting the pause just to make sure it doesn't hit copyright because I am on YouTube.
public as a criminal. He was falsely accused of abuse, while the real abusers remained undisclosed. Macaulay Culkin and other celebrities publicly defended Jackson, proving that he was not only a musical genius,
What fucking fluff piece is this bullshit?
but also a
Let's just ignore all the other sus shit that he did. Fuck off.
hero who fought for
Oh, we're doing this where people are just like, no, we got this one wrong.
the safety.
All right, so in 20 years, we're just going to say that Jeffrey Epstein was misunderstood.
And protection
Like, what are we doing?
of
What the fuck are we doing?
I believe that 100%. When all of that came out that he was the bad person with children, I was like, no way, no way. I totally think that he was helping the children stay away from the pedos. I really do.
But didn't he
Uh,
like?
Did you see? Was, I always foul his name up. Y'all are going to laugh. You know, Macaulay Culkin. Is that how I say it?
Yeah.
He has come out and said, Michael Jackson saved me.
Yeah, and the thing is, he was one of the ones that everybody collectively said that did not get abused. There were other accusations that did line up that were fucking investigated. What the hell, dude?
From getting on that airplane.
Wow.
That's what
Even
he said.
Corey Feldman came
Okay, but
out and
that's a
said,
famous
you know,
kid. Also, Michael Jackson settled
might
a
have
civil
been.
lawsuit with the family of 13-year-old Jordan Chandler in January 1994 for $23 million to prevent further disruption to his career.
Yep.
Like, he
Right,
paid a
because-
family $23 million when this kid was like,
Because they were doing lies against him, trying to make it sound like Michael
But if they were lies and they were provable lies, then why would you settle?
Jackson was the bad guy when in fact, it's all those pedos on that island.
okay. I
That-
mean,
That he would have children over and try to save them at
and
his
have
ranch.
sleepovers with them. Did you ever see that documentary where the two kids claimed that they were sexually abused by him?
No.
That,
of course he did.
They're adults now, and they get very graphic in detail about what he was doing.
No.
Yeah, I saw that.
I want to believe what I just showed you.
I
That's what want to
understand,
believe.
as do I. I
want to
love Michael
believe it.
Jackson's music. He was the most famous person in the world. He was doing incredible art. I agree with
Right.
all of that. However, this idea that you have that you want to believe
I listened to Corey Feldman's interview about it.
something. So there,
He was very open about how he didn't do anything wrong to me. You know what? He was actually one of my heroes. I adopted my dance routine from him.
For it must.
But then all of a sudden that documentary came out and he wasn't getting the traction on the Corey and Corey documentary. So he was just like, you know
be
what?
true. That's not right.
I have some secrets to tell.
But then I saw
And
another
it's that
clip.
way of thinking is why you're in the Trump cult as well.
I saw another clip
AJ
where he
Henderson, thank you for the sub.
said, if I die, you know, I don't want to die, but if I would die, it's not the government that killed me.
Well, Mary Lou, I got some news for you. You're at this age where
He said it's someone else.
you might not be full foot in, but you definitely got at least 2 toes dipped.
Michael Jackson said this?
Yes, I saw it on Instagram.
All right.
So what happens when you know age?
Do you want to watch your final clip of Hillary Clinton here?
Yes, I guess.
You know,
I didn't bring much
we
to
have
the
no
table
links.
today.
We have a very clear record that we've been willing to talk about, which my husband has said. He took some rides on the airplane for his charitable work. I don't recall ever meeting him.
Did you ever meet
in
Ghislaine
fact,
Maxwell?
I did on a few occasions, and thousands of people go to the Clinton Global Initiative. So it to me is not something that is really at the heart of what this matter is about. They are accused, and
Look at her face. She's just like, gotcha. It's like, but we said lock her up and lock him up. So where's the gotcha?
both cases were
You're the only one that's just like, I don't believe that Trump did anything wrong ever. He's the greatest man to ever do anything.
convicted of horrific crimes against girls and women. That should be the focus. We are more than happy to say what we know, which is very limited and totally unrelated to their behavior or their crimes. And we want to do it in public because let's make this transparent.
There are calls for another individual who denies wrongdoing to go before Congress on this matter. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew. Do you think he should testify?
I think everybody should testify. Look,
including the former prince?
I think everybody should testify who is asked to testify. I just want it to be fair. I want everybody treated the same way. That's not true for my husband and me because other witnesses were asked to testify. They gave written statements under oath. We offered that. They want to pull us. Why did they want to pull us into this? To divert attention from President Trump. This is not complicated.
Yeah, she's right about that.
Okay. No, it's not complicated because the Clintons invited him to the White House only 17 times.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I don't like them
because Maxwell, when she asked her, "Do you know her?" "Oh, I've met her on occasion."
Facebook boomers are worse than Bolsheviks. I actually have to fucking agree with that.
She was at the daughter's wedding. She was at Chelsea's wedding. There's a photograph where you can see Maxwell leaning out, watching the bride walk down the aisle. She was on the guest list.
Okay, that's fine. So you're saying there are pictures of them together and they were at events together.
But Hillary right there said, I've maybe met her. Yeah, she's met her a lot. Came to the White House.
Okay. Trump said the same thing, but you somehow can work your brain to go, but he didn't have the same type of affiliation.
17 times.
That's actually crazier because she's showing that she can piece that together. Like, okay, so you're saying that they were in the same places, same times. So we agree that there might have been something very fishy happening there. Yeah, I do. What about Trump? No, I can't buy that.
And?
With her and Clinton.
Donald Trump has hung out with Jeffrey Epstein.
To be fair, Eric Rules, have you ever watched Hillary Clinton's last deposition? She didn't plead the fifth once.
Really, Jeffrey Epstein, not Ghislaine Maxwell.
I hate Hillary Clinton, but I'm at least going to be fucking honest and just be like, nah, you know what? Donald Trump pled the fifth with every fucking question. Jeffrey Epstein pled the fifth with every fucking question. But you know what? She answered them. Not on this subject, but when she was deposed, she didn't plead the fifth. So, you know what, man? At least try to be fucking honest.
White House 17 times? I don't think so. I don't have that in my note.
No, because it's a different time. He was in jail by the time Trump was president.
That clip to me was just hilarious. How she's trying to spin it off like my husband went on the airplane for charitable trips.
That's actually funny enough what Trump's defense for being on Epstein's plane was.
Yeah, very, very charitable.
I'm not saying they are without blame here, certainly. But at the very least, they're saying we will testify.
Time do its thing, please. Just do your thing. Just do your thing.
We want America to...
Can I just get frozen for like 10 years?
To see every word we say.
Just come back when all these people are gone.
Which will be lies.
Fucking A.
Okay, fine. Donald Trump won't even testify. Hello?
Yes.
That clip you played basically makes her look good,
in
my opinion.
Have they asked him to testify yet? No.
Yes. They asked
Why
him
won't he? Why isn't he offering it?
They asked
Why
him
aren't they asking?
They asked him to testify, and he blatantly said, "I don't need to."
His name appears in the Epstein files more than anyone else. Why aren't they asking him?
And this was pre the fucking release of the files.
We have talked about why his name is in there so many times, and you know why Barack Obama?
Why more than God in the Bible? Why is his name in there so many times?
His name is not in there. I figured this one out.
Yes.
A lot of people have figured this one out.
Okay.
Do you know why?
Because he doesn't know Jeffrey Epstein and was never on his island.
No, because Kathy, I think you pronounce her name Rumor, is in there. 8,400 documents, 150 emails. Who was she? Who was she? She was the former White House
More than Harry Potter
to Barack Hussein Obama. She was top lawyer. After she left him, she went to Goldman Sachs until she resigned last week. She resigned on the 18th. Her departure from that investment firm will be in June of 2026. They accepted her resignation. She is in there so many times and there's so much pressure on her now. She had to resign. She was given luxury gifts.
Again, this picking and choosing of anybody who happens to be part of the political fucking side that you disagree with is disgusting. He has literally been the same way we are, where it's just like, then lock him up. The fact is, you're protecting Donald Trump. Period.
Watches, handbags.
If you are this convinced that these people are guilty of this, why in the fuck can you not apply that to Donald Trump?
Thank you.
This lady must be trolling. She's not. No, she's actually... No, this lady is this stupid.
Lunch here.
She really is. And you know what?
Your lunch.
I'm happy to say it.
There. Yeah.
Okay.
That is associated with Obama.
If she literally reminds me of every one of my mom's friends, too.
If you're going by association, Donald Trump has about 10 people in his immediate orbit that are all over the Epstein files.
I do know that.
Including Howard Lufkin, who openly said, I would never hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a pile of human shit. And oops, you had lunch with him and your family multiple times. So if you're saying guilt by association, Donald Trump is the guiltiest of any party imaginable.
Oops.
I'm not really, I guess I might be saying guilt by...
Oh my God, she literally doesn't realize she made that argument. Wow, she really is dumb.
You literally are.
Yeah, but I'm saying too, she probably did emails
With age comes wisdom and dementia.
in his behalf.
Okay, and you don't think Trump has people doing that?
I'd like to see those emails.
Starting to think there's a reason we don't respect our elders in this country.
Chad, like I said, I don't care if he's the president. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. If they did these things, lock him up, and he's not my president anymore. Throw away the key with all of them.
You're not understanding. Barack Obama's name is not in
Her brain is smoking. I was about to say it's about to slide out of her head with how smooth it is.
Then you find somebody and you say... Huh?
It is in a few. I did Google that. Okay. They said by logs or something, not flight logs, but something.
So this is what I'm saying. You're dismissing the
what the fuck
idea that the number of mentions in the Epstein files has any meaning
Captain Trump, what the hell?
Right?
That came out of left field.
Depending on what the emails are saying. If they're saying the girls will be
I'm the wrong person to ask
here in the
about
hot
that.
tub, if they're saying the girls will be there, if they're saying you get this purse because you did something special for me. It depends on what the email says. Kind of.
That was a nice break from the chats that I've been going through.
Volume of mentions is meaningless to you.
I'm not sure. Since I haven't read them all. You know that. There's no way I'm going to read all the
Nobody has. There's 3 fucking million of them.
files.
Correct. That's what we have reported.
We're still trying to get through all of them.
Reporters for. Journalists are going through it all and finding the important ones and saying, oh, look, that's how we found out Lufkin lied. That's how we found that out.
Right.
So, of course, people have
He
to
should be
find the ones
fired.
that are like smoking guns. I get it.
To be fired, yes.
But you are blanketly saying the amount of times that a person appears in the Epstein files is meaningless. You don't care about that.
I care about what's in the emails, I guess. I really do.
I understand. So
and
the
what they
number
say.
of mentions is meaningless to you, right?
You're not going to trick me into saying
I'm not
yes or no.
tricking you. I'm
Yes,
trying
you are.
to.
You're trying.
Oh my God. When I say Donald Trump appears in the Epstein files more than anyone else, and you say that doesn't matter, that can only mean that you don't care if a person's name is actually in the Epstein files. It's simply
care.
to you about the nature of the emails that might be surrounding their names or whatever.
I tried to explain to you too. I totally believe that in the very beginning, he was the one that turned him in. He said, come get the creep, get him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was the one that turned him in a long time ago.
Okay, that's not true. And there's been plenty of reporting to that end. In fact, Donald Trump lied about when he severed ties with Jeffrey Epstein, and there are Epstein files that show that they
and
were
what
in
year
some
was
form
that?
of what's that?
2008?
Well, there's a phone call that he placed to I believe it was a sheriff in Florida in 2006 saying, we all know what Jeffrey Epstein is doing.
That he knew he's a creep. Right.
Yeah. But
that's it.
That's it.
That's
right?
literally
So he
it.
knew
And somehow the right has taken that and they're just like, yeah, he was totally a whistleblower. It's like, what?
about it then. He has claimed he cut ties with him later than that because he was, quote, stealing women
The
from him.
girls, right?
But the phone call shows that he knew about it way before that.
Mhm.
And so this kind of weird patchwork timeline that he's trying to put together to distance himself from the idea that he knew
It's
what
almost like
Epstein was doing
it's almost like it proves that he's lying.
while he was doing it is a lie. That has been proven now.
Yeah, I'm getting upset that they're not releasing them all. They need to get rid of Pam Bondi. I've told you that.
It's
That-
not
get
Pam
somebody in
Bondi.
there.
She's taking orders from Trump. Those
They
other
don't-
3 million files.
Are you fucking wow? Wow. I genuinely didn't think that that was a real thing, that they didn't think that
Mhm.
he was giving the orders, and that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all these other people that they hate are just acting on their own accord.
I can virtually guarantee you have shit in them that will bury Trump.
Yeah.
Let's
3
see.
The thing is, they're not going to believe it. Like, the first thing she's going to say is, it must be AI.
Million files. It's not like
And then when it's proven not to be AI, she'll just be
they
like,
released them all and they were like,
well, you know what? There's other pictures of other people like that. We can't just go around feeling like just getting rid of everybody that's like that.
oh shit, there's a couple of bad ones in here about Trump. Let's withhold those. They're withholding 3 million files. Why?
You actually think someone is sitting there reading through them, and that's why they won't release them?
Yes.
Yeah.
That has been
He even ordered it publicly.
reported. They had to hire extra people at the
He said this at a
FBI to
Oh my
redact
God.
Trump's name. That's their entire job.
And
Is
who
to go through the
reported
Epstein
that?
files and pull his name out, huh?
Who reported that one?
Okay, hang on. Let me get you the
Okay.
information.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't you fucking get smug, you fucking nut. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's nothing worse than when someone that's just certifiably stupid starts getting smug with you.
I will not stand behind him if he is a pedophile and did bad things to kids. I've told you this. I don't know how many times I have to say this to you.
What?
I don't know how many times I have to say this to you. That will make me, if it's proven, if like the cases that we keep talking about in the hotline that were so bad,
Yeah.
one of those people needs to come forward, get an attorney, bring it in the
Yeah, why don't you look at the dates that they're withholding from the files? There's a huge gap between 1999 and 2002, and 911 is right in the middle. And so go figure why they would hold
open
back.
and let's get it on. No one
They
will
have
come
tried
forward.
to do this. All
That
of those
is
women
right.
went to the FBI.
This is like watching a flat Earth debate.
In the DOJ,
No.
and the FBI and the DOJ will not even hear what they have to say. That's the whole
No.
point of this. That was in Pam Bondi's hearing.
No, the FBI.
Dude, I can't smoke enough herb in the world to fucking reach the point of stupidity that this woman that she has mastered.
Wants
Holy fuck.
those people to come forward, and they want
How many concussions do you need to think like this?
with names so that they can open the files. That's the only
No,
way that
they
we're going to get to
don't.
the bottom of it.
By the way, this is everywhere. It's on ABC News, CNN, MSNBC, Bloomberg.com, Al Jazeera, Facebook, Instagram.
Okay.
It's everywhere. BBC, that they were redacting his name. They don't
Oh god damn it! I have to put a fucking donation box
want
out for
that to
tomorrow.
happen. That's why Kash Patel is taking Donald Trump's names and pictures out of the Epstein files. They will not
It's the lead in the water.
launch an
Yeah.
investigation. Neither will the DOJ.
Oh no, it was the lead in the gasoline that they were sucking.
Because Trump is telling them.
And then got mad when they fucking instituted the EPA rules that they needed to get rid of the lead. You know for a fact that Bob was just like, I don't want to get rid of the lead. It makes my gas go a little bit farther.
Not to. That's the whole point of what
I like combustion engines.
Trump is doing. When he came
I sit in the garage and huff the smoke.
into office, he fired the head of the FBI, he fired the head of the DOJ, and he replaced them with dipshits that are loyal to him and only him. So he now tells them what to do, and they fucking do it. They're not investigating anybody. There are now, at least last time I read, 13 investigations in other countries into people that are mentioned in the Epstein files. Guess
That's
how many
good.
there are in the United
Thank you.
States?
None.
0.
Well,
Zero.
right. It was Epstein and then the other guy that committed suicide.
God, she gets so close where it's just like, so you're almost there. No, but I don't want to be wrong.
For it to go to trial. How about the New York Times article I read that said they admit zero evidence.
Oh, so now the New York Times can be trusted when they give information that helps you, but anytime that it's, it's fake news otherwise.
That Trump had anything to do with the Epstein abuse, trafficking of
I've had like
minors.
80 strokes tonight.
About that. How about the clip where there's a panel, and I think it was maybe NBC.
Yeah.
And they asked that panel of girls, did Trump have anything to do with the girls on the island? And there's no.
How about the 13-year-old girl that credibly accused Donald Trump of raping her, then got death threats and was like, okay, I revoke my statement.
I did read about that. That's one of the things that I said, I don't know. I hadn't read about it.
Okay.
And it said that she never came forward.
She came. Then how do we know about this, Mary?
And
because she got death threats.
And then
from Trump.
Yeah, that's how we know about it. And then she retracted afterwards. But the FBI had found her tips to be credible.
And
that's the whole point.
The case was dismissed.
It wasn't dismissed. It was not dismissed.
There's no case because she wouldn't come forward.
She withdrew it.
She withdrew her case because she got fucking threatened.
Was getting death threats.
Then how do we reopen that one?
You don't.
You don't, because now they're the statute of limitations, which now they are fucking hiding behind. It's almost like now you guys actually like, oh my God, fucking A. Like I said, this is painful.
Don't you think now would be a perfect time to do that?
Painful.
Not if you think you're going to be killed. He's the fucking president now. You don't think he's more powerful now than he was?
Oh, thank you for the $5, Sean. I really appreciate that.
At Scene Kearns $5.
Dude, thank
I
you
wish
so
I
much.
could give more, brother.
Thank you. Goes a long way.
That one thing in the Epstein files,
Hey,
they found
we
the
got
woman's
to
dead body and all that
3501.
shit.
Cool.
It's only corroborating the fact that he kills people to get rid of his problems. He has fixers do this shit for him. And again, I'll remind you, there are 3 million files that they are never
He got a $5 treat. He got a cookie.
Going to release. Why?
They will release them.
They have said they're not going to. They don't have to. Who's going to enforce it? They are the people that would enforce that, and they're not doing it. They're breaking the fucking law because they are the law.
When you say killing off people to get rid of evidence, I don't think of Trump. I think of the Clintons. There are so many people that when he was the governor and all of that in Arkansas, and then moving forward up the ranks, there were so many people that were killed that they said that they had them whacked.
The fact that she has the sunken cost like fallacy, and she's the embodiment of it.
A list. I can give you the list.
Okay. My question remains: why are they not releasing 3 million Epstein files?
They need to.
They're not going to. My question is, why are they not?
They are protecting someone.
Who?
Everybody that's in those 3 million files.
No.
I have no
That's
idea.
not right.
You're almost there, Mary. Come on, Mary. Come on, Mary.
There's a lot of names have already come out. Like I said, there's investigations in at
Almost
least
there.
13 different places now into this. There's a dozen or so people have quit their jobs, retreated from public life.
Right.
So they are not protecting everybody. Clearly.
Is my hair under my headphone speakers, or is it parted? It's
There's a
parted.
lot of people going down for this right now. They're not protecting everyone.
I have a millennial part. I get it, man. People think that it fucking makes me look like I'm losing my hair.
Who are they
Then I brush it back to my hipster cowlick and everything's fine.
protecting?
Jesus, the amount of people that come in here obsessed with my fucking hair is kind of weird.
In 3 million,
Does Asmund Gold have to deal with that bullshit?
there's got to be a lot
Like, does his own audience call him out on being a greasy slime ball
of people in
who's balding?
there. I know
Maybe.
you're trying to
Or
pull it out.
maybe-
Say it's Trump.
No.
There's going to be a lot.
The speaker
The
part?
3
What do you
million that
mean?
They did dump. Trump's
What?
name is mentioned
What?
more than anybody.
I don't know.
It stands to reason that would be the same in the other 3 million files, and maybe those 3 million just have way worse shit in them, and that's
I don't
why they're
want
not
you to
releasing them.
keep- I don't want
He does.
you to keep
Oh, okay, well then.
pushing on me and
What's up, Fred? Good to see you.
pressuring me to think that I am protecting Trump. I
You
would not
are.
protect. No, I'm not. I would not protect him if he did the stuff that a pedophile does with little kids.
People
I
need a stupid thing to point at. I know.
would not protect him.
Trust me, I'm
Well,
used to it.
speaking of that stuff, I'm going to play my first clip. Here we go.
I just found an
I'm literally just so tired. I'm like,
Epstein file that describes in detail what is shown in a picture that's been redacted. Remember, as you read this, Republicans
dude, I didn't even get to the chorus drama yet.
are actively saying this entire case is over and justice has been served. But the people who did this to an innocent human being are still not in prison. The image is at the top, as you can tell, completely blacked out, and you'll see why. But I'll include the file number so you can check this out yourself. It says the photo shows a girl, her face visible, who looks like a child with medium-length dark hair. Several white men are holding the girl's legs opened. Her parts are visible and gashed with blood coming out. In the
She's just a repeating machine.
photo's foreground, another man with a white shirt appears to be inserting something into her. A round imprinted symbol of some kind, maybe a brand, is visible on the girl's leg and the underside of her left thigh. Additionally, the girl's mouth looks bloody and her tongue is extended. There's a bruise mark under her left eye, as you can tell.
YouTube doesn't work for you?
Absolutely terrible.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, I got the horizontals or the vertical stream going today.
Additionally, this paragraph
Wait, there's more chorus drama. Yes, it's all fresh.
right here is
Yes, there's fresh new chorus drama. Brian Tyler Cohen called out Hassan, and Hassan
pretty
responded.
disturbing as well.
That's it. I'll do that right after this.
It talks about a time
I'll make
when
it a
French
segment.
modeling
Actually, I will.
agency
I'll
sent
make this
Epstein
segment.
12-year-old
God.
triplets. It also talks about a phone message slip referring to
How long is
lessons
this?
from 2 8-year-olds and how Epstein thought the younger the girls, the better.
Halfway through.
But all those people
What is Chorus? Chorus is a group that funds like not even left wing, but progressive stations and shit.
in that picture who were doing unspeakable things to an innocent human being are living a lavish
Allegedly funded by dark money.
life, not in prison right now. And while this is happening,
Which I, full disclosure, I had an offer with them.
Republicans
that I did not go through
want us
with.
to think this whole case is over and justice has been served.
Okay. So that's
What
what's
was
in the
the-
Did Hassan shock his dog? No, he didn't.
Epstein files. That's one of
What
the
was
files.
the file number? I was gonna put my phone up and take.
I went through it, and trust me, I got in trouble for thinking that he did, and just being like,
Take a picture, but then you would have got
But I'm not a Hassan stan, dude.
mad
I don't
at
care.
me. You
I
can send that
email
to
it.
me
Why would I
later.
get mad at you? I'll email it to you. You can
The
look at the
file
file.
number.
I'll email
That
you
was-
this video.
No, I applied to them.
That was sick. Just
But then I kind of got more information.
Sick
Correct. And now here's Trump's
I
attitude
can't really talk about too much of it. Just lots of NDAs.
about the Epstein files.
okay.
I think it's really time
Oh, there's a 1630 fund. Okay, the 1630 fund, yeah.
for the country to get onto something else. Really. Now that nothing came out of
But there's more to
about
it.
me,
Yeah, I'm not
other
gonna.
than
I'm gonna do a
there
segment.
was a
Okay.
conspiracy against me, literally by Epstein and other people. But I
can't
think it's
hear it.
time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
You couldn't hear that?
No, it was really low. But what did he say?
He said he thinks it's time for the country to move on to something else. That we should stop
Well,
talking
it's
about the
not.
Epstein files. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Correct. It's not. You just heard what was in the Epstein files.
Play it again for her, please. Louder, like.
None of the people.
No, bro. I would play that again. Like if that was my mom, I'd be like, no, here, listen to this.
People in that photograph committing that
All right, you sold me. I'm done supporting MAGA. Congratulations.
horrific act are being investigated. None of the people in that photo are even being called out by name. They are being protected in the file. They
Got one.
are redacted.
Can we see their faces in that
I think that's 4.
photo?
No, the whole
No.
photo is blacked out.
Okay.
So, and rightfully so. Obviously, there's some shit in that photo that should never be seen by anyone.
No.
But there are people in the photo.
That's what
that
I
are
mean. We need to.
protected.
They can't
we need
believe
to
what they're
see those
hearing.
people.
Right.
Well, this is why I have a really big problem with the fact that like they don't actually listen to Trump. They don't watch Trump. Like for all the times that I've gone to Fox News to watch one of his stupid press conferences, do you understand how many of the people are not MAGA watching?
Right.
It's mostly us.
And we're
It's mostly the opposition doing it to get mad at
not. And now Donald Trump is going around saying, stop talking about the Epstein files.
No,
That's
Eric,
over.
that is a big first step, and we appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, that's not
Why
right.
is he saying that?
It's not right.
Why doesn't Donald Trump want us to continue to discuss the Epstein files?
Well, this is why it would be fun to have more discussions with you. We still disagree, but I'm glad that you don't at least abandon MAGA.
Or investigate any of these people that are being protected. Why?
I've always felt someone above him is putting pressure on him to say don't, or we're going to kill you.
Okay.
That's
Can't
what
with
I've
the
felt
you can't with the stopping and playing of videos. Yes, this is commentary,
for a
man.
while.
Okay, if you feel that.
I'm sorry you're used to Mystery Science
should he
Theater where
still
they
be
just
the
talk
president?
over it,
Yes.
which isn't
Why?
bad.
If
I
he's
love
completely
MST3K, but
Not all
If-
the way.
Clearly all the way. He's telling us to not investigate one of the most horrific crimes that has happened in modern American history.
Right.
He's saying, don't look at that anymore. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Move on.
why didn't the Democrats release it when they had control? If you want the short answer, it's because they likely had people that they were protecting too. But the long answer is there was also the fact that it was an ongoing case because Ghislaine Maxwell didn't get arrested or didn't go to prison until 2023.
Let's talk about something else. Whether it's because he's in the Epstein files, which is what I believe likely, in a very credible way, and he.
But I will also say this. If there's credible information of any Democrats being in the files, committing crimes, arrest them.
Was part of the
period.
Maybe he's even in that photo. We don't know because they've redacted it. They're protecting
Right.
whoever is in the photo. Or maybe you're right. Maybe there is some higher power that is controlling him.
Have I heard of Spaceballs 2?
So
Yeah, I saw the trailer. I'm
So
interested
what do
to
we
see it.
do? What do we do to open these up and let us see everything? What do we do, Chad? What would you and I be able to do to make this different?
Come together and say that we're not taking your bullshit.
You and I can't do anything but talk about it. But now you're kind of turning a corner here because I think you're accepting that Trump is a part of the problem here in one way or another, whether you believe
And Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi is Trump. He put her in that position so he could control her. Why do you think she would go in front of Congress and lie and deflect and not answer any of their questions and redact Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files? Why would she do that?
Right. Someone's telling her to do that.
Trump is telling her to do that.
Someone is.
Who else would it be?
Maybe somebody above Trump.
Okay. So,
I mean, we have to push for better candidates.
So you're at least accepting that what Trump and Pam Bondi are doing is illegal, not right, and they are protecting people in the Epstein files. You accept that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
They need to open every last page in there with all the correct names.
I know we keep saying
And they
that.
need
They're
to
not
go
doing
down.
that, though. They
Yes,
need
I
to,
know.
of
Not doing
course.
that.
They're not doing it. The next question
Yes.
becomes, we're getting somewhere here. You are reaching a step where you're accepting that Trump is trying to cover up the Epstein files, right?
Maybe. He's not letting them all get released.
God damn it. That.
Correct.
Holy shit.
And he's telling us to move on. Stop talking about it.
Right.
He's trying to cover it up. So now we get to this next part of why is he trying to cover it up? And there are two options here. One is you have concocted this idea that there is some shadow government or some other government or who knows what that is in control of Donald Trump. Who do you think that would be?
I don't know. I've spoke about that before
Israel, maybe?
in regard to Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Do you think that's more likely? Or do you think it's more likely that it's because Donald Trump is in the files, he is trying to cover his own tracks?
Emilia Hernandez. Oh my God, Mary Lou, you are taking the first step. Yes, come on. I never thought I would hear the day.
When we have
Oh,
very
here we are.
credible evidence that Donald Trump
Welcome to the
has
show,
had
by the
a
way.
long friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, knew he was trafficking children far before he was ever convicted of it, indicted, charged, and now is in the position to remove all of that information or to hide it. Doesn't that seem more likely that that's what's happening than a perceived higher power?
I'll just say this much. If Jon Stewart does actually end up running, you're going to see MAGA shitting its pants.
More than Donald Trump, pulling his strings, pulling Pam Bondi.
He's the only one that the broader left can get behind.
These strings.
Yes, we have some shitheads that never will because they'll never be happy, but the rest of us would just be like, do it.
And to
Go
what
for
end?
it.
To protect who?
I kind of like the higher up thing better than what you're saying.
Because it takes blame away from Donald Trump, but it doesn't make sense. Because what
Well,
if
You
that
know, Stuart, that's what I'm saying.
right.
I would
None of it
hands down.
is
But
right.
listen to me for a minute. Listen to me. If that
Yes.
is true, if there is this higher power that can control Donald Trump and Pam
Mhm.
Bondi and all of this, why would the Epstein files ever have come out in the first place? If there is an all-powerful entity, whatever that is,
She does walk back her position sometimes, but she has the attention span of a goldfish.
Israel maybe,
God,
or
what is she, a fucking iPad kid?
Billionaires or whatever, some cabal. If they are that powerful, why would Trump ever have released the Epstein files in the first place? He signed that into law. Why would he ever have done that?
Yeah, I do not know that. I
Think about it.
also believed, think about this. I also believed these files don't tell me the garbage you're going to tell me. Biden had these long ago. And okay, so you're saying Biden can release them. But there are Democrats that were under Biden, whistleblowers, whatever you call them. They could have released them. They could have let them
No,
out there.
you're talking about leaking shit. But you
Yes.
yourself get pissed at people who leak stuff all the time. You're mad at whoever leaked Donald Trump's tax returns.
The 60s didn't treat her well.
Which is like, who gives a fuck?
At least they're out in the open. Biden could have done that. He hated Trump that bad. He should have done it, but he didn't.
Right.
The
Because it was
Democrats
an active
didn't do it.
investigation, and under Biden,
That's the question I want to ask you. Why
Yeah.
didn't the Democrats do that, Chad?
Because
if they
it was an
hate
active
Trump as bad as
investigation.
you hate Trump,
yes,
why didn't they do that to him?
because the people that worked for Biden,
Oh,
that were
dude.
part of
Yes.
that administration,
I just got a reminder. All right, so next Thursday is going to be kind of funny.
had
I'm getting some tooth work. I have to have a filling redone, and they have to inject me with some Novocaine.
loyalty to the system in place.
I think I'll do a little numbed up stream.
Had loyalty to the
That's gonna be
pillars of
funny.
government. Had loyalty to the idea that the executive
We'll
branch
see.
does not put pressure on or in any way influence the independent operation of the Department of Justice. That they can
Oh, I just got a reminder that I have a dentist appointment on my phone, and I was just like, oh shit, that's right.
handle the
I have to get some Novocaine.
investigation however they see fit, and that the Department of Justice.
You guys want to see that? All right, fuck it, I'll
law
do it.
enforcement is a separate piece of government
That'll be worth
that
it.
should not be interfered with by the president. That now is fucking out the window. Clearly,
It's gonna be this
Trump
size
has
of-
blasted it. Like I said, he installed loyalists at every tier of the law enforcement system, including the FBI and DOJ. So it's just a different.
Oh god,
thing.
good times, brother. Wow, you guys really want to see that shit?
Also, it was an active investigation. Legally,
All right, well,
when an
I guess I'm doing
investigation
it.
is active, you can't release files and shit from that investigation.
That's
to the
funny.
public.
Biden did so many illegal things, taking all the money from
Oh, my appointment. Thank you.
China, giving it,
Fine.
filtering
That
it
sucks.
down
I have
to
a giant hole in my tooth right now.
his family.
This is
You're
another.
not telling me that. You're
This
not
is
gonna
another thing you do. We're talking about Trump, and we're getting to a place where you're.
No. You are talking about the Biden administration following everything
Yeah.
the way it should be followed by.
Uh-huh.
Well, they didn't. They really didn't do
Okay.
that.
That does not change at all the fact that Donald Trump's name is mentioned more than anyone else in the Epstein files, and that he
Uh-huh.
is covering them up. And you have this tendency when we're having conversations and you're starting to get somewhere where you're like realizing, oh, Trump is
Yeah,
doing
she's
some
like,
weird shit
"This
that I don't
close.
agree with.
This
You
close.
immediately go, well, what about Biden? That has nothing to
No,
do with this.
I
It
didn't
has
do
nothing.
that.
You did.
You brought that up because I said, why didn't Biden
Yeah.
put this out in the open when he had the chance
Yes.
to do it? And you
You
said
brought up Biden.
because he did the government the way it should be. No, he did not.
He didn't say fucking anything close to that.
You brought up Biden. I didn't.
Suck your dentures fucking harder, Grandma. Jesus Christ.
We were talking about Donald Trump, and you said, what about Biden?
Serious, Chad. I don't understand why Biden didn't release all this shit.
It doesn't
It would
matter.
have stunk Trump. He never would have been elected, and that would
I
have been
agree.
it.
I mean, if you really want to get down to it, I think it's because Democrats are terrible at politics. But the
Keywords trigger her reactions. Yep.
the bottom line is you have this
fucking gross
tendency when we're zeroing in on why Trump is doing this to immediately just like eject. What about Biden? What about Obama?
I did not, Chad.
You
I only
did. You
that
brought up
because
Biden.
Yeah, she's the one who brought Biden.
You
You
told
brought
me
up
that Biden
Biden.
did everything under the book.
She's the one who brought him up.
I mean, buy the book, and he
No,
did not.
but you brought him up. We were talking about Trump, and you're like, well, why didn't Biden release these files? You brought him up.
Well, that's the truth. He hates Trump so
That
bad.
has nothing to do with what we're talking
Sorry, I had to
about.
stand for a second there and stretch.
Could just let these pedophiles
Fucking.
lay low and never open the file, and he was okay with that too.
That has nothing to do with Trump's involvement in the Epstein files. It has nothing to do with it.
I see that a little different, but
How?
All right, I have one more.
No. Make her elaborate.
What?
Let her bury herself, dude. Hand her a bigger shovel.
This is a clip that is going to reveal to you the treatment of children.
This is why strict adherence to elders or out of respect is disrespectful to the process.
In ICE facility.
Fuck that.
Yes, here we go.
Not too many fucking idiots that were, old that did that shit. Like, I've been alive for so long. It's like, yeah, and you fucked everything up and somehow failed to see how you fucked everything up.
In this administration, under your watch, ICE has booked nearly 4,000 children. And 1,000 of them have been held longer than the court-ordered 20-day limit. Recently, ProPublica obtained handwritten letters and drawings from children detained by ICE. These are letters from children describing what it feels like and what it does to them when the government locks them up. This is Ariana. She's 14 years old, detained for 45 days.
They're about to make some money from this because they have the necessary conversation is about to hit 100K subs, which they're going to sit fine.
Got to this center,
Even if they split that money, that's a decent amount of money per.
I feel is sadness and mostly depression. This is Mia, 7 years old. I don't want to be in this place. I want to go to my school. This is Scarlett, 17.
Some regulations on business are good.
Years old.
Do they overregulate sometimes? Yes.
I feel very bored and overwhelmed because I am locked up.
But just because they overregulate sometimes doesn't mean throw the baby out with the bathwater.
This is Gabby.
Trust me, what he just did with the Monsanto shit, like, dude, he made it so we're gonna get poisoned by Roundup, dude. Like, this motherfucker cut cancer research and then wants to poison us with that, and he also made it so they can use asbestos again? Yeah, that's great.
14 years old.
Are you texting?
I feel
what are
so
you doing?
much sadness and depression of
That's bullshit.
not being able to leave.
You know how many fucking companies have threatened to leave Chicago, but then they end up staying because they understand that they'll lose their entire workforce at that point, and that replacing those people on the fly in another state is a little bit more tricky than they thought? It's almost like it's a fucking bluff where, no, it always falls back to us, because every time that we do not tax those motherfuckers, it always comes back to the people. The majority. We're protecting a very small amount of people that already make more money than God. And for what? For what? That? They might take your money else. Then let them.
Maria.
Then they don't get to come to Chicago. They don't get to go to New York. They don't get to go to LA. You get to go to fucking bumfuck Kansas. Have fun.
9 years old.
Jesus
Me
Christ.
and Dilly.
And then you get to understand that population density might have a thing to do with how, like, that affected your economics, but whatever.
I'm not happy. Please get me out of here.
They're going to replace you all with fucking AI anyway.
This is a 12-year-old going to the doctor, and the only thing they tell me is drink more water. The water here is what makes people sick. And this one got me, Mr. Lyons, because this is a 5-year-old. Luis Annie. My son's 5. He can't write many words, but he can communicate through drawings like this. This is a picture of Luis Annie's family. And you might be able to see that none of the faces are smiling. Child detention is not required by law. You know that. It's not the only option available. And it's not effective. We know that community-based alternatives can ensure compliance with proceedings without traumatizing these children.
Hey, I like you, Familia Hernandez.
Yet, you continue
You get it.
to detain and hold children for weeks or months, depriving them of school, stability.
She's already checked out from this clip, but she is not happy because she understands that this makes her look awful.
Leaving them afraid, sick, and confused.
Okay, so I have to ask you, what were you looking at on your phone?
It was not on my phone. It was my paper. What I wanted to say about that.
Okay, but you got to watch the videos and you got to listen to what I'm presenting.
I watched the videos. I heard every story he said. I thought the children stayed with their parents.
No.
Okay.
They're not separated from their parents, are they? And they're only...
Do you think the children were separated from their parents in concentration camps in Nazi Germany?
This is not Nazi Germany. This is not
It's
what
getting there.
we are talking
We're getting dangerously fucking close when we can make these comparatives.
about.
Yeah, it is.
So don't
Because they're-
compare it.
Listen,
Now, why are
of course you have to
listen
compare
you.
it.
Why are you comparing it?
Because it's happening.
No, when the parent is taken, they
Uh-huh.
have the choice to the child can go with them
Mhm.
or stay.
So
What
you're
up, Natch?
okay with this?
No, I don't like children in cages like
Right?
what
And
Obama
now,
did.
there have been reports coming out of that same detention center in Dilley, Texas, that the ICE agents are now confiscating and destroying children's letters and drawings because this information has come out. ProPublica did this article with all the stuff in it. And so now the ICE agents are going around and taking their drawings and throwing them away.
Yeah, that's terrible. If that is the truth, that's terrible. I don't want any kid to be in a place like that. That's terrible.
Okay. Well,
Why
Donald
would
Trump,
I say yes to that?
Right, you shouldn't. But I'm showing you, I'm not trying to convince you this is good. I'm
That's why we say dangerously close.
trying to show you this is what Trump is doing. This is the point of what he's doing. He right now is trying to get legislation passed that will open more of these detention centers in a bunch of different states around the country that will hold more children. He's doing it. Donald Trump is doing this. These kids
I'd like to see that story because I've never seen that story.
I just showed it to you.
Well, you saw that one Dilley,
Uh-huh.
that camp, but I have never seen these stories, Chad.
That's why I'm showing them to you. That's what this whole show is about.
Yeah, that's what this is about.
That's
Oh my
why I'm
God.
showing.
Oh my God. She just got mad because her bubble isn't showing her the truth. Like, she's almost there. But then she's also lamenting the fact that, but my bubble protects me.
So you now are aware that there are kids trapped in there being treated like prisoners, drinking water that makes them sick, writing and drawing pictures about the most horrific time in their lives, and it is being done on purpose by
Yes,
Donald
ICE is
Trump.
setting up warehouse detention centers that have incinerators in them.
Yes, this is terrible.
That's not fucking sus as fuck.
It is not good.
Okay.
Now, you're going to say I'm deflecting. I'm not.
We're still missing how many people that were held in alligator Alcatraz that just went poof.
But during Obama,
Okay.
children were in cages. And did you know that it was like 56? That was the number I was
Yeah,
looking for on
Bloodstone,
my
I
paper
agree.
when you yelled at me and were
I didn't
rude.
yell at you.
Did you?
Never
Yes,
yelled.
you do. When I look down to get notes, you yell at me. How am I supposed to get notes? I don't have this all in my brain like you.
Look at the notes after you watch the video.
The most widely documented number with Obama, there was 56 people that died while in ICE custody when he put in detention camps. But we
I get to call her stupid from where I'm sitting right here because that's not my mother, but I would be a lot more respectful to her than I am being right now. Actually, I debate right-wingers on this show.
don't talk about that.
Of course
we
you
don't
can
talk
talk about
about
it.
how the kids were in the cages.
And pretty fucking respectful.
That's
we don't talk
terrible.
about how at night they had to be on the floors on cement.
That's
But
terrible.
now that, yeah, it's terrible.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Did Nick Fuentes not have a stream to watch tonight? I mean, how'd you even end up here?
So
I hate it.
this shit needs to stop.
This just like a hobby for you?
Yeah.
I agree. But when you're saying we don't talk about Obama, blah, 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 that
We don't.
is done now. Now what's
Right.
happening is Donald Trump is doing it.
And I see it double-sided here that it was okay when he did it and we
It was
didn't
never
really speak
okay.
out?
It was
Well,
never
it seemed to
okay.
be, and now it's really bad. I mean, it's bad.
Correct. So even if you think Obama started doing this, Trump is
Right.
continuing it.
Right?
It's one more thing to put on the list of shit that you 100% disagree with. And all I'm trying to get at is like, how many of those things have to mount up before you kind of realize, I don't like Donald Trump. He's doing a lot of stuff that I'm very against.
Right. Like I said, I can't keep everything in my brain, but I'm going to start making my list.
Okay.
Check it.
Starting a war with Iran. Right?
With what?
With Iran. That's one thing you don't like.
Say it again. With what?
Starting a war with Iran.
Yes, I don't like that.
Okay. Locking kids in cages and giving them drinking water that makes them sick. You don't
Yes,
like that.
I don't like that.
Okay.
I don't like that they haven't given us all the files.
Protecting Jeffrey Epstein and
I
a
don't like-
cabal of
yeah.
pedophiles. You don't
They're
like
not-
that, right?
They're not letting it all out.
Okay. Sexually assaulting women. I would assume you don't like that.
I don't like that.
Okay. Those are 4 pretty big fucking things.
Okay, we'll start making my list.
And I'm not saying like you have to turn into a Democrat. That's not what I'm trying to get you to do here. I'm just trying to get you to see Donald Trump is a bad person doing bad things, all of it for self-enrichment. It's
what do you
okay
mean?
to not support him, and you then also don't have to be a Democrat. You can support some other political candidate or no political candidate. That's an option too. You don't have to blindly follow whoever is the head of the Republican Party. And you certainly don't have to blindly follow Donald Trump. It's
I'll
okay
be
to
honest.
check out of that.
There's so much stuff right now that is wrong, not only in the United States, but all over the world that I just can't keep watching it. And my brain is, it's making me very sad.
Unfortunately.
I have
Jesus
friends
Christ.
that have
Like,
just
you mean, like, we
gotten
would
off
lose at
social
that point?
media. I can't even communicate with them anymore because they're off social media for a while. They just can't watch it anymore.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm here with you is because I made you a promise.
What?
I won't let you down. I
Well,
won't
thank
quit
you. I
the pod-
appreciate
Oh,
that.
I won't
all right.
quit the podcast.
Yeah.
God damn it, Mary Lou.
I know
But-
you had another one where somebody quit. I won't do that to you. I
Thank
will
you.
not do that to you.
Okay. I want you to realize that all these things that are making you sad and that you think
A mother's love always
are bad
makes me go, okay. You get that one.
in the world, the way to change them
She loves her little boy.
is to acknowledge
know?
they're bad and then
Yes.
not
Who quit? Yeah, that's a good. Yeah,
allow
who
them
did?
to happen. As people, as citizens,
She's loyal.
we do
I
have
know,
power
yeah.
in that through
Right.
protest, through voting, assuming that our elections are still, accurate and real.
Emotional blackmail.
We do have power in that, and I think ignoring
Nah.
it is like, I get it.
My mom may not be here any longer, but I used to have religious debates with her a lot.
Everybody has their own mental health to take care of, and sometimes you need a break from it. Maybe forever you need a break.
And honestly, there were more times than not where she would just be like, listen, I want to agree to disagree because I love you, and I just feel like you're getting mad, and I'm not as she said one time, she even said, she's like, I'm not as like committed to this, so I want to edit there. It's like, okay. And it's like, I love you too.
Get it. But I do think it's important to keep an eye on these things, talk about them, and potentially change your mind.
Rest in peace, Mom. I miss you.
About who is really responsible for making the bad things happen, and then don't support them. And if you come to a conclusion that Donald Trump is that person, it's okay to just stop supporting him. That doesn't mean you've got to be a fan of AOC and vote blue. That is not what that means. It just means
that will
don't-
never
Yeah,
happen.
and that's fine.
I
That
can
doesn't.
guarantee
That's
you
fine.
that ain't ever gonna happen.
It doesn't have to. And I am not even asking that of you. I know that would never happen. But I do think there is a piece of you that is starting to wake up to the idea that Donald Trump is the one who's causing all this harm. And it's okay to stop supporting him. There are other Republicans that are not like that and who have very many like same policies that you like. Keeping the border safe, putting more money in defense, supporting the military or whatever. There are other Republicans who support those ideas but are not in the Epstein files more than anybody else, are not trying to divert our attention from the biggest criminal conspiracy in American history.
Right. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
And R.I.P. We forgot to say R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. I think
Jesse
he died
Jackson
yesterday. Yeah.
and Robert Duvall both.
Robert Duvall.
Yeah, it's been a big week. We'll probably talk about that on Sunday. But thank you for doing this with me, Mom. I do love you. Thank you for...
Aw. All right. Okay. To the chorus drama. Okay. Let me prepare this segment. I actually want some music on the background for this one. All right. So, if you guys do not know what Chorus is an organization that essentially is working to get a whole bunch of left-wing creators, progressive creators, and they even say liberal creators to be under a big umbrella it's a little bit more well-funded. There is some dark money that's involved, which is why certain leftist creators will not get involved with the project. And Hasan had a back and forth with Brian Tyler Cohen, who is one of the heads of Chorus. So, Hasan Abi, Chorus-funded creators need to stop doing shit like this. Straight up Israeli asset. This came from Zachary Kirk. I'll bet this is about ideology. I didn't support either one, and for the record, I strongly support at Bell and at Wesley. Now go cry about it. I'll be honest, don't really know the context of that, but then you go to Brian Tyler Cohen in response. At Hasan, what's to stop you from building a program to support creators or the ecosystem? You love lying about Chorus, which includes leftists, progressives, liberals, and apolitical creators, but no time to be a part of the solution. Just want to endlessly complain. Now, if you didn't see, there was a smaller creator named Pep Talks that chimed in on this one. I said that, to be honest, this is a good question. Maybe partner with at this space. Shout out this space. And then Taylor Lorenz chimes in with, how would we know Chorus includes leftist, progressives, and apolitical creators when you continue to operate in secrecy and refuse to engage in basic disclosure, like publishing a list of creators in your funding program? Also, one of my favorite memes, that didn't happen. That was a lie. Then we also have ContraPoints, which you gotta do real political work instead of criticizing. LOL, LeMayo even. They don't want victory. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. Alrighty. Then Hasan, in response, goes, I work with multiple. It's the DSA, PSL, labor unions, and anyone that will advance the interests of the working class, whether it be community organizing, mutual aid, or even electing representatives that advance the agenda. Now, that's not answering the full question about what Brian was saying there, because what Brian was saying there was, Hasan, you make yourself a nice little living there. Why don't you try to build a streaming platform or having a collective organization that helps grow leftist creative spaces? Here, I actually haven't watched this. Let's see if this actually has anything to do with this. Hasan, chill. Remember, you need to do a little bit of cleanup with Brian after casually accusing him of creating a program to pay influencers to do Israeli propaganda. You told me to just trust your judgment, and I do. Let's see what he has to say.
Don't understand. There needs to be a cleanup here. Okay, there needs to be a little bit of pushback here because these guys do speak directly to the fucking consultant class. That's why Trey Easton of the Searchlight Institute joined it on the fucking pylon. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just trust
I can agree
my
with
judgment
him
here every now and then? Can we have a fraction of confidence? You were too important.
Yeah. No, I kind of. All right. Well, Taylor Lorenz chimes in on this drama, which I already read her tweet, but I'll read it one more time. How would we know course includes leftist progressives, apolitical creators when you continue to operate in secrecy and refuse to engage in basic disclosure, like publishing a list of creators in your funding program? Now, here's where I have problems with Taylor. Sometimes she can just be wrong. Because, yeah, this is literally on their front page. Why do you lie? Now, this isn't all the creators, to be fair, which they would be actually. It would be easier for Taylor to ignore Taylor, I should say, if they, I don't know, did the little extra where they just like you click on the person because you got what's politics girl, Jack Cocciarella, which and then BTC. I don't know the rest of these people. I really don't know. But this is a great question. Miss Lorenz, respectfully, can you explain why this matters when Republican influencers have such a whole ecosystem peddling misinformation and propaganda in a coordinated, possibly paid way? I'm just trying to learn. Did anybody retweet this? Oh, no, shit. Guess not. Why don't you provide any receipts? See, now that's right there. Why don't you provide any receipts on your reporting? This goes back to when Taylor was chiming in on this specific subject, because she did the piece on this where she wrote a long article for Wired exposing this, but there definitely is a little bit of a issue here where, like I was saying, Hasan can say this all he wants. That I work with a program, I work with multiple, it's DSA, PSL, labor unions, and anyone that will advance interests of the working class. But that's not necessarily true. Like, he's not helping fund any smaller spaces. He's not actually, like, I think that he's shouted out this space once or twice, but realistically, nobody's stepped up to help fund any of that. And this is where, so this is alleged, right? Allegedly, certain creators within the partner program of Chorus are making upward of $8,000 per month to do their content and just do their content, nothing else. And their whole explanation for that is that then they don't have to focus on, having another job like most of us do, having to worry about being creator supported or supported by their community supported, which, again, I have an awesome community here. I am community supported, or have to take sponsorships, which I can go into this a little bit, where I took a sponsorship that I at first was pretty jazzed about, good company, but then started, just wasn't too into seeing, once you see the back end, it did not fit with my morals. And honestly, I don't like what they have become. I will not mention the company, but if you know, you know. The dog count in the Newsom recall, and a woman is still going to court for it. Yeah. She got arrested and charged with a felony. So like that whole story that Nick Shirley was, breaking was already litigated. And it was a Republican who did it. I don't know, man. That was an embarrassment on his part. I hope that is dealt with. But anyway, back to this real quick. I do think that Hasan, like to my point, could have a little bit more credit if he did kind of puts, either money towards like this space type of thing, or he even promoted it a little bit more. Now I'm being a little self-interested here. But I don't know, guys. I'm torn on this, and I have been. I think that a lot of you guys understand that because of my position on the chorus thing, which I'm not going to elaborate too much on right now, I see the merits in this, but it is most unfortunate that it is supported by dark money that they do not want to be fully open about. When Brian and David Pakman got called on this, they reacted in what I would call a visceral way, which kind of was a tell to me. As somebody that does this, yeah, that was definitely not a great look. I'll be honest. I was already out. Like, I already unsubscribed from Pac-Man, but that made me unsub from BTC because unfortunately, like, yeah. By the way, with all the BTC that you see on the channel, that's like organically still fed to me through the algorithm without being subscribed, which I don't advocate for really. But maybe you can enter it and change it. See, now this is where this is why I'm trying not to do the pep talks thing here, guys. I think that I have said this multiple times, but when I was in comedy, I got told by a manager that I am unmanageable because I don't know when to shut the F up. And I also, I let too much inside baseball go sometimes, but I also just want to be as honest as possible. And I like, what's the point? What's the point? Why all the shadow play? Why not just be able to be open? Why can't I just say, hey, this is my contract. This is what I'm getting. Yeah, cool. All right. Like, I've always hated that. I've always hated environments that when I worked in, certain industries, they wouldn't let us discuss our salaries and would threaten us with being fired if we did. I think that's wrong. I think that, like, I hate this shit. Like, I absolutely hate that stuff. So I just have to say, yeah, I would like to see more solidarity, and Chorus seems like a great platform, but what happened here between HASAN and Brian Tyler Cohen, and then you throw Taylor Lorenz in, I have to be honest, this is horrible. This is a horrible thing. Like, what timing? We're in the middle of covering the Epstein stuff. We're in the middle of covering the midterm elections, and here we're right back to it. We're right back to doing the center, like oh, we got to bash the center libs. We got to, like, and when HASAN pushes back as hard as he does, I don't think he understands that he truly is part of, like, the problem. And that's why guys like BTC do get genuinely angry. But BTC also needs to be held accountable on the fact that it's like, no, you're not being transparent. Unfortunately, you did, like, I feel like you did go get into bed with somebody that you cannot get behind, but phrasing, but distraction. Yeah, and that's what it feels like. It really does feel like distraction, but from what? Because this came from HASAN, actually. Like, HASAN did start this, and of course, it's during the primaries, like I said. But it really does suck. Like, and I'm tired of it, and I want to see a difference in this. Maybe he isn't aware of how he's been affecting things. Oh, he's totally. Are you kidding me? But you guys are constantly attacking each other on your own side. If you can't, and I am not about that. I try to be better. I fail sometimes. I get really mad, but at the end of the day, I will just shake, like, I'll literally just go, okay, I may disagree with you, but we agree on more than we disagree on. We need to work together to beat this, what we're dealing with now. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I kind of hope that this doesn't pick up more steam. I know that he did debate Adam Mockler today, which we will be covering at another time here, whether it's tonight or tomorrow. But I just, like I said, I hope this doesn't actually fracture us even deeper, because when Taylor Lorenz released her piece on Chorus, I initially was very upset that it's like, what are you doing? Like, are you a paid op? Like, what the heck? Like, why now? What the heck? Are you serious? Like, in the middle of all this Trump fuckery? That's what we want to focus on? Okay. And then some of the creators getting the bag, honestly, like, they're not bad people. They're not bad creators. There was one person, I'm not sure. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be smart about this. But there was one creator that they did take the contract initially, but then they found out that they were tied to the dark money, and then requested that they terminate the contract, which apparently there was no pushback on that one. They just amicably parted. So, like I said, the bottom line is I want to see more people in the leftist spaces get paid. And I'm going to just say it. Like, if we have to work within this, like the capitalist system, this is how it goes. And like, I know me, I can speak for me. I want to get paid to do this. I want to make enough to actually not have to do another job, to be able to maintain my life and just stream. But, you know, we're a bit away from that. So when I hear like those figures, like, I'll be honest, when I heard the 8K figure, I was just like, that is life-changing money. That is insane. Like, but then I found out that it's actually like a pay scale. So then I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here, because this was covered in Taylor's reporting, that it starts really low, to the point where, again, another creator said this to me, it wasn't worth it, where they were just like, honestly, they pulled me in with the explanation that I would be able to get more the more I did with the partner program, and the more I did for Chorus. But they said as far as starting, it was rough, and I was just like, okay. But like I said, I hope this doesn't have a broader impact on everything, and I hope this is kind of just passing, and I also hope that something good comes from this, like where maybe HASAN does contribute to more programs, because I will be honest, it is kind of, like, I think that's why Brian Tyler Cohen has kind of focused on HASAN where the way he did, where he's just like, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? I kind of wish he would have just said that, but Pep doesn't drink tea because it's too easy to spill. I really am just, it's like actually coffee, because if you've ever been a server, then you know how it is to have coffee on a tray, where it's just like, I don't know why coffee behaves the way it does, but it is the most unruly liquid on the planet. But never compromise. And you know what? I try not to, but nah, that's bullshit. You got to compromise. You got to be able to see people's positions, and you got to, like, there are times and places, but no, man, like this, that is a bad way of thinking. We're never compromise. Oh, you got to do the Trump. You got to think like Trump and that Cohen guy. You got to do the thing, man. You got to you can't ever admit that you're wrong. You got to always double down, and then you got to accuse and push back. Like, come on. It's gross. It's also gross that you can actually break that down to just like it's what Cohen taught him openly, and then we're just experiencing it on a daily basis. And like I was saying, that is part of my problem with HASAN and Brian Tyler Cohen fighting in public on Twitter about who has the better leftist space. I hope good things come from it, though. Like I said, if Chorus does away with some of the contractual stuff, that would help them. And become a little more transparent with where some of the funding is coming from, because that's a fair thing to worry about. Now, did Taylor Lorenz handle it correctly? That's another discussion. I think that especially when she did the video too, it was a little bit much, just gonna say. But with that being said, I'm gonna just say, go support at This Space over on YouTube, This Space TV. I believe we're also This Space TV on Twitch, so follow over, or Twitter, not Twitch. Follow over on Twitter, This Space TV, and support a working collaboration of like-minded people, where we have all types of different programming on the block, but it's essentially a constant stream. I think it goes for about 8 to 9 hours depending, and I usually start it off on Tuesday with an exclusive hour called Pepaganda. You guys can catch me there and have some fun talking about I usually do deep dives into one subject, and also just kind of vibe over there. But like I said, it's a great space. I think that we are definitely what like anybody that is trying to emulate a working collaborative on a social media platform. I'm gonna toot our own horn here. I think that this space is what you would want to base it off of. So I think that yeah, I appreciate you guys following this space, and if you guys are enjoying this, hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Okay. That was the segment. Cool. I've gotten better about that. Diego Bill Burr. Who was asking about Bill Burr? What time is it? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. This is gonna suck. Because I just realized that I should... I gotta eat tonight, man. I'm getting to that point. All right. Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna reset this real quick. I'm not leaving just yet. Give me a sec. What ranch? Oh, that is the Zorro Ranch. There we go. That is now some kind of Christian retreat or some shit. But yeah, not sus at all that once the New Mexico authorities decided that they want to go and search the property, then all of a sudden, this guy wants to go and put concrete over the entire space, knock the whole thing down. You know, he's got a pickleball court that he just conveniently laid on the space that they were looking at of going and searching. Yeah, not sus at all. What am I planning on eating? Oh, I got some Korean chicken from yesterday left over that I'm going to throw in ye old air fryer like agenda-free Steve. Yeah, it's got this secret sauce that's pretty freaking good. My wife just reminded me that I should probably just start eating while on stream. I should. I know. Damn, dude, you've been here for a while. I left, it had company, came back, and you're still here. That's dedication. Oh, I usually do about 6 hours per stream, so. Wait, what now? Pickleball cemented? Yep. Yeah, actually, I think 6 hours is my my average. Sometimes I go like 8 hours. I like this. I like this. I love this. This is also why I was told I'm unmanageable, is because of shit like this, where it's just like, no, I love doing this. You know, I got the curse and the blessing of having ADHD, so it's like sometimes this goes by fast. Although today with the headache, I will say it was a little harder to get through specifically that necessary conversation. Oh, that definitely gave me a little bit of a bigger headache, which it's still not going away. This sucks. I have a feeling that it's because I have been staring at a screen for 6 hours, so I have a big hole in my teeth and I can't get root canal because the root. Oh no! Yeah, I don't need a root canal. I don't think guys can see it. It's my back molar. Yeah, I want to put it up on the camera. Yeah, what happened is they put a what do you call it? Plaster. It was like the plaster filling in. Yeah, that lasted all of like 4 days. That sucked too. I remember I was at a bar with my friend, and I'm sitting there drinking a beer, and I'm like, uh-oh. He's like, what? And I just like, this was kind of gross, but I spat out the cap, and he was like, is that your tooth? I'm like, it's a fake part of my tooth. It's just like, oh no. Then he asked me the question, he's just like, is that going to be a problem? Like, can you still drink like cold? I'm like, oh, I don't know. Took a sip and I was like, I'm fine. So Yeah, next Thursday is going to be hilarious, though. Tallarico's undercover maggot? I don't think so. Why you say that? Just because he's a Democrat, like, that's a Christian? I think, honestly, no. See, this is where I was kind of going at with that last bit there. I think that it's... having someone like Tallarico in a party like ours, or a party like ours, I'm not technically a Democrat, but in the Democratic Party is good. It's not undercover maggot. Stop. He's not. Everybody has their fucking brain broken from John fucking Fetterman, who literally had his brain broken. So can we stop? Can we just fucking stop? I'm putting an end to that one right now. Well, time for tacos. Thanks for the entertainment. And I'll see you later. Eric, I will catch you later, man. I really appreciate you stopping by today and hanging out. Also appreciate the discourse because, yes, like I said, I like to not have an echo chamber, so I like getting other people's opinions on things, and I thought that was pretty cool of you to join in the conversation. And man, I also appreciate the fact that you were just honest. Like, you were just like, yeah, man, I was a Trumper, but this shit's making it fucking rough. Make some cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers are good. Agree to disagree, goddamn. Yeah, no shit, right? Really? Huh. I don't know why that just happened. Hassan and I are having a conversation today. Okay, so this one can go over here. Here, I'll play a quick clip that's gonna be a trailer for tomorrow, essentially. Because I'm gonna watch this full interview tomorrow.
I always go back to, obviously, the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats, who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris's...
I was on the wrong page, my bad.
I always go back to, obviously, the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats, who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris is going to give bottom surgeries to Guatemala.
Gonna watch the VOD after stream ends. Best of luck with the 2 stuff. Thanks, Natch. I appreciate that. As I said, I'm going to be on stream. It's going to be funny. I'll probably have, let's see. I'll have like an hour or two before stream starts.
Prisoners in immigrant detention facilities.
Not going to be like that slurry, but I'm definitely going to be a little bit like this.
Is if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious and a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to. And in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats, they become very defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Oh, I'm going to do Tom Homan. Oh, this is going to be fun, guys.
Yeah, so
that's
I
boy.
don't actually I don't disagree with your analysis at the end there. I do think...
And I shall be leaving Minnesota by the end of the week. And when I say Minnesota, I mean the state and Minneapolis, the city. They're going to the suburbs.
That if we had a more
succotash.
affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like,
I always go back to, obviously, the first...
Yeah, this is going to be... it'll be a good time tomorrow. But, all right. Now, we're going to watch something that's going to give us a little bit of Schadenfreude. I'm going to just preface that I don't feel bad for this guy, so...
On July 7th, 2025, a security guard outside a restaurant in... Los Angeles County, California, called 911 about a suspicious individual.
I got a guy here that's got a gun. I was standing there talking to him, and he showed me a freaking clip.
Okay. And what kind of gun is it?
The handgun.
Just wait.
Okay.
Out of it.
And
Yeah.
what color is it?
What's it that the kids say? Stitch coming or Stitch incoming or whatever?
Dark black.
He never pointed it at you, did he?
No, he showed me the clip. At first, he just pulled the
take a Jet 2 holiday
freaking thing out of his holster, and then he put it back into his pants. I couldn't say very much because he was standing directly in front of me. He's wearing like a baseball cap turned back with his blue pants. He's bouncing around like he's angry about something.
We'll let the officers know. Thank you for calling, sir.
Where? He might have went inside because he was sitting right here. Got a picture of him right here. He has the gun right here.
As officers arrive, a real-time crime center uses security cameras to find a person matching the description within seconds.
Well, that's not terrifying.
Okay, he's probably someone over here, right there. What's that guy? Hey! Hey, listen!
Yo! What the fuck?
Hands up!
What the fuck?
Hands up! I got ready. Get on the ground!
Even if he dropped it on the ground, the way that he just went, yoink!
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Hands up!
Just wait. This is not a sovereign citizen, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hands on, right? Yep. Go reach for me! Get on the ground! Sir! Get on the ground! Are you guys stupid? Get on the ground!
Yeah, you guys stupid!
Get on the ground!
Oh, there's a reason that he didn't think he had to be settled. Just wait for it.
Oh, sorry. He's walking over there. You went that way? You went around? Over there. You dropped the fucking...
You're on the ground now, dude. I got him.
Hey, it's Daniel. You have your officers contacting somebody. I just wanted to put out that he pulled something out of his pants and put it behind a tree, and I have it on camera. So they're taking him into custody right now. You have officers on top of him.
Okay.
Dude, you're stupid! Get on yourself! Stop resisting! Stop resisting!
No.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting! I got his arms. Stop fighting!
Oh, they backed to white. Rear. Just wait, man.
Stop fighting! Sidewalk! You gotta put a gun. Hey! Take the sidewalk! Hey, stop!
I will preface that nobody gets, pew-pewed in this, so.
Hey, Henry! I'm gonna tase him. Tase him! You flag! Don't tease
Dude, they fucking straight taste like.
Dude, are you stupid?
You heard him go. Yeah.
Get on the ground! I got him. Get on your stomach. You're gonna get tased again. Give me your arm, dude. Give me your arm. Again.
He's going for 3.
Put your hands behind your back.
Ah, there's 3.
Hands behind your back.
That's 4.
Put your hands behind your back.
Ah.
Slow down. Hold on. I got his hand. Give me a sec. Yeah, you got him? Yeah, we got him. Take him. We got him now.
Hate to say that's a very Hollywood angle.
Dude, are you guys serious? I give you guys everything, dude. You guys act like you're fighting. That's my camera, I think.
They act like what now?
No, are you guys serious? It's not even a... Dude, hey, there's something in the bushes.
There's a tree, a palm tree, and the subject took something black item out and he set it on the grass at the base of the palm tree.
At the base. Okay.
Yep, there it is. I'm looking right at it. That might be the item you're looking for. I'll keep my eye on it.
Right here. Hold on, let's photograph it real quick. Yeah. I never fought you guys. Hey, we got the gun right here. No, I never fought you guys. Give me the respect. Yeah, I'm giving you respect.
Give me the respect.
I never.
Commanding respect, literally just by saying, "Give me respect."
Hey, calm down. Walk.
Unknown to officers at the time, the biggest surprise was still to come.
I ain't gonna ruin it for you.
As soon as we came up, he went straight to his waistband, dude. Yeah, that's why I went for the takedown. I never fought you guys, dude. Okay, well, don't fight it. No, dude, I never. Your feet, dude. Here. What are you doing? You got photos? Yeah, we're good. We're gonna first one. No, I never. Okay, relax, dude. Yeah, it's loaded. Can you see if we get cameras or witness statements over there?
We only saw that he threw the gun in the grass. The security was following him.
Dude, that was close. I gotta put my camera back on. Who supports? All of us. Sir, did I ever hurt you? Not me. Sir, are you serious? This team is double twice. Dude, sir, please, are you guys serious? We are, man. Dude. Stop, dude. Stop. All right, really? Jesus Christ. Good? Everyone good? Yeah, I'm just a big dude. Sit down. All right, fine. Realistically, dude, I never take you. I just wanted to go home. Are you serious, brother? Dude, stop. I'm not. Dude, come on. I had my brother-in-law ask me to help you. Bro. I had my brother-in-law ask me to help.
So this use of force happened in the water with the sprinklers on. Of course.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, the sprinklers were on. That wasn't even rain.
Yeah, always.
Soak City for you?
No.
Give me a hold of the Tabor RSO, Hammond, California, right now. Boy, act like a man, man. Act like a man. Put your leg in stuff like a man. Give me an RSO officer right now.
I got you, man. Put your leg in.
Luke Tabor.
Okay, put your leg in.
Luke Tabor right now with the Luke Tabor RSO. You want to fucking call that fucking bullshit? Yeah. What are you, first grade bullshit? Hey, I'm a VPBAG. And you're a real big sucker right now.
Sounds good, man. Hey.
You smell that? Catharsis.
What's your...
Watching this piece of shit Department of Homeland Security officer just getting fucking...
Oh, dude, I'm so...
Nom, nom, nom.
Relax, bro. Relax. Just gotta get your name right now, man. Called in saying you had a gun. That's what it is. That's what you're taking.
Me?
Yes.
What did I give you? Where's my arrest?
Now watch, now that we know this, watch the cops when they start, like, you got a few of them that are kind of like, oh, maybe we should just let them go. I don't know. But then you got the other ones that are just like, this is what ICE is doing.
What was my arrest?
You haven't given me anything.
Yeah, you haven't given me shit. What did I give you? Nothing.
What's your last name, bro? What's your last name? No? You're not helping yourself, bro. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you some time, okay?
Give me Kobe Scout.
Give you a couple minutes.
FTO right now.
Just pull off yourself a little bit.
Hey.
Officer touches badge, indicating the suspect must be law enforcement, and that's the problem right there. The code.
I don't think he's PD. I think he's military. He's talking about military stuff.
That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
I heard FTO.
I heard FTO.
Yeah. Maybe run the 417 just on the KDT, see where it comes back.
I'm literally just gonna start saying FTO and just shit whenever like they come up to me.
We're gonna get pictures. Anyone who is soaking wet.
Hey, Sarge, I need to put up shit for a new gun. It's all wet.
Watch it. They told me he had a gun, but I didn't see it. But when we was in the parking lot,
Who told you he had a gun?
I saw it.
Who told you he had a gun initially, though?
I think it was either the manager or one of the workers.
He was dining inside. He kept pacing back and forth, but he was obviously really, really...
By the way, yes, the camera is blurred because I guess in this state they can't really have the faces like broadcast.
And we kept pushing him out.
Amid a loud restaurant environment, officers learned the suspect was with a group that was asked to leave for being too intoxicated. While the rest of the group left, the suspect reportedly lingered. At some point, he allegedly entered the women's bathroom, where a witness shared her interaction with him.
I'm like, you in the women's restroom, like, okay, as I walked in, like, she was like putting some stuff in his shirt, like the gun. You saw the gun. Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's cult of personality right there. Look in my eyes. What do you see?
It looked like a magazine.
A cult of personality.
Yeah, that's like what? Yeah. Was it a long one? And then he was like, you want to go on a date with me?
It's clobbering time!
I said, no, I don't want to go on a date with you. But as I'm saying that...
Oh, man. I'm gonna go a little faster on this one just because I can make out cult of personality there.
This guy comes walking out the restaurant. I was just lost. I was like, well, damn, am I really in the bathroom at this point? And then I looked, and I'm like, no, we're going to check the women's restroom to make sure there's no women's restroom. There was another guy in here, too.
Burn. See your hands and arms and stuff?
I don't think so.
I'm just trying to see all the water and stuff like that, so you're all wet.
He was clawing the crap out of my arm.
Any injuries? Nope. Yes. Watch yourself there. Right now, you go injured.
Whoever the fourth...
Hey, Zero. He's an ICE agent.
Person was
You still support ICE?
Thank God.
Yeah, you do. But you know what? They don't.
We're struggling. Dude, I know. They just came and
these fucking cops, they stick it to him.
I just grabbed onto his legs and pulled him back. That's when he sat down. I was able to get his hands. I think he's military. Oh, dude. Close.
We run this guy yet?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not giving you the
info.
I'm
on
to
speak to my chief, Bovina.
The chief?
Yep.
From where?
You know what? You mean Hemet, California right now? And I want to seriously officer.
Well, it's kind of weird that, you know, this guy who serves the Trump administration loves him, his CEO, Bovino, how he had absolutely no problem walking into a women's bathroom and just straight up hitting on a woman. It's almost like you guys should be worried about your own.
Sir?
It's almost like this is proving a point that you right there, you thought you had a gotcha.
Right now.
Oops.
Are you military or officer? A police officer. It's me, but
Whoopsie.
He's meth.
You know what I am? Yeah. I was born in Hemet, California, and I want to arrest you and your family because you know what? Dude, I was born in Hemet.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, dude.
He just threatened to arrest them.
Whoever dry sun me, I want to wrestle them one-on-one.
You did.
You
did.
You did.
You didn't win.
You didn't win. You lost.
You lost.
By
Yeah. Are you a police officer?
Bing, bing, bing.
Officer?
And I didn't do
1, 2, 3, go.
nothing. What'd you call me out for? I'm asking to the arresting officer right now, and I'm furious because
I love it.
My chief Bovino is
more of this.
Hey.
Oh, Bovino's gonna do what? Bovino's gonna do what? How many more names you gonna throw out there?
Hey, what's going on with you, man? Why are you so worked up?
I was just saying, sir, and I'm double tased. Guess what?
Where's the gun? Can we run?
The gun? Oh.
Okay. You guys have the gun?
Yeah, we're trying to run it.
I want to see if he's a police officer or not.
Right, I know. I think it is a cop's gun because look, it's got like that weird mark.
I thought he was like on meth or something. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know if he took something or what, but
DHS would it be like Homeland Security? Yeah, I'm not getting a return on it. Well, if he's carrying a weapon, he should have some type of.
He's worked up because he thought he was immune. Yeah.
We in the state jail. They are not safe.
Yeah. Weird, huh? Weird. He just got mad. He just went. And that right there is going to cause the cops to stop standing up for this shit because it's making their job harder. And it's also when people start being like, oh, well, I thought you had this immunity. The ICE guys do. It's like,
I work for him in the fire department, damn it. I am from him.
This made my day. Mine too.
I'm from Iowa, California. Woo!
Oh, he's having a psychotic break now. Just remember, this guy was an on-duty ICE agent.
Taking the justice.
Or Department of Homeland Security. My bad.
Yes! What do you for me? What I asked you? Stop it! He said he's
You guys very, very happy that this guy was in law enforcement?
California.
This was December 13th, 2025 is when the video was released. So this was 7/07/2025. Yep.
What is your name? Isaiah. Hold on, Isaiah. Isaiah.
My home address is on the cartel list because I haven't served my country.
Hey, bro.
I'm on a duck list. You stupid motherfucker. I'm a Border Patrol agent. You stupid motherfuckers.
Yeah, I can't wait. I just can't wait for more of this to be a thing.
Can I ask?
Because it's gonna be a thing. Trust me. These losers are gonna end up having a lot of this.
Hey, brother.
Lots of DUIs coming.
You understand how this is
We already have an act. Hold on.
He's like all messed out. Oh yeah, everyone's good.
It says DHS in front of the serial number. Huh? Oh, wait, over there? Or? Yeah,
he's a CDP officer. He says he's CDP.
Please help.
No, never good, obviously, but no.
Well, he's wasted too. So.
I can't smell alcohol. There must be something else. You know what I mean? Like someone roofied him or something.
I got two more after this.
There's something going on. Yeah.
No return on what he gave. He gave Isaiah for all time.
He said Isaiah. Last name was HODGSON.
Hodgson?
Hodgson, yeah. I know what CBP is, so there's going to be a political aspect to this. I'm sure you thought about it.
Yeah.
I will tell Heinz sooner rather than later. Hey.
Yeah, no, I'm calling now. I'm Sergeant Hurst, okay?
I would tell Hank sooner than later. Yeah.
Still with the program. What's done is done.
I've already been doxxed, dude.
Listen, I'm just telling
Yeah, because
I'm so fucking hurt,
listen,
man.
I'm telling you, if you don't comply, more force is going to be used.
All I know is I'm going to call my boys. I want my phone call to my chief. The names of every single officer here.
They'll be in the report, man.
And once
keep going.
I touch my learning, I want
Keep going.
touch it now.
Okay, you're
Hodgson. Yeah, Hodgson ain't gonna be able to save this motherfucker.
the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Oh, Hodgson.
Those rights to explain
Oink,
to you.
Oink, oink, piggy.
Isaiah, I don't know what's going on with you. This is a situation you put yourself.
Negative, sir.
You're being
I'm a little piggy. Oink, here's my sound. Oink, 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 oink.
behavior right now is not. It's not normal.
Right now?
This whole encounter has not been normal. Okay.
All right, sir.
Okay.
I want to talk to my lawyer.
Okay.
You grow full beard?
You are under arrest right now. Okay.
For what?
For assaulting a police officer
For
and
what?
exhibiting a firearm in public.
I want you to close the doors. I want you to close the screens, and I want.
When I arrest immigrants, I have a mask on. Oink, oink, oink. Oink, oink,
My
oink.
lawyer here present. I don't want anything further done to submit a breath test. Negative, sir. I would love my lawyer here at the moment. I would love my.
All right, we'll get you out of here in a minute then. Listen, do you want to talk to your commanding officer? You want to make a call, right? Do you want to make a call or not?
Guys, as I said, another stitch coming.
Are you denying your phone call? That's what I'm getting from this. Okay.
Is the stitch technically a bad thing or a good thing? Because I've seen both. Where it's just like, whoa, you're about to laugh. And then there's the other, like, where it's like, whoa, you're about to be horrified.
I mean, when you Google him, he comes up as Border Patrol, so.
Sir, I would like not to be cameraed, and I would like to speak
Okay,
to...
well, you are on body camera.
I don't want to be body cameraed, and I would like to speak to my representative at the meeting. Thank you very much.
And the reality is, there's Public Records Acts and stuff, so this is going to be public.
You're being an instigator.
Googling his name and stuff, but.
Oh, good job. Good job, sir.
So you used to be a firefighter.
Used to be.
Now you were fries.
Excuse me?
Is that correct?
I don't want to speak to you.
Oh, okay.
Isaiah is likely reluctant to confirm he is part of ICE because he was involved in a recent controversial arrest, as reported by local news.
Dozens of demonstrators are out here tonight. People are angry.
It's almost like you guys are learning in real time that you don't have immunity.
Over how ICE raids are being conducted, especially after what happened this morning.
The incident occurred when a worker appeared to run from ICE in a parking lot. As agents brought the man back to their truck, a bystander named Adrian Andrew Martinez intervened during his lunch break, seemingly blocking the ICE vehicle. Other vehicles appeared to do the same. Adrian then exits his vehicle and moves the worker's cart, further blocking the ICE vehicle. ICE officers confront him, and the situation quickly escalates while a civilian records on their cell phone. Notably, one officer in particular appears to initiate physical contact with Adrian. The ICE agent, who appears to be the only one not wearing a face covering, is none other than Isaiah Anthony Hodgson, the main subject of our video.
Hey, why the f*** you guys touching me? Get the f*** out of here!
No, he f***ing touched me, bro! What is he doing? He's a hard worker!
Yeah, I just banned the guy that's being creepy with you, Kyle.
Hey, bro, now calm the f*** down, alright? Chill.
Hey, we're taking this mother.
Nah, I'm making the call there. That was fucking weird as shit.
I'm giving this.
Yo, chill. I'm not doing shit. Hey, what the f***? Dude, you can't be doing that. Here's my civil right. I can f***ing record you if I want. Hey, yo, what the f***? Look.
Put it in the car. Put it in the car.
Hey, these are legal citizens, you f***ing pieces of shit. F*** you.
Put it in the car. Put it in the car. Hey, put it.
Hey, what the f*** is wrong with you guys? Look.
Put him in the car.
Hey, I got this shit over here. Don't worry about it.
Back up over here.
Still, dude, what the f***? What kind of shit? They're putting hands on him, dude, and you're putting... That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Why are you guys putting hands on homie?
Jesus, these videos are just despicable. Yeah, well, I mean, it's almost like this is why they're not exactly popular.
He's on break. He's f***ing working. You guys are getting legal people that just fucking working? Nobody blocked you. He was just standing there. We got all that shit on video. F*** that. Hey, dog, we got you. Don't worry. We are back though. We're not doing
All this is happening because Trump is a pedo and doesn't want eyes on Epstein files. Yep. Yeah, it's also why he's gonna. That's why we're going to war with Iran. He wants this out of the news.
We're not doing shit.
Not this. He wants the Epstein files out of the news. Which, good luck.
Please do. Hey, that's for work, bro. That's for work. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck? Don't touch me, dude. The fuck? What's assault? You're the one pushing me. You're the one pushing me. F you.
Back right now.
News station spoke to 20-year-old Adrian's mother soon after his arrest.
I have no idea where he's at. I don't know if he's okay. I'm really worried.
He was a citizen, by the way.
In the video, it shows that, he was trying to help. Now they're saying that he attacked them, so they want to press charges.
The day after his arrest, First Assistant United States Attorney Bill Asili and Senior ICE official Gregory Bovino, whom Christy Noem dubbed Commander-at-Large, posted on X that Adrian assaulted the officers, basing their claim on the civilian cell phone footage. However, surveillance video later released showed a clearer view of the struggle and did not capture any punches thrown by Adrian, though several seconds in both recordings are blocked or turned away, making the true actions difficult to determine. 3 days later, Adrian was released from custody.
Yeah, it's almost like then you can't prove that he did it on your end either.
They didn't read my Miranda rights. They didn't.
It's almost like that works both ways.
Nothing.
By questioning their authority, they took it upon themselves to respond violently, and that's not okay, and that's something we're going to be addressing.
ICE policy requires agents to activate body-worn cameras at the start of enforcement activity. However, that ruling only applies if cameras have been implemented, meaning agents without issued cameras are not required to use them. Released footage shows some officers don't have them while others do. While the unreleased body cam may help determine truth, prosecutors are not currently pursuing assault charges. Adrian was solely charged for impeding federal operations, a serious felony that could lead to a 6-year prison sentence. That federal case is still ongoing. Notably, Isaiah appears to be the only agent not wearing a face covering.
I would like my privacy. Can you go ahead and shut the blind?
Yeah, so unfortunately, when you're in custody, we can't close the blind.
Who is the arresting officer? You?
Yeah, Lopez.
Okay, yeah, Lopez, guess what? You two d***s, get out of here.
He called them dick butts.
What do you call us?
He called them dick butts.
Dude.
Yeah, buddy, he called them dick.
Sorry, now.
Yeah.
Isaiah, I don't know what's going on with you.
I don't wish to speak.
The reality is, we all get painted with the same brush by the community.
Sir, I don't wish to speak with him.
And this is not a good example.
Sir, the only example is you.
Okay.
I don't wish to speak with you for it.
I don't want this to be a reflection of all of us because of
yes, sir, it is.
Tonight.
It is a reflection of all you guys, sir.
And the reality is, it is.
Yeah, and I'm currently on body cam, and it's a 1, 2, 3. So I don't wish to speak with you guys without my lawyer, sir.
You're not.
Thank you, sir. You know, we all gotta tell the truth.
Yep.
No.
Should have been very truthful.
No.
Are you a peace officer so I can make sure you're housed properly and safely?
Oh.
Okay. That's fine. You don't want to talk to me? Again, I believe that you are, so I'm going to make sure that you're housed separately.
I am, and just...
Isaiah, you're not a piece of shit, brother.
I am, dude. I'm already f***ing dogs. Gosh damn it, dude. I'm already f***ing dealing with so much
Dude, I already let you out.
f***ing stress and all this f***ing bullshit, man.
Isaiah, look, brother. Making a mistake doesn't mean you're a bad person, okay? Just
no, man, I'm the f***ing worst person, dude.
No,
I'm the f***ing hate.
No.
Gosh damn it.
You made a mistake.
No, I made more than f***ing one mistake, man. And
It's
everybody
okay.
f***ing hates me here.
Isaiah, look at me, brother.
Dude, you know what the word doxed is?
You made a mistake.
You know what doxed is?
Doxed?
I made a mistake, dude. I just
We're dealing with something that, most freaking large streamers have to deal with just because,
No,
people are babies and they don't know how to fucking deal with people having a contrarian opinion.
just trying to be f***ing extra careful. Do you know how many
Instead of, I don't know, wearing a mask, kidnapping people, and then wondering why people are upset.
I have to go over here in Los Angeles?
I know.
It doesn't mean no, you don't know. You know what the word doxed is? D-O-X-X-E-D,
No, what is
dude.
that?
Doxed.
No, what is that?
If you have your f***ing personal information pumped up online and on the f***ing news,
No. I'm sorry to hear that.
have you ever had your f***ing parents' information? Have you ever had f***ing people stand up at your parents' house because you're over here in Los Angeles doing everything, dude? That's the f***ing guy I am, dude.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother, okay?
No, you're not, dude. You don't f***ing care.
Brother, I'm just here.
I'm
Quite hard.
over here just
Well.
trying to understand that.
Well.
Sorry you're going through stuff.
No, man, it's alright. I apologize for being such a
You're not. Again, you made a mistake, and that's it.
All right? I hope you have a better night, okay?
After his arrest, Anthony was charged with 3 felony counts of resisting an executive officer, 1 felony count of battery with injury on a peace officer, 1 misdemeanor count of exhibiting a concealable firearm in public, 1 misdemeanor count of having a concealed firearm, and 1 misdemeanor count of carrying a loaded firearm. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office listed Anthony as a serious danger to society, and he was court-ordered to not possess any firearms, not leave the state of California, and attend at least 3 alcohol counseling meetings a week as conditions to his release. Anthony's attorney revealed in November of 2025 that he passed away in his parents' house in August, roughly 6 weeks after his arrest. According to reports, this was officially the first public mention of his passing. A handwritten note found in Isaiah's car that was initially believed to be a note was later determined to be a character witness statement for him from June of 2025, possibly due to his involvement with Adrian's arrest. An autopsy revealed Isaiah died from cocaine toxicity and found 3 plastic bindles typically used to hold drugs in his stomach. They ruled there was no foul play involved, citing no defensive wounds or signs of injury, concluding the death as an accidental overdose. Isaiah's family reportedly told courts he suffered from depression,
good riddance,
since being placed on administrative leave post-arrest and struggled with cocaine and alcohol abuse in the past, but had been attending Alcoholics Anonymous, likely due to the court order. Had Isaiah been convicted of his charges, he would have faced up to 7 years in state prison.
Yep. This is my caring face. I don't care.
Scott, where are you coming from? Miami down here to Mirada and then back. So you're coming from Miami to Isla Mirada and then you're going back to Miami? Yeah, I live in Miami. Okay. Well, do you know where you are right now? Yeah. Where are you?
Yes, you heard that right. An ICE agent died from acute Coca-Cola toxicity because he had 3 bindles, which if you know what a bindle is, in his tum-tum that went poof.
We got the overpass over here, 18-mile stretch, overseas highway.
Whatever, deport all illegal immigrants.
Okay. Where did you?
Someone's mad.
What did you do today?
Oh, this is a nice agent too.
Where'd you go? Did you go fishing? Did you go to a restaurant? What?
Got another ICE agent getting arrested for doing.
You're about 100 miles off of where you think you are. No, I'm not. You are. Who's the guy in the white shirt? That's the colonel. Colonel, don't make shit for me. Okay, well. I'm federal. Okay. I'm trying to get home. I got my boys with me. Who do you work for? DHS. Do you have your ID with you? No, I don't. Okay. But if I called them, they'd verify that you're a 100%, bro. Okay. You don't have any...
He thinks he's getting off, by the way.
Any type of credentials or anything that say you're DHS?
His kids are with him? Yeah, and he's tanked.
Not on me, no.
And he thinks that he's perfectly fucking,
So what I want to do, I want to talk to you away from the kids. So
untouchable.
I'm going to ask you to step out of the car, and we're going to walk back to the back of your car, okay? Are you serious right now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir, I am.
Remember this video from last month?
Oh, yes, I do.
So can you just walk like right over here? Guys, come over here. Can you just come over here for me?
DWI with your kids in the car is a pretty bad look.
Okay.
But he's a federal agent.
So you said you're coming from Miami, going to Isla Mirada, and going back to Miami. Yes. What are you going to Isla Mirada for? Guys, seriously, are we really doing this right now? I'm just asking you a question. You said you're going to Isla Mirada. What are you going to Isla Mirada for? Lane. Yeah. Are we really doing this right now?
Of DHS agent Scott Deiseroth.
Zach, how much have you had to drink today? 4. 4 what? 4 drinks. Like water, alcohol, beer. What'd you drink?
He really thinks
Kool-Aid?
he's part of a big club. Yep, he does. Oh, he thinks he's untouchable.
Are you guys really trying to me right now? I'm just asking what you look like you're impaired. I smell alcohol coming from you, so I'm just asking how much you had to drink to make sure you're not too impaired to drive that vehicle. I think that you might be impaired. You look, your eyes are bloodshot. They're kind of glassy. Are they really? Yes, sir, they are. Show me. I don't know how you want me to do that. Take a picture. Okay, we could do that in a minute. But the other reason why I think you're impaired is just the way you're walking. You're kind of stumbling a little bit. I'm not walking anywhere. Okay. And then also the way that you were seen driving, you're like kind of swerving and stuff, and then the colonel tried to pull you over and you didn't immediately stop. You stopped here on the bridge. He tried to stop you at a safer spot a little bit back there.
Okay.
Do you have any brain injuries?
I'm a disabled veteran.
Okay. Have you ever had a traumatic brain injury?
Yes, I have.
Okay, does it affect your ability to operate a vehicle?
Guys, come on.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking what your brain injury is. Does it affect you?
Hiring some brain damaged people to rough up some immigrants? That's a great look to
Your everyday life?
I'm going through a divorce.
I'm not walking. I'm Batman. Oh, you're telling me that you got divorced? No way. Your wife left you? No way. You're telling me what? Congratulations to her finding her happiness.
I'm not taking your kids from you, man. I'm just making sure that you're safe to drive the car. Do they have anyone down here that would be able to take care of them? I'm not saying you're going with me, man, but you're all worried about this stuff. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, if there's someone else around here that, you know, maybe they could come drive the car if you think maybe you drank too much to drive.
Guys, no.
No?
They're my everything.
Ready?
Yep.
Look, man, you drank too much to drive a car.
No, I haven't.
You did. Okay.
He's trying to give you the out, and he's literally just being like, look, man, just come get, like, we're trying to get you a fucking ride here. We don't want to arrest you because, you know, boy, the thin blue line, yeah.
Let me get my kids on.
You can't drive a car right now, man.
What's homeboy doing down there? You know, guys, come on.
Make sure we all sit because we're inside of the water. You don't want to get hit. You don't want you to get hit. That's why we're trying to do the exercise. That way we can move on.
Are you Haitian?
That's nothing to do with my race, buddy.
My question was, are you Haitian?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he's...
Yay! Keep being a racist.
Okay.
Well, it's time for nachos. Enjoy my meal. Oh, yeah, shit, I gotta eat. I'll wrap up after this. Wow, F him all the way. Jesus Christ. He wants to deport him so bad. Yeah, he literally hears an accent, and that's the second, you Haitian boy. I mean, seriously, he was that close. Wow, that's a bad fail. You can't. What was I doing?
You made. Begin.
2001.
Wow.
2002, 2003, 2004.
Hey, Lion. You stay under Batman's feet. Oh, yeah.
What are we doing right now? Seriously.
I'm not drunk. I'm Batman.
Okay, Scott, can you be honest with me? How much did you drink today?
I had about 4.
4 what?
Drinks.
All right, Scott, I need you to come back here with me, please. I'm not going to do this in front of your kids, man, but you got to come with me. I'm not going to do it. Now you can put your hands behind your back. If you're going to pull away, then I'll do it in front of your kids. Okay, don't squeeze my hand. Let go.
I'm not doing shit. Guys, I am law enforcement.
Okay. I was gonna do this away from your kids, man. But you're gonna pull away from me, then I'll do it in front of them.
I'm not pulling away. I'm not moving. Just relax, man. You keep hitting me right now.
Watching a Haitian cop arrest him is catharsis. Love to see it.
Go back. You can go on the left side.
Guys. Lame.
What? Guys. Lame.
It's clear to the right. So, Scott, unfortunately,
that was
right
a
now
sign
you
out.
are
Guys. Lame.
You are under arrest for driving under the influence, okay?
Lame.
White.
Lame.
What about my kids?
Yes.
We're gonna have to figure that out next.
Damn it, Lane.
You have any shield back there?
Oh, Wayne.
Guys,
Please, I am going through
You
a
saying
divorce.
Wayne or Lane?
Don't do this to me. Lane, come on, man.
Lane.
This is gonna me, dude. Please don't do this to me.
I got arrested for DUI 2 years ago.
Lane, I get it. But do you have kids?
Own up to your mistakes, man. You're a grown adult. I cried my ass off too. Own up to it. You're gonna sit in jail tonight. It's gonna suck.
Are you serious?
Yeah. You're gonna
Lane.
It's gonna suck, man. It sucked for me. It's gonna suck for you too. It is what it is. Be a man.
Lane.
Lane.
Come on.
He knows the cop.
Come on, buddy. We're not doing this.
That's even worse. One of your fucking friends has to arrest you.
You guys.
Come on, put your feet in.
Stand up.
Stand up, come on.
Stand up. Put your feet in there.
No.
Man,
Put
jump
your
in.
feet
No! Yeah, come on.
He turns into a
Where am I
petulant
sitting?
Stand
child.
up. Put your feet in.
What?
Put your feet in. Put your feet in. You don't want to make this worse already. Come on, man, let's go.
You gotta sit in the car, man.
You're going to jail for DUI, which is a misdemeanor. If you don't cooperate, you go to jail for resisting. You don't want to make it worse. Come on, put your feet in, buddy. All right, your kids will be fine. This will pass.
They should have called his boys for a ride.
Listen to me.
No, sir, not on the side of the road. Come on, let's go, man.
We gotta sit down, Scott.
God damn you guys.
Thank you.
You. Okay. Lane, you really fucked me, man.
I didn't fuck you, man. I'm not the one that drank today and drove.
Now we have an update.
Scott, do you want to call your boss on your phone? Do you want to call your boss on your phone? If you make a phone call on the jail phone, it records the conversation. So if you want, I have both your phones and your wallet. If you want, I can call your boss for you, like on the hood of my car, and you can talk to him. Or you can get your the phone number out of your phone inside the jail. But again, any calls you make inside the jail, that's
He's warning him.
recorded. So.
Where's the chat rolling size baby?
Dude, seriously,
I just don't
what
want
is
to
up with you?
I want to make sure you don't say something dumb.
Scared the shit out of me.
Anyway, what will happen? We're gonna go to the jail. We're gonna go into the breath test room. There's the Intoxilizer 8000, the breath test instrument. We'll do 2 breath tests, and then after that, I will turn you over to the jail staff. They are going to take the handcuffs off you, and they're gonna sit you by yourself, since you're law enforcement, in a cell by yourself in the clothes you're wearing right now.
It's all quiet now.
Scott, I swear to God, I really am doing everything that I can.
Yeah, we're watching intoxicated ICE officers get fucking arrested by the local PDs. Yeah, no ice baby.
That's what I'm saying. The best thing, just the less talking.
I'm enjoying my melted ice, if you will.
Possible. There you go. All right.
Here's another video of the agent in the back of a cruiser.
I'll run him once I get out of here.
Ooh. Mono.
And if he's not legit, he's taking a ride back to Haiti. He's a nice guy. Well, he may be a nice guy, but laws are laws, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna dig into him and see what's up. You're a ginger, so I'm sure you're legal.
Saying stuff like this. Imagine what else they say when the cameras aren't rolling. Per the Washington Post, Scott Dyzeroth, a 42-year-old ICE agent, faces misdemeanor charges of driving under the influence with children in the car and resisting officers without violence following the August 13th traffic stop in the Florida Keys. A spokesperson for ICE confirmed Friday that Dyzeroth, a former United States Army Staff Sergeant, is an agent in Miami and has been on administrative leave since the arrest took place. In another paragraph, the piece reads, "The release of the body cam footage has resurfaced the incident as ICE faces mounting accusations of racial profiling during immigration enforcement
that's going to be used that's going to be used in another court case.
Select cities like LA, New York."
Oh, dude, especially any case that he's involved in. Dude, yeah, they might as well cut him loose because he can't make any arrests.
York, Chicago, and D.C.
Yeah, either that or he's going to be a desk jockey for the fucking rest of his time with ICE.
In lawsuits and statements, elected officials have accused ICE agents of violating immigration law in hundreds of arrests by targeting people solely based on their perceived race. Investigative journalist Jacqueline Sweet would tweet, Scott Deiseroth's felony child neglect charge has since been dropped, and he now has 2 misdemeanor charges, DUI and resisting arrest without violence. I just have to, one more time.
I almost bought that hat.
Time state this. Considering the evidence.
That's fucking crazy. I literally almost bought that hat when I was at a Cubs game. Got one more.
Right now at 4:30, this federal immigration agent accused of drunk driving while off the clock. And we have the body camera video of this late night arrest. Marissa Perlman here with us now. And this ICE agent was busted in Oak Brook, correct?
That's right, Marie. The agent was sent here to Chicago to be a part of
Chicago
called Operation Midway Blitz. But during this immigration crackdown, the Trump administration has repeatedly said drunk driving is reason enough for non-citizens to be detained.
Already took you up.
And
Whatever,
deported.
fine.
Now
Go.
one of their own is charged with the same crime.
This is a fun one. It gets better.
Oh, crazy.
Police here in Oak Brook identifying 33-year-old Guillermo Diaz Torres from Albuquerque, New Mexico, an ICE agent who they say was asleep at the wheel.
Got off shift. I came here. You guys have a checkpoint. This doesn't look good.
On police body cam video, Diaz Torres tells officers he finished an 18-hour shift at the Broadview Detention Center at midnight. But an hour and a half later, his SUV jumped a curb and plowed into a row of shrubs, barely missing a pole and a pedestrian crosswalk.
Do what you gotta do. None of that matters. This is unacceptable.
A police report shows Diaz Torres' speech was slurred, his eyes bloodshot, and officers smelled a strong odor of alcohol. On video, Diaz Torres tells officers he was heading straight to his hotel in Lombard and didn't stop, though he didn't answer where he'd been since his shift ended an hour and a half earlier.
And then which direction were you coming from over here?
I have no idea, sir. I'm not from here.
Diaz Torres is then run through a series of sobriety tests.
Stand here in front.
Whose streets?
Feet together, arms at your sides.
I understand him. I'm horrible at balancing.
Which police say he failed.
M-N-L-M-N-O-P-Q-R.
Wow.
He also
this guy was tanked.
refused to take an on-scene breathalyzer test.
Yeah, you go straight to jail. Straight
You're not
to
gonna do
jail.
that? Okay. All right. So you're refusing to blow?
Yes.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right. All right, man. Well, you're under arrest.
He's already got his hands folded.
DUI, okay?
The
He
arrest
knows,
comes.
dude. Yeah, he was standing there with his hands folded, like behind his back, because he knew those cuffs were
As
coming.
ICE continues cracking down on undocumented drivers charged with this very same offense. But our legal analyst says this case will likely go to trial.
All right. I'm gonna have you sit over here.
Yes!
Okay?
And it will be up to the federal government whether this agent stays on the job.
This judge who's hearing the DUI case has nothing to do with the conditions of his employment. The only issue that the judge has is whether or not he's guilty or not guilty, and if he's found guilty, what the sentence would be.
Now, Marie, when it comes to other people who have been detained because of a DUI charge by this specific agent, our legal analyst who you heard from there, Irv Miller, says this case won't come into play at all. Now, according to our investigation, Diaz Torres has no prior criminal history. He's now facing a December 5th court date in DuPage County. We did reach out to his attorney.
He got. Oh, no. Oh, dude, DuPage County is the worst place to ever get a DUI in all of Chicagoland. Their judges don't fuck around, man.
Today, he issued a no comment on behalf of his client. We've also reached out to DHS
Thank God I don't know from personal experience.
about this arrest, and we're waiting
I did have a suspended license with them, though.
to hear back, so we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, curious to hear what their comments may be. Thank you, Marissa.
But what do you mean?
Yep. Oh. Well, that was fun. That was fun. Actually, that was a fun way to wrap up the show, because every once in a while it's nice to watch ice, get melted. Easy joke. All right, guys, but it is time for me to head on out. Oh, shit. I'm literally 10 minutes away from my 7 hours. Shit, that's not really gonna do anything different here. Damn it. You know what?
Nobody's.
Fuck it. I think that I played this one on the show. Hold on. I got one more, because I can do a 10-minute. Yeah, I got 10 minutes. Let's do this. Pull HASAN. What's a HASAN? Like, as far as what? Just end stream? What's he do? 10 minutes, you say? Yes, 10 minutes is what I say. And 10 minutes is what I mean. Because we got one more ICE arrest that I kind of want to do. Oh, screw it. I'll hang out. I might not be eating the chicken wings after all. No, I should. Fuck it.
Like law enforcement or anything? Where's the federal agent thing coming into play?
That's what he said. He said, I'm a federal agent.
He is or you are?
He said, I'm a federal agent. He's filming me while I'm trying to pump my gas. He's got the camera on my face.
Are you involved?
You
saw everything?
Hold on. I'll come back to this. Just give me 1 second. What the fuck?
Apparently, we've got a huge announcement from Trump thanks to my interview with Barack Obama just a few days ago. Trump just posted on Truth Social, quote, "Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and unidentified flying objects, UFOs.
Oh, here we go.
And any and all...
Here we fucking go.
All other information connected to these highly...
Oh my god. So, how did, it's 20 or 200 years from now. So how did Donald Trump distract the, everybody from the what we call the great scandal of, the 2020s? Actually I had to think about what decade we're in. And it was just like, well, he said he was going to release alien stuff.
Really complex, but extremely interesting and important. The fuck matters. God bless America. Let me just say that I dealt with God knows how many people telling me that I made a generational fumble, massive mistake by not asking Obama a follow-up to this question. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in... what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy and they hid it from the President of the United States.
But here's the reality. Had I asked Obama the follow-up question, he would have said what he said in his clarification, which is that he believes aliens are real by virtue of the sheer size of the solar system, but hasn't seen them, and there's no evidence that the U.S. government has either. And then that would have been it, asked and answered. The fact that I didn't ask a follow-up meant that it was an open question, which meant that the discourse could truly thrive in that vacuum of a clear answer.
To be fair, he did fuck that up.
And now we're going to see the truth about aliens and UAPs and UFOs expressly because I didn't ask a follow-up and this thing took on a life of its own. So am I going to take credit for being responsible for people knowing the truth about aliens and UFOs and UAPs? With no modesty at all, yes, I am. And this announcement came in the aftermath of Trump saying this just this morning when asked about the same topic.
Something that got a lot of attention this week. Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it.
You dumb motherfucker. No, he answered somebody's open question with just, yeah, this is what I think. He didn't say it in an official capacity, you fucking moron. And you just said, that's classified information. So you just admitted it. You dumb cunt. God damn it.
A lot of people do.
Why does nobody ever just say it?
A lot of people believe it.
God, and he's Bidening too. Just.
Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so
well,
if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens are real.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals.
Oh, what have I done? Okay,
At least he recognizes it.
Let me just say, if my speedrun question in the 44th minute of a 47-minute episode results in a prosecution attempt against President Barack Obama, I'm not sure how I continue on after that.
Well, I mean...
Now, in terms of Trump's response, he says that Obama revealed classified information. What Obama actually revealed was his belief that aliens are real, but that he has no tangible information to back that up, that he hasn't seen them, and that if they were here, it would be a conspiracy so vast that even the President of the United States wouldn't know about it. That's his words. In other words, Obama has plausible deniability based on what he said. But when Trump says that Obama revealed classified information, he is in effect saying that they are real and that it's classified and that Obama exposed it. In other words, Obama didn't actually reveal anything, but Trump inadvertently revealed the thing that he blames Obama for revealing. And that's a point, by the way, that even Fox News picked up on.
So at least one Hill Republican tonight is telling me that he is reading this as the president all but confirming what Barack Obama said, that aliens are indeed real. So we followed up with the White House here. We asked them several questions. We wanted to know what part of Barack Obama's comments did the president feel were classified? Was it the part where he says that he believes in aliens, or was it the part that they were not in Area 51? They were also asked if the DOJ was going to look into these comments, perhaps because they were classified. The White House told us there's
Of course, Fox News is covering this.
nothing to add to the president's comments tonight. Brett, all of this comes as the president's daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, told a podcast this week that the president has a speech prepared about extraterrestrial life that he will give at the right time. Listen.
We've kind of asked my father-in-law about this. We all want to know about the UFOs, or we all want to know what's going on. And he played a little coy with us. I have just heard kind of around that I think he's actually said it. I think my father-in-law's actually said it.
Brian, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker. If you gave them the ammo to get the news cycle off of Epstein, that's on you.
That there is some speech
Seriously.
that he has that I guess at the right time. And I don't know.
Yeah, I hope your writers can save you from this with your frickin' Just Another Day
When
or
the right
whatever the
time is.
fuck. I can't watch that. His writers are lame as shit.
He's going to break out and talk about, and it
Little
has to
zingers.
do with maybe some sort of extraterrestrial life.
And Brett, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, you'll remember this week, was asked about Laura Trump's comments.
This is Xenu dimensional chess.
And she said, a speech on aliens would be news to me, but we are expecting more reaction from the Hill in the coming.
So you just misreported, attributing it to Laura Trump, and then she walks it back, and you're still gonna... The fuck?
Hours and days, Brett.
How the fuck is... Oh my God, that's not journalism. What she just did there, that proves that Fox News is not news.
And look, to be clear, I think Obama...
No reporter would ever do that.
Was joking.
Not in that capacity. That was not an opinion capacity.
And I think or hope Trump is joking, but
What
it's also
the
worth noting that Trump has tried prosecuting his enemies for much less. This guy's entire presidency is littered with attempts to go after his political opponents. He did it to James Comey, Letitia James, Tim Walsh, Jacob Fry, a group of Democrats, including Mark Kelly, who dared acknowledge what the Uniform Code of Military Justice says. And granted, while none of these prosecutions went anywhere, that's not to say that Trump still didn't try. And so the notion that he wouldn't try with Obama is certainly not off the table. Although even I think that
Let him. Fucking let him. Let that become the biggest political scandal.
To prosecute.
Oh, wait. No, maybe not.
The most popular political figure in the world would be dumb even by Trump standards. Also, it is not lost on me the irony of Trump claiming that Obama is the one spilling classified information. Trump was quite literally indicted for taking
Classified documents they left in the bathroom. Yes, we know.
documents from the White House, refusing to return them when asked by the National Archives.
Fox called themselves an entertainment channel in a lawsuit. Yeah, I know.
And ultimately requiring a judge
It's almost like I know about media law.
to approve a search warrant to be executed at Mar-a-Lago.
But these jackasses don't care. Like, nobody that comes into this chat already with the preconceived notion that Trump is the greatest, they're not going to listen to the fact that there's no such thing as, like, the fake news.
Thanks to Judge Aileen.
You could prove it. Like, they could easily prove it. Any of them. Any of them can pick one story from any of these news agencies. They could hyperfixate on it and then take it to court. And then, if you prove that it is indeed fake news, you get a massive payout. So why don't you guys do that?
Canon, he got away with it, of course, never held to account. And yet, now this guy has the audacity to claim that his red line is recklessness with classified documents? If Donald Trump was any less self-aware, he wouldn't be able to see his own reflection in the mirror.
Well, I think that he's also going blind because he's also got a little bit of the touch of the dementia. So, wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he's definitely slipping. He's turning into fucking pudding brain. Even more so than Biden. Like, the thing about Biden is we don't have a lot of footage of him falling asleep randomly the way that we do Trump. Odd. But with that being said, now I do have to go. I'm sorry that we're not going to be able to play the rest of that ICE video because I had to get all nice and caught up on this aliens thing. But anyway, tomorrow we will be covering the HASAN interview with Adam Mockler. I'm excited to do that. So look out for that. Also, yeah, we will be covering the news. So if you guys have enjoyed this content, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. It really, really does help me out, especially being one of the, smaller guys on said platform. But with, like I said, with that being all taken care of, let's get rolling. No, let's come on. My outro's not loading. Well, not before you do. Bye. Bro, leave. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up on my own stream. Eh, fuck you. That guy just literally took himself out. He can't troll anymore. Oh no. The Pep West goodbye. Yep. All right. But now that I got to take care of some of the barnacles on said stream. Oh. I'm banning you. Fuck you. I'm glad that Lou Becker came in here with his I missed my period thing, because they've been doing that on my stream, and they're fucking just weird people. So, no skin off my teeth. Or is it back? I never could figure that one out. All right, I'm fucking stun locking. I'm out, guys. All right, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Peace. And that was not... God damn it. There we go. All right. Now, love y'all. Peace. Fucking A. Oh my God. This is the sloppiest outro ever. All right. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.